Streaming while I'm calling around. Let's take a look at who responds and who does not. Likely no one is available. And let's check the studio live streaming. Okay. Okay, so we're going to check the... Okay, so we seem to have connection. Everything's working so far. Let's basically get things rolling into the live stream zone. And I'm sure that, okay, so everybody put in an upvote. The enemy hits us with down votes as soon as we hit the airwaves. So let's take a look at what's left in Messenger. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we can do in response to this. Okay. Okay, roll down a little bit. Okay. And make certain to use all the right hand signals. Okay. Okay, hope that goes through. Of course it doesn't. Fuck. Fuck everything. Okay. Aside from that, let's check around. The problem with starting a call is you start it with just you have to tether it to somebody before you can call anybody else. So you can't just start calling everybody at once that I know of. So let's go try this. We'll try Amy. She's moving around, but you never know. See if it connects. Okay. What a day. What a month so far. Today is George Julius Caesar's death day, the Ides of March. And, okay, let's see if we can make a day of it. Okay. How about the Sammy man? See if we can get him. Sammy Romero, we are live. How long do we have with you?
Oh my God, I thought you were calling. Oh, the show's on today, right?
Yeah, yes. I
Oh
wasn't
wow.
able to call you. I want to call you privately. Maybe we can do that after today's show, for a few minutes or so after today's show. Just a lot
Yes,
going
yes, no
on.
problem. I
Yeah.
understand. No, that's not a problem. Doug, give me about 5 minutes, and
Sure.
then I'll jump back on. Okay?
Yeah, things are not nearly as hectic as they usually are, so take your time. And
Yes,
yeah, I'll call you again in about 5 minutes. Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Okay. So now there we are. Brandon Young. Thank God. Okay, he offers himself, which is kind of like offering yourself as virgin sacrifice to the gods or something. There we are.
Hello,
Brandon Young. Love you, brother. Tell us about how things are going with
Douglas. How
Kelsey.
are you?
Fine, fine. Kelsey is her name, right?
So good to hear you. How
Yes.
are
It's
you?
good to hear you. Good to hear you.
It's been a while. It's been about a month since we've connected, I think, or
Has it
something
been?
like that.
Has it been?
At least.
You're kidding. Really?
Yes, I
I,
know.
it doesn't feel that long. It feels like only a few it doesn't feel that long, but
in San Francisco, I think time passes slowly.
Yeah, it sure does. It's like everything's going incredibly quickly in its own way, but slowly in others. Yeah, I mean, I'm just so I mean, yeah, your main squeeze. She's Kelsey, right?
Oh, Kelsey, yeah, she's good. She's yeah, she's fine.
Right. I mean, I know you've got all kinds of young nookie out there that you're always squeezing. So, but she's the one that I remember. Yeah.
Well, she came on the show a couple times.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why I remember her. He doesn't let the other girls on the show because they're his students and they're way too young, and that would get their parents upset with him, and he'd lose his job. But...
Well, they also don't know how to speak English, so me and Andrew Tate, we've been sort of running the business, as we call it, and I'm glad that you and Peter Moon have taken on the expenses. We are going to Romania. When Peter Moon goes to Romania, he sees Andrew Tate. That's the first Dracula. He talks about this Dracula all the time. And this white bat. The white bat is Andrew Tate. I don't know if he'll admit that tonight or what. But anyway, I'm joking, of course. But hey, good to see you. Good to be here.
Yes. Tolkien Study says, "Hey, DDD, I'm here. That's you."
I know Tolkien Study. He's a good guy. He's a great guy.
Yes. Yes. And Vicky Johnson says, "Oh my God, Brandon, yay!" And she loves it. She gave a flower, the heart symbol, a flesh-colored square, and a psychedelic mushroom. I mean, you've got it all.
On.
You've got it all.
That's my diet. That is what I consume on a yearly basis.
Yes.
So thank you, Vicky. Blessed to be here.
Yes, Vicky, kisses. And thank you, everybody. Hit the upvotes. And then aside from all of that, it will help us balance out the downvotes. And aside from that, of course, don't forget to help with contributions if you can. One of those things to help me get through the end of the month and make rent while paying cab fare to all these various dental appointments. My next dental appointment won't be till May that I know of. There may be others before then if the young lady calls me when she finds an empty chair, so to speak. They call it the dental chair. They get them filled up at UCSF. But we're, taking care of things that we couldn't take care of throughout COVID, like deep cleaning. So I just had a deep cleaning. They did it in 2 parts. Seriously, they could have done it in just one with me. Apparently, this is a big deal to people. They force people to go up to the endodontics clinic, the 3rd floor, because this is kind of minor surgery as far as they're concerned. So, and most people complain about their gum line aching for a week after these procedures. I didn't feel shit, and I've had it done twice, one half of the mouth and the other. With some people, they do it in quarters, like literally 1/4 of the mouth at a time. I mean, really? I don't get it. Everybody else must have teeth that are fucking rotting out of their mouth. Their gum lines must be melting for them to be considering this such a painful, serious process. And Vicky Johnson says the flesh-colored square is actually an emoji for the heart sign with hands. Okay, cool. So it worked out the first time and not the second or something. So anyhow, that brings us back to our thank you for explaining that, Vicky. Thank you. And so Brandon, how about with you? Any dental work lately? Anything else? What's up in your life?
I did have a cleaning last month.
This is so exciting. By the way, this is senior talk. We've reached the age of senior status when we talk about shit like this, opening conversation. But hey, neutral enough. Go on. Yeah.
No, it's fantastic. You go down there and the junkie is there waiting to clean your teeth, and he's just sort of ready to get in there, get out of there, basically. And I talked to him about the Kennedy assassination. He's like, hey, you look into this for me. He said, look into the manhole covers on Dealey Plaza. I think they paved over them after the Kennedy assassination, the road. And I'm like, I don't know. That's a good question. I've never thought of that. I don't know.
I mean, who would? Who would?
Right. I think he killed himself. I think it was a suicide.
At this point, he would. At this point, he would. He'd be so sick of everybody talking about it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but the funny thing is that I've been learning a lot about. I'm pretty close to being an expert on Norse mythology and sort of Viking Scandinavian history, which is fantastic. But it's interesting because a lot of people, magicians, they're like, oh, I read the runes and whatever. They don't know what a rune is,
Thank you.
Some of these people, they're like, oh, I know what it's Spear of Destiny. What do you know what the Spear of Destiny? I mean, they have no idea. Like it's there's the poetic and prose Edda, and the whole etymology of those languages and the whole. I don't know. It's just it's not as simple as the conspiracy theory community likes to make it out to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, by all means, give us the in-depth deal behind
Well,
the Spear of Longinus.
well, that's right. Well, I mean, I don't know too much about the spear itself, but supposedly it was stuck into Christ by a Roman centurion
Who was of Germanic descent.
who was of. That's right.
Yes.
Right. Or a Gothic, Germanic
Recruit, yeah.
recruit into.
Yeah.
Back then, the legions.
Integrated, yeah, basically like basically the children of the legionnaires who were fucking the local woman in a barrack society. Yes.
Well, we got to remember that the Roman Empire stretched until even the Viking Empire.
Yeah.
Stretched into Kiev and Baghdad.
Yes.
And Newfoundland.
Yes.
At least. I mean, we have evidence here, very close to Massachusetts and New York, up into Bourne, Maine. Because the seafaring ships of the Vikings were keeled in a way that they could sustain narrow water. So they could go upriver quite quickly and then escape quite quickly. And that's what they did with their I mean, I'm not saying they weren't violent. They definitely were. I'm not trying to, this noble savage Viking. Viking was a job description, by the way. The Scandinavian people, in medieval Europe, every court, including Shakespeare, Denmark, and Henry VIII, they always had an Icelandic skald, a poet, to keep the record. The bard, he was a bard. The greatest bards came from Iceland.
Yes.
And came from that tradition. They say, where did it come from? Where did you get it from? And all the bards say it came from Ireland. Yeah. Because the first settlers to Iceland, which is basically like where the tectonic plates peel.
Yes.
Right there. And there's volcanic eruptions there. You can't live in most of the island because it's volcanic and it's glacier.
Right.
And then, so a lot of it's like, even though it's very north, it has a climate close to New England.
Oh, it's the Hawaii of the Atlantic. Go on.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, but it's just interesting that the popularization of like Thor and Loki and all these different archetypes are still with us today, and learning about like where they come from and and how they manifest is fascinating.
Yes, most certainly so. And in terms of you yourself, you're learning from the masters about this, and you're passing the knowledge on to a particular set of students. How does this work?
Well, I mean, I do the best I can. Some people, they're bored by it. They don't understand how it relates, especially these days. They don't know how it relates to their lives. But it's like, well, if you go see a Marvel movie, you have Thor.
Yes.
You know, Chris Hemsworth or whatever. You know, and well, I mean that resonates with people. And Mjolnir, who is the hammer that Thor uses to so sort of the magical weapon, but he also cross dresses Thor.
That's
And
right. Yeah. With Loki, they both did that.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's very right. So it's very interesting. Like the parts of the myth, or not even the myth, or whatever that that people choose to pick to suitify their end. You know, like you have, I'm sure, like, you know, let's take for granted the 80s satanic movement of Anton LaVey, or 70s, 60s, whatever. You know, he used Norse mythology as well, did he not?
Yes.
Sort of the ash tree and the elm tree and the Yggdrasil and the a lot of people talk about Yggdrasil and Odin being crucified on a tree to read the runes, as if it's some sort of mystical.
Well, I thought that was something very similar to the Fugé state of mystical trance that the Native Americans enter into. Certain ones of them will take the flesh of their, right above their nipples, take the flesh of their torso and tie it to the tree, and they hang there until that flesh is snapped. And
Yes.
yeah, and that is a rite of passage, or a kind of passage ceremony into a deeper mystical state of being, with forgetting exactly which tribe, to my eternal shame and disgrace, but I believe that Odin was enacting something very similar to that.
He was. Well, he would, and the same with him.
And there was a death and resurrection with him as well.
There's a death and resurrection, and he gives birth to the, and also the only way he could read the runes if he was upside down. So that's where you get the magician card from tarot.
Yes. Thank you.
Where you have the hanged man. I'm sorry, not the magician card, but the hanged man is upside down, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you have Saint Peter, who was famously crucified that way. But you also have the Norse tradition of Odin being hung upside down on a tree to read the runes and then be rebirthed again to give life again to existence, essentially, to the 9 realms of Jotunheim and Midgard and so on, all these different levels that the cosmology, essentially, of the Norse religion, which no one gets into, really. It's a very specialized topic in the academic sense. I am taking the only course that is offered in the United States, and probably the only other one outside of Scandinavia. You know, there's Scandinavian scholarship that talks. Yeah, right. Well, the funny thing is, you know, it's so funny. Like this kid I was sitting next to, and you know, these kids are like 19, 20, whatever. You know, and I'm sitting next to them in class, and then my professor's saying, you know, could you believe it that in Norway sent to Iceland all these documents in 1923 or whatever. And he's like, and they were flanked by 2 destroyers on either side because they didn't want to risk it flying. So they shipped all these documents, all these like medieval documents, via boat. And they didn't want to make sure it sunk. So they flanked it by these 2 destroyers. And as it got to Reykjavik, which is in Iceland, the capital of Iceland, all the citizens were there chanting, and they made it big. They thought, you know, they're finally, their constitution was coming home, you know, because they do have one of the oldest parliaments, which is the Althing, in the Western Hemisphere. And this kid next to me goes, huh, nerds. It's like, what kind of people would be cheering for documents to be returned home to their. I mean, could you imagine if, like, in the United States,
There's
you know,
no
there was
equivalent. There's no equivalent.
no,
Because we don't have that sense of identity. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, the documents are finally home. You nerds, get
Yeah.
at it, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think it's unique to Iceland. And I think it's beautiful, and I think it's a tradition that's kind of fading away.
Yeah.
You know, and being bastardized by people who are these so-called black magicians who want to use Yggdrasil and the Tree of Life and Odin because they can't relate to Christian anything, they can't relate to any other culture, and they want to desperately find some sort of Western culture that they can grab onto. So they watch, you know, these popular movies about the Vikings and whatnot. They're like, oh yeah, I'm a Viking. I'm a Staru. This is my religion. But a lot of them don't even really believe it. They've never read Snorri Snorrisson, or they've never, you know what I mean? Like, they've never read like the prose or poetic Edda.
It would be illegible to most people. They would, even if
Absolutely.
translate it into English. So describe us a bit about why that is, why the syntax is.
Well, because the runes. I mean, and not only that, well, I think some of it is really interesting. They do have like titles. Like Odin has like 50 different titles. You know, he's called the Shamed. He's called the Allfather. He's called the Woden, Wotan, and different traditions and stuff like that. But you know what the interesting is, Douglas, is that I want to maybe pick your brain on this. Is that they claim a heritage directly to Attila the Hun.
Mm-hmm.
And the Asir, they call them their gods, are called the Asir, Aesir.
Yes.
The Asir.
Yeah.
And I think this is where Tolkien got his whole mythology from. He read this.
Absolutely. He was trying to give Britain a sense of culture more than what
Right.
he had. Yes. Go.
Yeah, and there's the whole thing of this pronouncement of the dwarves in the very beginning of Havramal, which is the seeress, which Havramal, anything that ends in mal means the saying of, and Havra means the seeress, the witch, essentially. They talk about witchcraft quite a bit in the Old Norse and the old traditional ways. And so the seeress predicts this whole thing to Odin. Odin comes to her as a man with essentially a Gandalf. And Gandalf is actually named in this, and Fili and Kili and Bomber and all these different dwarves are named.
Incredible. No, I mean,
it's incredible. It's absolutely. So the seeress, this witchcraft woman, you know,
by the way, Sammy Romero has joined us.
Oh, it's Sammy.
Romero. And,
hey, hi, Brandon.
Yes.
What's up, Sammy?
Yeah.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Hi, Doug.
Yes.
Good. Easy is on the line, by the way.
And definitely, so he's just getting into, I mean, welcome aboard, Sammy, and we're glad to have you with us. Our man Brandon's just getting into the seeress, the witch woman, which is an important topic, which they kind of like, you know, try and put that into some perspective for us. And was there a inversion, kind of like a mirror caricature of that in the 13th Warrior, the Eaters of the Dead, where they took the original woman who was supposed to be a real fat mother goddess, and they didn't want to make it politically incorrect by showing the Vikings killing some fat bitch lying down like some beached whale, so they had to make her a thin sex pot that the Vikings killed. I mean, okay, so what was that shit about compared to what you're trying to explain?
I have never seen the 13th Warrior. I gotta see it though. Now I'm gonna rent it immediately after this, and I will give you the follow-up. Everybody look out for that. I will give you the 13th Warrior follow-up next Sunday, I think it is. So I will do that. But no, I've never seen that. But I will say that most likely was an obese woman that had a lot of fat to eat. We're talking
worship.
Actual seal blubber, whale blubber. I mean, this is what they lived on.
It might have been a whale. It might have actually been a whale that was fostered into a woman. No, who knows? I don't know. But whatever. But the thing is that the Norse did, who knows? Queens were usually well fed. At least they were not starving children,
Yeah.
as far as I know.
Yeah. Go on. And so that being clarified, much less than we would hope because of the sheer nebulousness of the situation. How have things been going on with you, Sammy? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Doug. You caught me. I was going through the collective bargain agreement that we have, so I was skimming through that, and it might as well be toilet paper. But other than that, I have to address something. As anybody listened last week, I was talking about you know the uh, the Jim Crow laws that are being passed in Mississippi,
Yes.
and you know, of course, we have our Southern Belle, Brooke Gibson, who I love dearly, and you know, I hope what I was trying to clarify with that was, and this is just me. This is just me stating. Obviously, I'll probably go in more detail with Brooke off the air, but as we look at the climate, how it's changing there, anybody of color, at least how I'm interpreting, I would probably not want to be in that area. Um, Even though I know South Carolina is a different state, for some reason I get the notion of monkey see, monkey do when it comes to these states in the South. As much as progressive as I'm sure some of them have been, like obviously Georgia, who has somewhat turned Democrat, quote unquote. This is still concerning because you know it's more like things really haven't changed as far as this grand scope of things, and obviously it's leading to the Civil War that Doug's been alluding to for
Ever.
Since forever. So it's not to say people from the South are racist and inbred hicks. We all know that. I'm playing. That's a joke. No, it's mostly if I want to go to a rural or country area. I mean, California has these pockets of red area. I mean, if I would have told Doug, "Hey, Doug, you want a house in the Mississippi or somewhere outside of San Francisco where it's kind of rural," you would probably go with San Francisco.
Yes.
Just because the area, and it's the devil.
Yes.
Obviously everybody knows at least anybody that's been a listener, last year around 4th of July, Doug got attacked by these arachnid ghost slash I don't know what you call them. And he was in these type of areas where it's red California, but at the same time it's California. Maybe I'm being cautious. Maybe I haven't gone out and seen the rest of the country, but I wish there was more people like Brooke in these areas. And I'm not saying there's not. It's just the way that climate, the way I see the legal system there, especially Mississippi, it makes me a little nervous to be even around that area, being who I am. I mean, I'm a Chicano living in Los Angeles. So, I mean, like I said, I might as well be in, Chicano Wakanda, or Mexican American Wakanda. I think I know my place here. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of me being aware of the boundaries that I'm comfortable with. Call me a square, I guess. But that's really what I was just trying to say. No offense to anybody from the South. It's just how I perceive things. It's just, I guess
dude, I'm side by side with you. We stand shoulder to shoulder on this. Yeah,
right.
We all glitched
so,
there.
Yeah, that's just pretty much it. I love Brooke. If she's listening, she knows I love her.
Yes.
Hi, it's me,
sorry.
Brooke.
If Brooke's listening.
Hopefully she's not listening to hear that. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God.
Oh, yeah, she's going to give me a
No, but that was pretty much it. But I mean, agree to disagree. It's just one of those things where I wish our country was a little bit more than what it is now. But it's just how I feel. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, believe me, it's one of these places where I can't understand how. Now for Brooke, who's grown up there in that beautiful countryside, and what the fuck was that? I mean, we usually hear that sound with Brooke because she's vaping. Is that did one of you two gentlemen pick up the habit, or
Meditation.
Oh,
Joe Chen.
yeah. It's
Cool.
Yeah, we're
It's
all
a form of Zen meditation.
there. We are. We're all
It's
trying to put Peter Moon. We're all trying to put Peter Moon's advice into practice. Yes.
yeah, we're trying to put Peter Moon to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to where Brooke lives, she grew up there and she sees
Right.
the best parts of it, because who else would she be dealing with? I mean, she's a lesbian, for God's sake. She's going to be dealing with other people who are progressive and liberally enlightened. She's not going to be dealing with a bunch of, backhoe rubes. So what she sees is the best of the South, and she essentially can't understand why we don't see it. That's so, Brooke, please try to understand.
I love Brooke.
Why
Her
is
biggest
it
rival
when he says that seems to make everything worse?
Did it?
Right.
Oh,
Well,
no.
You know, to her, I mean, to compare her, it's like her biggest rival is probably Lindsey Graham. They're probably competing for the same man. I mean, you know, I don't find him attractive,
Man.
but Lindsey Graham is very much a lesbian. It's just he's a man.
Well, the first name gives it away, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Right. But no, that's pretty much what
that's
it is.
definitely a woman. Lindsay.
So what I'm going to guess is that the last time we were on together, which was just last episode, and I do want people to understand, our friend Brandon Young has a lot of time to watch The 13th Warrior. He's got at least a full
I can't wait.
week, because we're not going to be on Sunday. We have an interview with MUFON. We have an interview with MUFON this Sunday.
Really?
Yeah, Peter Moon and I.
fantastic. Good. Oh, good.
That's cute. That's adorable.
No, that's awesome. I want you guys to get out there. You guys, I mean, really, yeah, good. No, that's great.
And thank you. And so it's like, well, Peter will give more behind that, including what time this is supposed to be. I don't know how we're going to make this happen, but I pray it's not going to be by Zoom. But at any rate, aside from that, what I'm going to imagine is that what happened last time, for those of you who don't know, you can just review last episode. Now, our latest episode before tonight's, we had on two lovely ladies, Michelle Carmela Saldana and Brooke Gibson, and they did not get along. And during that time that all the fur was flying, at some point, Sammy was on, and Brooke was saying something to the kin, just in general. What she was saying was, "Come on down south," something like that, I believe. Which point I pointed out that it's not that easy, that Sammy and I would feel as if we were in physical danger, or putting ourselves in physical danger, to just be traveling casually through areas that we're not very familiar with. I mean, basically, this is like asking Brooke, this is like Sammy, Brooke, if you're listening, try and understand this. Sammy says, "Hey, babe, come on down to East South Central LA." And you go down there, and this happens all the time. White tourist takes a wrong turn into an area where they're just too white. And machine gun bullets fly, and their kid in the back seat in the child safety seat dies because he takes a bullet right through, and that thing can't protect you. I don't understand why they don't make those things Kevlar lined. Really, these fucking, with all that, this all we ever hear about is the kid in the back seat eats it because they're in the safety seat and they're basically projected up there like a target. These things got to be like metal and Kevlar lined, right? I mean, it seems logical to me. Why not? But anyhow, so Brooke could be going there and her babies would be her dogs, and that would be the equivalent of loss to her. And, it's just like you're in nightmare territory just by taking the wrong turn. So if we go down there, it's like the movie, which is, I think, I think the name of the film was something similar to the band 10,000 Maniacs, and they made a sequel where, you know, kids on a college romp go down in the South and they get torn apart by a bunch of Southerners. This is like, you know, to whom the Civil War never ended. There are places in the United States where the Civil War is still being fought. There are places in the Appalachians where they shoot at cars just because there's strange things to them that show up in the mountains. And we all know about the mutant babies out there because we've seen them. They're relatives of Sarah Sheldon, the young lady who was adopted out, quite fortunately, or she would have grown up with them. I don't know if you heard any of that while I was talking to Sarah Sheldon with our man Ian West, and how I was telling her how lucky she was to be adopted out. Her brother, I don't know if you caught the parts where she was saying her brothers were raping her, and you know, and when she still calls them up, and they'll still say things like, "Come on down, babe, because you know, because I miss fucking you," and shit. I mean, it's like, these are the relatives nobody wants. So, okay. This is like, but by the way, I'm not sharing anything that wasn't already shared publicly. I may have, shall we say, warped it a little by inches, but you know, but only by inches. Only by inches. I'm telling you, she was raped by her brother. Go on. Yeah, both of them. One wants to, and one of them did. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, you know, to be an honorable inbreeder, you at least have to marry your sister before you rape her, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, they weren't even doing that. Yeah, and she told her mother about it, and her mother said something to the.
What'd you do?
Yeah.
What did you do to rape? Yeah.
Yeah, something even worse. It was something along the lines of, "If he does that again, you let me know." And of course he did it again, and nothing happened.
Right.
You know, it's like, by the way, and she has this photo up there in fucking Facebook and shit, and I was looking at it. That's when I was commenting about how fucking hairy his legs were, and they're like Trump orange hair all over his legs. I couldn't believe it. I said, like he's a Wookiee or something. I said, Jesus Christ, that guy's crotch must look like a copper scouring pad. All that being said,
so
back to where we.
And anyway. Yeah, that's really scary. But anyways, that's just, I've been really busy too as well. By the way, Doug, I have to expedite your production equipment pretty soon because it's driving me crazy. So we'll talk about that off air. We have to, especially with these interviews you're getting. These are very important. But anyways, nothing. Pretty much I've been busy too. I think what's really screwing me up biologically, like my biorhythm is thrown off because of the time change. Yeah. Just to let everyone know, it's been really torture for me.
Oh, it's beyond. He said it was annoying in this message, and I was thinking, annoying doesn't do it justice. This is a crime against humanity. Go on.
I have since me being a father, obviously I see it obviously with my child as well, and it's. You know, I have to reset everything when it comes to our schedule, when it comes to feeding him, putting him in bed, vice versa, because it just throws everything off. My biorhythm's off, and I have to get readjusted to this one. And when I just get adjusted, they change it back. So, this is proof really that we're under torture for still being in a ceasefire with the Third Reich because. It's just, to me, it's just self-loathing. I don't understand why we can't have diplomacy with renegade, you know, government.
Civilization, yes.
Right. We need to practice diplomacy. This war has been going on for almost 80 years, and it does not make sense. It's like someone left the light switch on and said, "Hey, just turn it off, get over it, and move on." Right? It's like. Someone died by keeping the light switch on with this endless war that we need to just get off. Yeah. Seriously, it's embarrassing by this point. But anyways, but yeah, that's pretty what I've been kind of dealing with. But I'll come on a little bit later on. I have to go back and to the Mines of Moria as to a little note to Brandon Young. And yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back, and hopefully, I wish you guys nothing but the best, and I'll be back. Okay?
We love you,
Right on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hugs. That's our wonderful Sammy Romero. And this brings us back, of course, to questions we can ask our man, Mr. Brandon Young. And so tell us, Brandon, about other things that you feel might come to. Did you ever see the fantasy series Carnival Row?
No, what is that all about?
Oh, okay. I actually, what I can do is, what's your email? You're not afraid to give your email out publicly,
Well,
right?
I'll give it to you. You know it off air.
You can send it to me in the messenger box. I can send you the email.
It's Kelsey Murphy.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Is it really? You're giving Kelsey's
email? No. She's dead because she died last week. I can give that out. I feel like it's okay. She did not die by me. She died via almost a David Carradine way. And she was obsessed with Charles Manson and that whole scene. So it makes sense. And when I found her, she was just sort of hung there. And I really cried. And but we buried her, and I still have the head and the hair, so which is attached to the skull. And that's all that matters. Anyway, what was the question?
Oh, nothing. What we'll do is thank some people who contributed. I want to thank JP, who contributed 100 United States dollars. I don't know if I'll be able to make use of it. His letter, which I have in front of me, I'll read it sometime soon. He sent it to me along with a $100 international monetary order. Now, I want people to understand, I once took a Canadian money order to JP Morgan Chase Bank, and they had trouble cashing that. An international money order, they may not be able to cash at all. Safest thing I could probably do is deposit it, and they'd probably be much more amenable. Mr. David Fitzsimons sent 10 United States dollars, which I thank him for, considering everything he's going through in his struggles. So people are doing their best to help out, and it's profoundly appreciated. It all does help. And as for our man Brandon, let me see if I can type here and compose a email and see if I can get Brandon's email up. I think I sent him something years ago. Oh, there we are. Okay, so I got it. And it's like, something I'm not going to read out loud on air, but it's got his picture on it leaning against the tree. Tell us a bit about the tree you're leaning against, the estate you're in front of. All of this has history behind it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I think what you're referring to is the tree in Providence, Rhode Island, where, if anybody is familiar with history, they would know that Roger Williams was the person who was, I guess, deposed from the Massachusetts Bay Colony for being too religious or something like this, right? Mm-hmm. Being a dissident, essentially. And every dissident back in the colonies went to Rhode Island for whatever reason. And so they set up their own state, which is, I think, still the smallest state in the Union. Mm-hmm. And this guy, Roger Williams. So anyway, that's his, like, estate. And that's me down in this sort of colienda. I forget exactly what it's called, but I think it's a colienda. Columns, where if you stand in the middle of it, it will resonate when you speak. So it's very interesting. But it's right where Roger Williams Zoo is, and where Lovecraft grave is, right across the way. Not that I'm a worshiper of Lovecraft. I don't want people to think I'm a worshiper of Lovecraft. I just look into him as sort of a literary figure, historical figure, Mm-hmm. And I understand the influence he's had.
Yes.
But I am not some sort of, like, people confuse. I get these letters all the time, or emails from people, like, asking me about specific things about Lovecraft from all around the world, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just because of the show or whatever.
It must be.
It must be. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, right? So Thank you, but I'm not the expert. I'm just sort of I he's a passing sort of interest to me, and I have looked quite a bit into it, and I do feel resonance there. But I'm not saying that I am the end all be all of H.P. Lovecraft. I just happen to know the influence that he's had on religious existential sort of philosophy since the 20th century and literature. And I think it's profound. And I think it's like, as you say, like it has informed sort of what we're up against, which is the anti-gods.
Thank you.
I mean, you look at what is it, Satanic Bible, that has a call to Cthulhu in it.
Yes.
A ritual to the call to Cthulhu.
Yes.
And this was before. This is how I know that Douglas is for real.
Thank you.
I remember Douglas saying to me that there was this Lovecraft esoteric Order of the Gone thing that was taking place or had taken place before I even talked to him. This is like in the 80s. And I was like, okay. And then I found out that was true. In fact, is that the call to Cthulhu is actually a ritual. People take this seriously as magic. This is no joke. Like, a lot of people take this seriously as their religious practice. I did not know that. I thought this was a literary thing for quite a while until I met Douglas, is that this is actually a religious practice and means a lot to people. So, yeah.
Yeah,
anyway.
Thank you. No, it's important this cannot be overemphasized enough. So understand that it's the fact that people ask you about Lovecraft is interesting to me, and I think that what you could do is just refer them to listening to the show if they want to learn something about it, and direct their questions towards the show. So do go on. I think that there's when you were speaking about this estate. Now, did your family goes back a long way. You come from old blood. Tell us a bit about that. Did they have anything? Yeah.
I'll say this. Everybody's heard about UAPs recently in the news. With Tom DeLonge and the To the Stars Academy and all these different different people who are thinking that UFOs have just come out. Right? New York Times is covering it. Which is basically, in my opinion, a big propaganda campaign by not just Tom DeLonge, but the people he's involved with, to sort of distract from what the real issue is, right? So they've had this whole thing about UAPs. They're trying to. It's not UFO anymore; it's UAP. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna read. And guess who he's taking? Who is his number one in command? Of his author, Peter Levenda.
Oh, so shit. Yes. Now tell people a bit about this son of a bitch. This is an individual who
this bastard.
Yeah.
Basically, he is at one with. People have heard of John Podesta. I mean, a lot of people made it with the Pizzagate thing and all this stuff, but this guy was right up there with them. He was an admirer of Aquinos, with Dr. J. Ilias, or whatever that guy
J. Ilias. Ilias, yes.
Who's still out there.
Yes.
And he's still, making gay pornography and...
Thank you. Yes.
No, I'm joking. No, I don't know what he's doing, but he did give an interview.
What he's doing, yes. Go on.
Yeah. So, but this guy, I think he's still out there, but I'm not sure. But at the time, he did give an interview, which is taken down, of Peter Levenda with Michael Aquino, and Levenda is like, "Oh, Michael Aquino, I really respect you so much. Please tell us all what you have to say," and they're just like old chums. It's like they have to pretend not to know each other. So it's very
yes, that's pathetic. Yes,
but it's just interesting. So, but Peter Levenda has now been taken on from Tom DeLonge. I believe they tried to get like Joseph Farrell
Oh, that would be
And
perfect. Yeah, talk about
oh,
another.
but they didn't. Like he refused, and like um, Walter Bosley and other people to like hop on this To the Stars Academy thing, which is basically a money grab. You
Thank
know,
you.
it's an entertainment
But
company.
it's like fucking Andrew Tate's what did he call it? That university, Hustler University. It's like
Yeah,
their version of Hustler University under Andrew
exactly.
Tate. Go on.
Good point. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like, everybody they just want to make money off of this. They just want to, So so anyway, Tom DeLonge his whole thing is like, aliens are real, dude. Yeah, dude. Look at the sky, and I know them all. I know Lockheed. I know Martin. I know. You know what I mean? He's such an idiot. He's such a freaking idiot. I live right next to him too, right? So I infiltrated that little place, right, that he had in Del Mar or Solana Beach in San Diego. He lives right there. But anyway, like everybody's paying attention to this guy. And anyway, he hired Peter Levenda to sign books and co-author like 5 books at least with him, and to promote this UAP phenomenon. And so I've read a bit of some of the books. And I'm like, oh, please don't mention me. Please, I know you mentioned me before. Please don't mention me. Please don't mention anything to do with me. And he's like, well, in Augusta, Maine, a little north, there was an Indian guy who was involved in military intelligence, and his name was Puharich. And he was sitting around a table with a DuPont and a this and a that, and the last person he names is Arthur Young, which is, related to this, but like he's like the least. He said he calls him an occultist. Like Arthur Young was not an occultist. He was an engineer for Bell Labs, or Bell Helicopter. He was part of the Bell Hel. He wasn't. I wouldn't say he invented the Bell Helicopter. He was part of that team. Everybody knows that you're part of a team. But yeah, he was interested in like spiritual stuff. And yeah, he did take part in like certain seances and things like this. But like, that doesn't mean that he's responsible for the Kennedy assassination or for
which is what Levenda tries to pin on him.
That's basically it. And then now it's evolved into he's responsible for UFOs or UAPs, excuse me.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So it's all like so that's part of my family that I don't really talk about too much. Yeah. But this is sort of New England seances that were going on in the, after World War I, World War II, where people wanted to get their family back. They really thought that spiritualism would be sort of the answer, and these seances were the answer. And people like Puharich, who I know Peter Moon, I think, knows quite a bit about, to go into maybe more than I could, was sort of like this very interesting person that had these military connections. And then you have all these people who took part in this seance that would go on to find, people like the Urantia book. The DuPonts would translate that into French and kind of spread this message. Yeah, of all these off-world beings communicating this agenda, which was almost like a false Christianity in a way. It's really, who were the 9? Who were those 9 entities from off-world? It's never questioned. It's just saying like, this is what it is, and this is how it's going to be. And this is the tradition that we're in. As Peter Levender is saying, like, this is the tradition I'm defending, which I don't defend. I don't trust these 9, whatever you want to call them, pantheon of energies from off-world. I don't.
They were being channeled. For those of you who don't understand, these were channeled entities through this group of people. Yes, but Peter Levenda is basically trying to tie this in with Brandon Young's family in a defamation campaign to distract from what he and Aquino are doing to fuck over the world. Go on.
Exactly. Well, I mean, if you pay attention to what he's actually doing, you know, I mean, I'm not the person taking photos with what's the guy's name? You know, Podesta.
Yes.
John Podesta.
Yeah.
Where did he go? I mean, everybody knew his name a couple of years ago, where Pizzagate came out, and he was exposed for being this sort of insider creep, right?
Yeah.
But now, and it was interesting because then you saw photos of him, Tom DeLonge, and Peter Lavenda right there with him, you know, and Podesta was the man to get disclosure through to the American public. How can you count on the American government for anything? You know, people are like, they're like, oh, you can't trust anyone. But the American government has come out with this, so trust it. You know?
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you. The
really?
very people that you said lied about it forever. Yes. The insanity of their position. Thank you. Thank you. It's
well, that's it, you know. So that's one of the things I've had to think about a little bit recently, because I've read the book finally. I had it for free, so I had to listen to a few of it, and I was like, please just don't name anything to do with me or anybody I know, you know. And then sure enough, of course, and Zachariah Sitchin's in there, you know, and the whole ancient alien thing, and it's basically an entertainment book. It's not a scholarly researched book. This is
anything by
entertainment.
Lavinda is nothing but entertainment. Morbid entertainment at that.
Yeah, I mean, I've read his penthouse letters under the name Simon, and
thank you.
I don't like the penthouse letters that start at graves in the West Hollywood Cemetery.
Oh, delightful. Oh my God. Well, we love you, Brandon. We're going to bring Peter Moon on in a few minutes, and stay with us for the transition. He'll want to speak to you for a few moments, and we'll transition to Peter at the top of the hour. What else do you think people should be paying attention to? I presume that you yourself were not impacted by the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank.
Actually, you know, as a stakeholder in that company, I suffered a great loss. But luckily, thank you, Cayman Islands, for deposing of your leader of the bank by force or whatever. It was a rebel uptaking, where we got the money back. So I'm good. You know, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm fine. That situation. Silicon Valley, no, I don't like. I mean, does anybody trust banks?
Thank you.
Really? You know, it's like, especially like any bank that's like, oh yeah, we're gonna invest in crypto. Oh, we're gonna any bank that names itself Silicon Valley Bank. No, thank you. You know, Bank of America. No thanks. How about that? No. I'll go with my local credit union. That's one branch. And it's a local little Portuguese sort of credit union, you know? Support your local. Don't go national, crazy, international with these banks. You just get screwed, in my opinion. You know?
And so thank you, sage advice. And
yes.
With that, we're going to reach out to our man Peter Moon. Let's bring him on, and let's see if we can work this. It's been quite the day for the past several days. Just a lot going on, and it is what it is. Keeps us all occupied, certainly myself, to the point where, you know, time is passing by like it's nothing. So, dear Peter, by the way, would we happen to know what time on Sunday we're supposed to be showing up for the video conference?
Well, did you just mention it to everybody?
I did, but I want you to follow up and certainly introduce it to everybody all over again, because you can give them a lot more info than I can.
Okay.
And by the way, say hi to Brandon Young. We're going to transition with him. He just wanted to say hi to you before he takes off for the gentle night.
Okay, Brandon, happy Ides of March, which I'm going to be discussing the Ides of March in a bit. But first, I'm going to announce the MUFON, San Diego MUFON talk we'll be giving. So hello, Brandon.
Hello, Peter. Happy Ides of March. And, you know, the person that assassinated Julius Caesar was actually Brutus, right? And
there
Brutus...
was a multiplicity of people who assassinated him. A
Right.
multiplicity. And, of course, Brutus gets the credit.
Lion share.
But Brutus was from a noble family that liked democracy. They didn't like dictatorship. So that's why, like, the cult of Brutus is still in Rome looked at. And I mean, they go back to Livy and sort of the seven hills of Rome and all that. So the Brutus family assassinating Caesar on the Ides of March is actually apropos, and I think like almost like justice in a way, like for democracy. If you don't like dictatorship,
it was not justice.
Okay,
not justice. And but if you want to stay on for a bit, and we'll discuss that.
All right.
But first, let me announce what's going on in a good way for Douglas and I. We have some really good news to report that if I can find this gentleman's website. Okay, I don't know what the exact website is. I don't think it matters. But this next Sunday, which would be what, the 19th of March, at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, at 6 p.m., I believe it's 6 p.m.
Pacific Daylight, yes.
They asked me to do to fill in for somebody who bombed out to be the speaker and to talk about Montauk. I said, well, I'd like to speak about my latest book, The Roswell Deception, and have Douglas Dietrich, my co-author, on with it too. And surprise, surprise, he was open. He read the book.
Did he really?
He read the book. He says it's a good read. So, you know, you can't have a better reception than this. So I also warned him that because Zoom, it's going to be a Zoom meeting, and Douglas has had trouble with China because China owns Zoom, and they will do everything they can to stop him from disseminating. So this is a great opportunity to put this book into the ears of people who might not be familiar, and it could help change the paradigm of what we've been struggling against with and this guy liked it. It's great. I've had some good experiences with MUFON people. Not a whole lot.
How long will we have?
It's like they're in their own thing, and I'm not really a UFO author. I mean, it blends in a little bit, but and Preston, when Preston in the early days, if he went to a MUFON meeting, he'd upstage everybody.
Right.
He'd upstage them, and they didn't like that.
Well, that would be his thing. His thing was to upstage pretty much anybody.
It wasn't like he was up doing it on purpose. His knowledge base was such. Yeah. It's like you walking into a room full of historians.
Understood. Got it.
It's like it's not anything he was, manipulating. It just he was like the real deal, right, in comparison. So
how much time will we have? Do you know?
I think it's about 3 hours. And so this is what I suggest is that you start your transmission Sunday night after we finish.
Oh, if you started at all, I may not do it that night. I might just do this week.
If you don't, but there's always the possibility that you can't get on because of the Zoom sabotage.
Understood.
So if that's the case, You should have your transmission.
Well,
You know?
I understand. If that's the case, though, I'll probably go back to drinking and partying and drowning myself in blood and alcohol. So it's
Well, that's at your discretion. That's just my suggestion. You do whatever you want. I mean, you know, that was just my
it is St.
suggestion.
Patrick's Day weekend after all. but yeah, but nevertheless, I appreciate what you say. Hopefully the Zoom works. Did they offer to do it in Skype instead, or they're stuck with Zoom? They're just married.
I think that's a bit much of them to ask. If they're used to, I don't even know if they would or should. But
Well,
no, they didn't.
anybody could. All they need to do is download it. But I get what you're saying. It's more likely that they will not because people stick with what they know. Yes, of course. So.
Well, yeah, it upsets their equilibrium.
Yes.
But okay, this is the MUFON chapter. It says, because of COVID, we are now holding internet Zoom sessions on the third Sunday of every month at 6 p.m. Pacific. Okay. And I was referred to him by Dr. Michael Sala. And it says he and I are co-editors of William Tompkins' books. I'm not familiar with William Tompkins, so I don't know who he is. But so anyway, this is an interesting opportunity that I thought we should take advantage of, and
yes, and
we will.
Yes.
So this I want everybody to know. I will send out a more formal announcement to the subscribers to the Time Travel Research Center, as I do with all of my broadcasts. And I get a lot of comments from people who are listening, and it's all appreciated. We're going to go into some of the banking stuff a little bit later on.
Of course.
But first, I wanted to address, because Douglas loves to do historical dates and stuff. I do not. I'm not into that. I as far as I'm concerned, let the past be the past, and maybe if it's like December 7th because Pearl Harbor, or April 29th, Emperor Hirohito's birthday, or even August 15th, the days of the kamikaze. I could get into that, but I don't like to reprise history too much, unless it's something I'm personally interested in. But the Ides of March is something that's always captured my attention. And so people understand the Ides of March. The Ides of March is basically just the middle of March. And pretty much each month has its own Ides. They're not necessarily on the 15th. Some are on the 13th or whatever. You can look up, the Ides of August, I think, is on the 13th or the 16th. I don't remember. Whatever. But it basically is the middle of the month. And I looked up some of the historical references to the death of Julius Caesar, because Shakespeare, most references to Julius Caesar, the assassination thereof, are reference to Shakespeare. And Shakespeare is writing a fictional play based on historical events. I looked up, did some really deep research on it, which means that I read the Wikipedia entries. I'm being sarcastic here. And I read some of the, salient points of the assassination of Julius Caesar. And to see, what was this? Is this all Shakespeare we've heard of? And it's very clear that he actually was killed on the Ides of March during a meeting of the Senate at the Curia of Pompeii, which is the theater of Pompey. They say Pompey. I call him Pompeii, but it's Pompey, in the theater of Pompeii in Rome. And the reason he was killed in the theater is because he was renovating the Forum. So I always thought he was killed in the Forum. He wasn't. He was killed at the theater of Pompey, which is, there was a sort of an anteroom to it where the Senate would meet. And they were planning this, and they planned to do it in the Senate because he wouldn't have any bodyguards there. He'd only be associated with his friends. And what's very interesting, and of course, I guess I'm going to address what Brandon said. Now, just as Brandon, has some relatives that have been called into question with Council of Nine, that whole story, which we won't go into. The Caesar family, the Julian family, is, according to my grandmother, part of my ancestry. Of course, Caesar did not have any descendants. He had Octavian, his nephew, which he willed everything to. Now, so it might seem that Brutus and Cassius, who basically were the main conspirators, the head of the conspiracy that killed him, it backfired. Everything backfired on him because they want to save the Roman Republic. So this wasn't a justice thing. What had happened was Caesar willed all of his money and his title and name to Octavian, who outsmarted Antony and became divine emperor. So that killing of Caesar brought forth the Roman emperors. So in other words, it wasn't justice delivered. It backfired on Brutus. That's what I'm saying. So whether Caesar deserved death or not was, the Caesarian line, got even, because now we had divine emperors, which created all sorts of problems, which, I had to, in my European Asian civilization class in the 10th grade, where I learned all about Japan and some about Japan and China and India, we also studied Europe for the first semester. And there I had to do a report on the decline, the morals of the Romans, the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Of course, that's like 10 volumes or whatever by Gibbon, nauseatingly long.
Yes.
Couldn't possibly read it. And then once you read it, you know all about the Roman Empire. And of course, the basic idea of that was that the decline of the Roman Empire began at the very beginning of the Roman Empire. And you might say it began with the assassination of Caesar, because it led to, they didn't want Caesar to be king. In fact, according to the history I read here, is that Mark Antony offered him the crown 3 times, and the crowd didn't like it. The crowd was silent until Caesar then said, nobody should be king. He said, Jupiter is the king of Rome. And everybody claps like crazy. In other words, he was feeling them out. He wanted them to publicly accept that he'd be king. But no, they didn't want that. So he knew better. Now, what was very interesting is that his assassination was, of course, the soothsayer who predicted it. He predicted the assassination, or he says, beware the Ides of March, if you've seen the movie with Louis Calhern as Caesar and Marlon Brando as Mark Antony. And you see the soothsayer, and this is beware the Ides of March. Well, this is based on a real character. And he was warned, and and Caesar made a smart-ass comment to him on the way to the Senate, saying, it's the Ides of March, nothing's happened. So the day's not over, or something like that. And so that was a real character. And I'm going to digress for a second, is that this guy, this soothsayer, was somebody who would look at the liver and predict. Now, of course, if you read your history book in school, people believed in this superstition and all this. It's so stupid. It's not. This is reading nature. Now, of course, you open a liver, it's the microcosm and the macrocosm. You read the liver, you see what's going on. It's like reading the stars, and it's just like watching the birds, which they call augury. What are the birds telling you? You can tell things. So the problem is not with the general idea. The problem is the expertise of the soothsayer. And in this case, the guy was right. His name was Spirina. Sounds like spirulina. But I would call him Spirulina if I was doing a satire. Might even be a good name for a soothsayer, a New Age Spirulina. But the whole plan of the assassination was, it says that Mark Antony walked. Well, first off, we go back to it's his wife, his Roman wife, because he also had Cleopatra.
Of course.
He had a child with Cleopatra.
Ptolemy Caesar, yes.
Yeah, but his Roman wife, Calpurnia, who was active in politics, and he couldn't have any children with her. That was one of the problems with her, as far as he was concerned. Never looked at himself, but I guess it was he wasn't the problem, because he did have a child with Cleopatra. Anyway, she had dreams that he was going to be dead. Yes. The different variations of what actually she dreamed of, but she definitely dreamed. She begged him not to go to the Senate, and he didn't really want to listen to that, but he says, okay. He says he knew that the soothsayer and Calpurnia were both involved in politics, and he decided to be cautious. And he sent Mark Antony to the Senate and told them to, I'm not going to meet with you guys today. And so Antony went, but instead one of the assassins, Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, had a lot of names. He was a cousin of the more famous Brutus, who I think was Junius Brutus. I don't remember. But anyway, this guy went to Caesar's home to try to talk him to come back to the Senate. He says, will someone of your stature pay attention to a woman's dreams and the omens of foolish men? That changed Caesar's mind. And then he's walking along and he sees Spirina. And he says, well, the Ides of March have come. And Spirina says, aye, the Ides of March have come, but they are not yet gone. So Mark Antony went to the Senate with Caesar, but was intercepted and detained outside. And he remained there until the assassination, at which point he fled. And so he was stabbed 23 times. And it said the autopsy, it's the first, I guess, known or autopsy in the earliest known postmortem report in history, describes that his death was mostly attributable to blood loss from his stab wounds, one in particular into the ribs, was blood loss. Caesar, this is actual historical data that Caesar died, but I guess if there's good news, if you're a fan of the Roman Republic, he was killed. The bad news was this would set up the Roman Empire with Augustus, Octavian, who became Augustus, and he was a real shrewd politician and very calculating. From a political science standpoint. Now, if you go and study political science in school, they'll teach you all about Machiavelli, of which L. Ron Hubbard was expert at. In fact, he said privately in notes that he believed that he wrote The Prince by Machiavelli and that Machiavelli ripped it off from him. And he also believed he was Lorenzo de' Medici, who sponsored the work of Machiavelli. And of course, Lorenzo de' Medici was a very colorful character who sponsored a lot of art, very powerful. His family, they had at least a couple of popes, I think. Those were very crazy, politically charged days in the times of Lorenzo de' Medici. Now, Machiavelli is all about expediency, and that includes murdering people. You're not murdering people for it to be good or because it's moral. You're doing it to be expedient. There's no holding all is fair in love and war. I think it's all is fair in politics, because I've never really looked at love from the position of politics, but I guess love is very political. Yes. Love and politics get very much involved. And of course, you see this in the Trojan War, the story of the Trojan War. But politics, is just, people get killed all the time. It's what it's all about. So what they did with the senators, Brutus, who seemed to, like, if you see the version that James Mason plays in the movie, the 1952 or 3 movie, whenever it was, that, he's got a conscience. He's got a conscience, and he's doing it for Rome and Roman Republic. Cassius is much more conniving, and he was very loyal to Pompey, who Caesar had defeated and killed, as was Brutus, but Brutus and Caesar were friends. So it was like, they were high and mighty. But Brutus, they want to kill Mark Antony, because he's such an ally of Caesar. And this was a big mistake that they didn't kill Mark Antony in terms of political science, because he was not only, he ended up making a peace with them, because they decided not to kill him. And this was a big mistake, because had they killed him, there would have been nobody to fill that void but Octavian. And it would have made Octavian's position much weaker, because he allied with Antony, and they formed what was called the Second Triumvirate, and with Lepidus, who was kind of a general, who was a good general, but he was politically
naive,
imbecile. Yeah, naive more than an imbecile. And so Octavian was just, man, he was shrewd, he was good. But had they killed Mark Antony, they might have survived. And they could have dealt with Octavian, who was very rich. And he allied and helped fund Antony's army, which went in and defeated Brutus and Cassius at Philippi. And from what I understand, and I'm not an expert on history of this, in the Julius Caesar play, Cassius and Brutus both commit suicide because they know they've lost. I believe historically that they both committed suicide based upon false information, not necessarily that it was given to them. And I think the same thing sort of happened with Antony or Cleopatra. Sometimes they might have pulled the plug too quick on themselves, because they hear information and maybe you should wait till the last minute. Take a cyanide pill or something.
I agree with you. I agree with you. This is it's something. It's not necessarily that I agree with you on the details of this case in particular, but as a general rule, what you're saying is common sense. Yes.
Just a little more history than what I remember from Shakespeare, and it's, as I say, it's Wikipedia, which is probably reasonably accurate based upon the sources that derive from Rome. As for the details, who the hell knows what really happened?
I mean, there's so many tragedies in history. For those of you who don't know, of course, Ptolemy Caesar, he was known as Caesarion. We're talking about a young man who had the promise of the world behind him. We're talking about somebody who was the son of Cleopatra, the son of Julius Caesar. His destiny was to be a god. He was... they say he was killed by his brother within days of his rule. His leadership over Egypt lasted somewhere between 48 to 72 hours, something like that, before his adoptive brother had him killed. But no one really knows what happened to him. He simply disappeared.
Well, I thought, from what I remember historically, and I'm looking up now, he was... Well, he was killed in September 44 BC. That would have been about almost 6 months after Caesar died. And this was in what was it? He was born on August 12th. He was 14 years old. But I always heard that Augustus had him killed because that was a very, he was a politically problematic character. He was the eldest son of Cleopatra and the only known biological son of Julius Caesar, after whom he was named. It says death. After the death of Antony and Cleopatra, she seems to have groomed him to take over as sole ruler without his mother. She may have intended to go into exile, perhaps with Antony, who may have hoped that he would be allowed to retire as Lepidus had. Caesarion reappears in the historical record in 30 BC when Octavian invaded Egypt and searched for him. Cleopatra may have sent Caesarion, 17 years old at the time. I believe he was 14, but what the hell?
Right.
But anyway, to the Red Sea port of Berenice for safety, possibly as part of a plan to escape to India. Plutarch does say that Caesarion was sent to India, but also that he was lured back by false promises of the kingdom of Egypt. This is from Plutarch. Caesarion, who was said to be Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar, was sent by his mother with much treasure into India by way of Ethiopia. There, Rhodon, another tutor like Theodorus, persuaded him to go back on the ground that Octavian invited him to take the kingdom. Octavian captured the city of Alexandria on 1 August 30 BC, the date that marks the official annexation of Egypt to the Roman Republic. Around this time, Mark Antony and Cleopatra died, traditionally said to be by suicide, though murder has been suggested. Octavian is supposed to have had Pharaoh Caesarion executed in Alexandria following the advice of Arius Didymus, who said, "Too many Caesars is not good," a pun on a line in Homer. It is popularly thought that he was strangled, but the exact circumstances of his death have not been documented. Octavian then assumed absolute control of Egypt. The year 30 BC was considered the first year of the new ruler's reign, according to the traditional chronological system of Egypt. So he must have been killed on August 12th, not born. Yeah, anyway, I guess the history doesn't really know, at least popular history.
That's right. And if there's any use that a time machine could have been put to, it would have been rescuing that young man. God knows he deserved better than what he got. And he was supposed to be the culmination of the fates of Europe, Asia, and Africa. To have allowed him to just be killed by a bunch of, by a mean fag operation that took over the Roman state would be a crime to humanity. It's disgusting what those people did.
To suggest that about the Roman Senate of having gay proclivities. But the August 12th date is very interesting because that is the birthday of Isis. And it's tied to the August 12th, biorhythm. That's why it's called the birthday of Isis, which Cleopatra definitely identified with. But if he was killed on August 12th, it was probably a ritual killing on that date of the August biorhythm. And it would make sense to ritually kill him if you were going to take over. And I remember, I root for the same side because I remember my grandmother taking me a walk in 1962 when I was 9. She just returned from Europe and she was telling me about, how Cleopatra was just this incredible woman who studied all the languages. She knew all the languages of the time, and that's what made her so politically powerful. And she was able to talk to Caesar directly because she understood, I guess Latin. So she was very much a linguist. And, she also told me that I was related to this. So when I heard the history of what happened with Antony and Cleopatra and Julius Caesar in the 5th grade by my art teacher. The art teacher just went into this long history of the Caesars and Cleopatra. And, I really felt really bad that this guy didn't get his inheritance.
Thank you.
And there's another interesting factor about the line of Mark Antony. Mark Antony was the priest of the Lupercal. Lupercal is this festival that it's a fertility festival they would do on February, which now we know is Valentine's Day, the Ides of February 14th, the Lupercalia, when the woman, would come out, they're probably naked, young girls, I should say, puberty age, of childbearing age, and the priest, like Mark Antony, would come out and he'd hit him with a goat strap, kind of a little whip made of goat skin, and kind of, you know, bump, 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 and then they would just pair up. It was kind of like roulette, you know, like they play this game, spin the bottle. Well, this was more than spin the bottle, you know. This was like match up, you know, and you know, it was to promote fertility against young people. And this was a natural way of fertility. It would sound very nasty and out of sorts by our Judeo-Christian culture, but by that was the way you made babies. And you know, it doesn't give people the opportunity to be wallflowers, you know, because they don't connect up. You go out and you mate up with somebody, or encourages the mating. I don't know exactly how the rules worked, but that's what Mark Antony was, a priest of the Lupercal. There's even a little reference to it in the Shakespeare. But he was of a lineage that was tied to the kings of Berber kings, not Berber. Well, there's the Berber people. But you see, when I was a kid, we read this French story. It was, of course, translated into English, of Babar the elephant. Babar the elephant. It was a very popular kids' book. It probably still is. They were, you know, the elephants, the symbol of the Republican Party, and they're the bad guys in those stories were the rhinos, which is the bad people to the, you know, Republicans in name only. Of course, it wasn't alluding to politics. It just referred to elephants versus rhinos. They needed a bad guy. But the story of King Babar, the elephant, is based upon a real King Babar, who was the king of the Berber kingdom. And I didn't realize the connection between him and the bloodline of Mark Antony until my dream buddy, my Romanian dream buddy, who lives in Dubai, she had put me in touch with one of her best friends, who's Moroccan. Very, very beautiful woman. And I interviewed her once because she was from Morocco. I think she lived in Dubai. I think last I knew she married somebody in Houston. And I had contacted her once. I should check up on her. Mm-hmm. But she was very interestingly looking, very beautiful, in my opinion. And she was pure Berber, Moroccan. She says, you know, you look like you're Berber too. And of course, I believe that I am of Berber stock.
Yes.
She's not the only one to tell me that. And I want to go to Morocco and check out the Berbers. I did see them when I was there in 1972, but I want to get a closer look at them. I didn't know who the hell these people were who weren't Arabs, you know, sitting along the side of the road with their donkeys. You know, they look like they were from biblical times. But in any case, she referred to Roy Berber, which means royal Berber. And this went into, I think it was, I just don't remember. It's not on the tip of my mind. I think it was a son of Mark Antony, or the Antonia bloodline. The name Antony comes from Antonia, which is the queen of the Tuareg people, where the Greeks got Athena. So he was a very heavily connected character. And maybe, you know, it's easy to think, well, I'm going to pick up where Caesar left off and now take Cleopatra because I'm Caesar's, you know, protege, is his best friend. And now I'm going to go take his, you know, his Egyptian wife and consolidate power. I think there was more to it than that. I think there was much more to his genetic line. I know there was much more to his genetic line. He wasn't just some, you know, muscle man who was Caesar's protector and good buddy. He was much more than that. So that's my soliloquy on the Ides of March. And this is celebration. I would also tell you that March was the first day of the year to the Romans. And September was the 7th. As we get September, October, Oct is 8, Nov is 9, December is 10, January was the changing of the sun, Janus, and February was named after the Februa. You know, the Februa, that was the end of the year. Aquarius to the astrologers, and then Pisces was actually, I guess, Februa to the Ides of March would be the last month, and then this was the beginning of spring, Aries. This is really the first day of the year in March because that's when the sun comes out. You know, if George Harrison, you know, went back in a time machine, and he did write sponsor a movie called The Time Bandits. And he could go back and play Here Comes the Sun on the Ides of March, and somebody could go back and save Caesarion.
Yes, and that would be ideal. So I do want to certainly ask Brandon what he thinks of what you said, and then I'd like to add some context to it as well. So Brandon, if you're still with us, by all means, tell us what you think of this. I understand that you grew up indoctrinated in a democracy, so you would think that what was done to Caesar was a blow for democracy, but what it really brought about was the end of the Roman Republic and the birth of the empire. It was not done wisely. It was done for very selfish reasons, and certainly his assassins were damned by future Italians as deserving to spend eternity in a hell that is the worst of all hells, down there in Cocytus with Lucifer himself being gnawed upon. I mean, in Dante's Inferno, the devil has three heads, and one of them is chewing on Judas eternally. The other two heads are chewing on Brutus and his co-conspirator. So as far as the Italians were concerned, Caesar is 2 grades above Jesus in terms of punishment of his enemies. So yes, by all means, any impression that you have before I chip into the topic, so to speak.
Well, just to be very brief, I think that Peter Moon, amazing. Like, it was just great to listen to him. I would just say that in response is that Brutus himself, you're right in that Shakespeare is where we get the whole Ides of March popular conception is from. But I do believe that Brutus actually came from Romulus and Remus. And as we both know, that they were wolves from a wolf mother.
Raised by a wolf. They were raised by a wolf.
Raised by wolves. And
I can take this further, Brandon.
Okay.
I've done a lot on Romulus and Remus.
Please, good.
And I think an encounter in the Pleiades and also in the Montauk Book of the Living. Romulus and Remus is completely consistent with the Montauk mythos of the virgin birth that I wrote about in Montauk Revisited and extrapolated further in the Montauk Book of the Living. They were twins. And the father, the Romulus and Remus had a father and a mother. Of course, they had a father and a mother. But the father was the god Mars, which is the first month. Rome is all based upon the archetype of Mars. It's a warrior culture. The first month of the year is named after Mars. It rules Aries in astrology. Mars was the father. The mother was Rhea Silvia. Rhea Silvia was of the earth, but she was a virgin. And they were a virgin birth, and they were twins. And they were suckled by a wolf. The wolf is ruled by Mars. And they, of course, Romulus and Remus were twins, and Romulus killed Remus in an argument. And the argument was over the boundaries of what are now called the Palatine Hills, like the 7 hills of Rome, which are based upon the 7 Pleiades. the 7 stars of the Pleiades. There are actually 6 with a 7th that will appear, or did, that's a more vague one. But the 7 hills of Rome. And as I was in Bulgaria, I was on the 7 hills of Plovdiv. They explained to me that this is a city, Plovdiv, where I was staying with Milko, it's built on 7 hills. And it's a little similar to Rome in some way. It's also a city of cats. There's cats all over Plovdiv, as there are all over the place where Caesar was stabbed. It's ridden with cats to this very day. But so Mars. So anyway, there was an argument between Romulus and Remus because Romulus built this fence to the boundaries of Rome, which were much shorter initially. And Remus showed contempt for it by jumping over it, saying, huh, who cares? Like, you look at your stupid wall. And he killed Remus. Ooh. Now, Remus, if you go into it, he represents the matriarchy. Romulus is the patriarchy. And that mythos, and of course, where does the name Remus goes? Remus is continued, and it was one of the habits of the slave owners in the South in particular to give Roman god names to the black people. You'll sometimes meet, even in modern days, like Venus Williams, this tennis player.
Right.
They would do it, but they would do it in a mocking way. I think the names are very beautiful. Venus is a very beautiful name. Yes. Mercury was Mercury Morris, the famous football player from the Miami Dolphins. You'll sometimes see this name. I actually met a Moorish man, incredible man named Romulus. His name was Romulus. But they would give these names pejoratively. But where do we see the name Remus? Uncle Remus. Has anybody ever heard of Uncle Remus?
Yes, the old tales. All I remember is the horrible jokes I used to see about them in Playboy magazine. Dirty old uncle by his nieces. Would you like me to read you a story? And they say Uncle Remus, and we can all imagine what happens after that. Go on.
Well, yeah, and then you even have, Uncle Remus as, kind of portrayed as Uncle Ben and Uncle Ben's Rice. This sort of, diminutive characterization of melanated people or black people. So that's what happened with the name Remus. It became an object of, and it all represents the patriarchal Roman over the. Now, would also tell you, the pontiff. Have you ever heard the Pope referred to as the pontiff? The pontiff. Yes. You know what they're saying. The Pontiff Maximus was. You heard about the Vestal Virgins. The Pontiff Maximus, the pontiff is basically the maximum, basically means maximum penis maximus. So he had all of these virgins around him. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but just like you had the Carmelite nuns were the brides of Christ, they had ecstatic tantric-like interactions with non-corporeal entities that they identified with Christ.
Yes.
So they were being sexualized by an egregore they identified with Christ. I can't judge as to what they were doing, but this was an open forum, to use a pun, if correctly pun, of open forum for. I don't know what the Pontiff Maximus did with these virgins, but if the virgins violated their virginity, they got in big trouble. They could be killed or kicked out. But I assume there was a very strong relationship between the Pontiff Maximus and the Vestal Virgins.
Right. Well, what happened to the Vestal Virgins if they lost their virginity would be that they would be transferred to the Order of the Red Nuns, or the Nuns of the Red cloth, which of course all nuns wear black except for those that are used by diplomats for prostitution. What people don't understand is long before Vatican City was recognized as a diplomatic nation state by Benito Mussolini, there were the Papal States, and therefore the church understood that it had to deal with the rest of the world on a diplomatic and political basis like any other nation state. They held all the power, they could consecrate the armies. Therefore, in order to entertain foreign diplomats, there was the Order of the Red Nuns, which were those who had failed as Vestal virgins or were caught in lesbian sex with each other, and then they were essentially prostitutes for the diplomats to use. That wasn't shared with the public. Just a little historical information there for you that should clarify some of that.
Well, it does, and so there's a lot of potential for the Pontiff Maximus to exercise his whatever. I mean, this is
right.
This,
his divine right.
well, yeah. But it is, patently absurd for the Pope of the Christian Church to be referred to as the Pontiff. It's just ridiculous. Although what he's
in
really
light of what we've just expressed, I guess it's pretty fitting.
it's keeping the legacy of Rome, co-opting the energy of ancient Rome.
That's right. Yeah, virility.
Yeah, and we don't think of the Pope as a virile man. We think of the Pope as, somebody who, crosses people and is dealing with a very dubious set of underlings, and he might be dubious himself. So what a degeneration of life we see in when it comes to the Vatican.
Well, they can be viewed that way, but yeah, by all means, go on.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I had to say about that. But thank you for mentioning that, Brandon. It triggered my diatribe on Rome and Mars and Romulus and Remus. Yeah.
And anything else that you can trigger, Brandon? By all means, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the feedback, and I've learned a lot just from listening. And I would just contribute, I think, some more questions that would just sort of sidetrack us. So I'll just leave you guys at it and continue on.
Oh, well, thank you. Bless you, Brandon. I'll leave it to Peter to decide if he lets you go. Is there
we
anything
can move on. We got some important stuff to cover tonight.
Sure.
And we should.
But by the way, I want everyone to take a look in the chat room. People are very excited. Tommy Carson says, greetings from Southern California. Just finished the Roswell deception. Good stuff. And Bruce Dallas III says, I would drop a super chat, but there's no $sign for donation. PayPal. And yes, you're right, Bruce Dallas III. PayPal is all we've got. It's there on the screen. Support at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. So that should be easy enough. We've had bad experiences with the dollar drop in the past. Basically, Selena Khan ran off with everything and then basically bitched about how I was seducing ladies for their money. I mean, you just can't win. Clarice Claudette says, this is about something that Sammy Romero and I were discussing earlier. Love you, Clarice. And definitely understand what you're saying, and I'll read that out loud when Sammy comes back. Tommy Carson says, John Podesta is gross. He says, Peter, I've been obsessively reading your books for like 2 months now. Just finished Roswell the DEC with Douglas. Appreciate all your work, sir. Would love to have heard Peter Moon have a chat with Jordan Maxwell before he passed.
I did have a chat with Jordan Maxwell one day.
Please describe it.
I don't remember it too well, but I will try to reconstruct it. But first, I want to say to Tommy, if you can't find the dollar, how to donate to Douglas, write to me at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will send you the link if you can't find it per Douglas's instructions. I will do that. I might give you a faster response than Douglas.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just being pragmatic here. Jordan Maxwell called me many, many years ago. I mean, God, Jordan's been dead for quite a while now.
Not that long, has it?
Well, a few years. But anyway, he contacted me and wanted to interview me about the Black Sun, the book The Black Sun. And he had me on the radio. He was, I suppose you could call him eloquent, but he had the, I guess what you'd say, the elocution and rhetoric of a preacher, minister. And he talked in a very grandiose fashion. Affected. I'm not criticizing. It's not a criticism. It's just the way he was. It was a little less than matter of fact, and it was pompous too. And I'm saying he was building me up. He was, and I think I don't think he didn't tell me this. Well, I don't remember if he told me that. He could have told me this. I don't remember. That would have been private, not in the air. He had great. When he felt one of the biggest, I guess, disappointments or disillusionments and regrets was that he had been responsible for bringing David Icke and really giving him a big audience.
Thank
he felt
God.
Really.
Thank God he felt bad about that. It shows he had a conscience. Go on.
He did have a conscience, and I think he was a good man. I think he was a very good man. But there was the pompousness that comes with a minister. Yeah. It's like he's pumped up. He's pumped up, but he wasn't talking about Jesus. And he went very deep. One thing we had in common, he didn't share this so much with me. I saw it in some of his other YouTubes. He'd go deep into etymology, and he'd explain how the word hours, H-O-U-R-S, was based upon Horus, the god of the day, and the hours were going by as you divide up the days by the sun. He'd go into all of this and he'd go into the etymology of where we have our words and how they're connected to ancient Egypt or wherever. Very, very accurate, in my opinion, very interesting. He also felt very used and abused by Hollywood, and people would take him, get together with him and pick his mind and, oh, we got to do your work. We want to take this to the screen. And they basically rip him off and use his ideas and then go write a screenplay, and he get no credit. And he felt very used and abused by people like that in Hollywood. And of course, the ideas he gave were not necessarily proprietary. If I tell you about Horus and hours, I mean, anybody can write about that. And I'm not saying they did that, but whatever he talked about, if you go in history, people, will do things, and they'll even steal your work. But this was more stealing ideas. And he was very upset with that. But I would say the great misfortune of Jordan Maxwell, he said a lot of interesting things. What can I say? I wasn't particularly a fan of his, but I listened to him, and I wasn't a fan. It's not a criticism. I'm just doing what I'm doing. So I didn't listen to a lot of his stuff. Oh, he also felt very used by Richard Hoagland.
Good God. I mean, who wouldn't feel used by Richard Hoagland? Go on.
No, because he talked about, I think it was in Oakland. But anyway, he had a meeting, and Hoagland was there, and it was all like, and he says, Richard, and they all agreed not to talk about. I think Hoagland might have even brought it up, but they all agreed not to talk about what they were saying. Like, this is information I'm sharing with you. Don't share it with anybody else. It's private. And then, 1 week later, Hoagland was broadcasting exactly what he said all over the airwaves, acting like it was his own information.
Of course.
I got from a confidential source, that's who Hoagland was, and he was very disillusioned and disappointed. And I think he was definitely too trusting.
Yeah.
And naive. You could say he wasn't a stupid man, but in pragmatic manners, in business matters, he was stupid. And I think it was Lorien N. Fenton who explained this to me. He didn't say this, but he had somebody came to him and said, Jordan, I'm going to take care of all your stuff. I'll market your stuff, and you can just sit there and do your work, and you're not going to have to worry about money. I'll pay you out of this and da da da. And the guy basically says, oh, so Jordan turned over all his stuff to him. And this guy, like, just took it to town, didn't pay Jordan nothing. I think he even copyrighted the stuff.
Yeah, what happened was that, and by the way, it was Lorien Ann Fenton was the source of this, because Jordan, she really was, because Jordan Maxwell was, his life was this tragedy of trust and abuse. And basically, there is this suspicion that he may have been gay because it was always young men. And in both cases, and this happened to him twice, it was young men. One was Croatian, the other was some other Eastern European. It's just Eurotrash. These Eurotrash would come over and just basically do a chick takeover and say, I'll handle the computers, and therefore you can continue to think deep thoughts. And then they would copyright everything under their own name and run off with it. Now, it happened to him twice.
Well, that actually makes sense. Yeah. When you think about it, because why would you be so trusting to somebody? And that would explain a sexual liaison. But it's like, it reminds me of that movie. I was just a line from the movie of Raiders of the Lost Ark. I was just making fun of in the last transmission or two, when at the end of the movie, when, Indiana Jones says, who's looking into this? And the guy says, top men. What? Who? What men? Top men. Well, here I would transpose that with what sort of people took this over? Young men. Young men. Pardon my sense of humor.
Oh, shit. That's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful.
Yeah. But this is the bottom line with Jordan, and I watched him this was quite a few years ago, and it was probably after I'd met with you and Lori in that time, probably a couple of years after that, which would have been about 2014, 15, 16, whatever. And I said, I was listening to him, and he was basically coming out for his first YouTube in a long time. He was practically in tears, if he wasn't in tears, saying, what has happened is just as what I predicted, just as what I predicted. And his life was falling apart. And he was seeing all these bad things happening in the world, which they're always happening. And you could go on any month of the year and cite all the bad things that are happening. I mean, this goes from the beginning of history. There's always something bad going on. And of course, he was saying, oh, this, and basically what you see, it's like, like the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wizard of Oz. I'm melting. I'm
sorry.
Kind of that awful syndrome.
I should not be laughing at this. I'm sorry, but it's so hideously funny.
It's okay to laugh because I'm kind of portraying a, sort of a caricature, a comic book picture. It's like I'm not laughing, but I'm trying to, and it's fine to laugh because it's.
I'm sorry, but he kind of lent himself to that because
of course he did, and this is what I'm getting at. But it's like, your world's falling down, it's crashing, and of course, it's like, and this is from Qigong, and I was like well into my Qigong, and it's like where your mind goes, your energy goes.
Yes.
All of when he's saying, I predicted this, it's kind of like, I predicted that, my wife's going to steal all my money and I'll be broke. I predicted this. I knew this was going to happen. And then you're sitting there crying. Well, you should have done something about it. And or in this case, the young men took his money and of course, this is the great danger of letting anybody get close to you. And it reminds me of a time when I was joining the Sea Org. I was actually had already joined the Sea Org, and I had driven down to San Francisco with Mike Douglas, the deputy captain of the Apollo, and he was taking me to the ship. And there's all this processing paperwork that had to be done. And basically, they didn't really... At a certain point, they didn't want me interfacing with anybody in the local organization who might try and steal me for a job or take me. So, I was kind of pristine and left alone to a certain extent. And I remember sitting in the lobby, just watching. I wasn't working, just sitting there. And I remember he says, "Oh, go downtown and buy a jacket or something. You're going to need a jacket. Go get out of here." Well, and I did. And it wasn't loafing time in the Sea Organization wasn't always so common. I did have my share of it for sure. But I remember one of his underlings at the time when the recruiters, he'd come out and he'd tell me to do things, and he'd look at me like I would look at him so suspiciously that he had to kind of I'm just I'm just he was defending himself almost for what he was asking me to do, and what he was asking me to do was totally fine. It was like I had such a look of suspicion in my eyes that it was like, I'm a very suspicious character. So, suspicion is good. Sometimes you have to know when to trust people. And I can be much more trusting than a lot of conspiracy theorists. People are all the time afraid of this, afraid of that, like what's going to happen to the banking system. We'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Yes.
You're not going to have any money. You're going to be broke. You're going to be, eating the leaves out in the forest. You're not going to have any money. So you have to trust. I mean, sometimes the worst thing is when people that believe in conspiracy are completely non-trusting. Like, okay, here's a good example. There was this guy, his name was Dan Flynn, and he would hang out at Psychotronics sometimes, but this guy was a conspiracy theorist. He was a conspiracy liver. He had I think he had been, he was very sharp in a lot of ways. He knew the law. He knew the law too well. He had I think he had a status where he was considered a ward of the state. And this precluded him from being involved in certain court activities and stuff. So if he got a ticket, he could outsmart the legal system. But because he was a ward of the state, he had this status that he was very proud of because he could outmaneuver the legal status. And I remember this story once. I think he was staying at his mother's house because, he could stay at it. He could never really have his own house.
Because he was considered unsafe. He was considered unsafe to live alone, right?
Well, he wasn't really unsafe, but he was, kind of running from the law. He reminded me of Randall McMurphy from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Not the Jack Nicholson version, but one of the versions I saw in the play at the Little Theater in San Francisco. He reminded me of one of the characters, or the way I envisioned the character when I read the book. And he, kind of big and, kind of strong and somebody you could see creating a whole barroom brawl. But he was at his mother's house, and I think the police came after him with some warrants, and, he jumped over the fence,
Jesus.
And he escaped them. He was like, the police would stop him, and the policeman stopped him and pulled him over. It became an ordeal for the policeman because there's all this, And so anyway, we'd actually seen Richard Hoagland spoke. It was the second time I saw Richard Hoagland. A friend of mine invited him to come over from New Jersey, where he lived at the time, and she paid him $500 to go speak at her home, and I that's where I met her. She was a psychic I worked with, and then he came back and spoke. He was supposed to speak at Hofstra University, but they sabotaged the event at the last minute, saying, "Oh, you don't have insurance, you can't speak here." So this billionaire who was, my psychic friend's friend, he arranged for him to speak at the Knights of Columbus. So we went over the Knights of Columbus to hear him talk. He did his presentation. And I remember sitting outside the Knights of Columbus in East Meadow afterwards, and we're talking to different people. And Dan was there. And I think I was pulling out a card from my wallet to give to this girl her name was Millennium from Connecticut. What a name, Millennium. And he sees me pulling out my wallet and he says, "Man, what are you doing with all those credit cards?" He goes, "What are you doing with all those credit cards?" He says, "They can find you anytime they want." And I said, "Well, yeah, they can find me. So what? What are they going to do with me?" It's like my credit cards were not a secret, but to him, a credit card was a threat. And I know, in other words, I wasn't afraid of the government coming after me.
Right.
And I was, at that time, the Montauk Project was out. Yeah, it was alive and kicking. That was right. I was a hot potato at that time.
Yeah.
But I wasn't afraid that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, must we live outside the system compulsively? There was one guy who wouldn't put his money in a bank, and he was, buying into some gold exchange. I said, "Well, how much does it cost?" "Oh yeah, you got to pay. You're paying interest. You're paying to have your money with them."
Oh my God, that sounds like, how do we get into that scam?
but you're staying out of the system. The other one was, and it wasn't from that same group, but I met with this woman, and she was basically, pushing alternative finance. And she was telling me how I could use a bank in Austria, the Bank of Austria, I think it was called, and I could, circumvent any scrutiny from, the United States of America or whatever. And I said, well, I actually got the literature from the bank. It was a legitimate bank in Austria, but it would be quite awkward. It wasn't the depositing money in it. That was awkward. But the awkward thing was writing a check. And I said, well, these checks take 6 months to clear. And she says, well, that's not your problem. That's the problem of the person you write the check to. And I said, you don't understand. If I'm write a check to a printer that I use, we have a business relationship. If it takes the printer 6 months to collect their check, they're not going to be very happy with me. She says, well, it's their problem. It's like no sense of reality.
Thank you. These are like people who really, they're very subversive, and they really hate people. They really definitely hate humanity, and they hate other people. They hate society. And of course they're self-loathing in their own way. But with someone like, Jordan Maxwell, the thing to say about Jordan Maxwell is the horror of, what I don't understand is, believe me, I, as far as I'm concerned, I've been ripped off just as badly as Jordan Maxwell, but there's a difference in how he handled it. Jordan Maxwell wound up like sleeping for years on the floor with his brother in some like cubbyhole, like roach motel room. And whenever Lori Ann Fenton said it best, it's that he could be good on air if people would just ask the right questions and maneuver him into certain subjects, but never ask him to speak about himself, because the moment he started speaking about himself, then it was just a torrent of self-pity, just a labor of loss. His biography would be a labor of loss, how everyone came and ripped him off. But just so people understand, Lori Ann Fenton ripped me off for about 20 grand. It's like I lost with Selena Khan ripped me off. It was less and less each time simply because there was less and less for these people to steal. But Laura Lee Solomon ran my credit card to the ground. These things happen, but you don't see me you'll notice my attitude is basically one of just living. It's not like morbidly reflect or ruminate upon this and become some kind of bitter misogynist or something like that. There's something different about the processing here that was just always there with Jordan Maxwell, where he just had a giant V on his chest for victim. That's kind of my way of.
Yeah, he did have enough knowledge to, justify it in his own mind. But this is a problem, and this is I want to say something about that, because it would have been much more interesting than to hear me talk with Jordan, to have heard me talk with my Qigong teacher. Although it might have been hard to understand what we were talking about if you weren't, sort of indoctrinated into it. And I got to say that I really was so honored and cherished when he talked to me. Sometimes he talked to me that was rare. He didn't like to talk on the phone, but sometimes we get on the phone, he'd talk to me, and he really, would convey things to me because he so appreciated my appreciation of him. But one of the things he stressed was you have to take care of yourself. In the New Testament, it says, know thyself, or to thine own self be true. Part of that is caring for the self. A major faux pas of Preston Nichols and Duncan Cameron, because they had been so holed out for their knowledge, used and abused. Jordan was used and abused in a different way. Douglas has also been used and abused in a very different way than all of them. He's retained so much more of value than any of them put together.
Thank you.
But as I said in the last transmission, we're all in this samsara of suffering, impermanence, and grief. This is part of life. We all will experience this in one form or another, sooner or later. And hopefully they're few and far between. And these are the challenges of life that we have to embrace and meet. And to the degree we can meet the challenge of grief and suffering, wow, we have it's the famous line attributed to Constantine, by this sign thou shalt conquer. He was alluding to the swastika.
Yes.
The cross. But of course, that's the swastika is how you exorcise evil spirits, crossing them and getting rid of them. But that's the conquering of the challenge of life. So part of life is not just suffering and grieving; it's conquering grief and conquering suffering. Why is Brandon Young appearing on my screen in Skype? Why is is he calling me?
Let me take a look. If he's doing so, it's by accident. I guess he's just maybe he just didn't hang up. He didn't hang up, perhaps because I would just ignore it. Is he
hung up?
Okay.
Hung up.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he was calling me. He was calling me.
Okay, so it was by accident.
He was calling me.
Yeah.
But just said he just missed. I missed a call from Brandon Young.
Okay.
Maybe he's trying to get back into the phone conversation because he hung up or something. Who the hell knows?
Oh, by the way, Tom Miller says such an interesting podcast, and Amor Fadi says, haha, Jordan Maxwell's been around for years talking about symbolism. And yes, he was. And that was a lot of his trip. He got too symbolic as far as I'm concerned, and too much abstract and too much in his mind. And he paid the price for that. You can pay a price for being too much in your head. I'm certain Peter Moon can attest to certain people he's met in his lifetime that have been too much in their head, and they paid a price.
Well, I suppose I'm very fortunate that I was born under the sign of Capricorn, which is a very pragmatic sign.
Yes.
And and of course, Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is the bottom line. It's karma. And I can go back, and I remember my friend Doug, who you met, he said, I think it was when we were in high school, he says, you're very good about putting people in their place. Now, that didn't mean I was going up to people and putting them in their place. It meant that when people would give all these praises about whether it be a celebrity or whether it be the big man on campus or whatever it was, I would always have a, sobering comment to make about such people. Like, okay, but I would not. I think it goes back to what my best friend's mother said about my mother. She says, your mother was very hard to impress. She was not impressed easily. And maybe that's a characteristic that I inherited from her, not impressed easily. So, and of course, I'm very impressed by Douglas Dietrich. I will tell you all that. And I'm impressed by him much more than I am by the people who point out his shortcomings, which may or may not be valid depending on the shortcoming they mention. Even if you have a point, he impresses the hell out of me with his unique knowledge. So, and I will say, I'm going to digress. I don't think she's listening to me right now, but a very dear friend of mine who I ended up speaking with. See, I had, go to the airport late on Monday night, and I couldn't sleep. I slept for an hour and a half. I couldn't go to sleep because I coffeeed up. I cappuccinoed up. Wow. And I couldn't go to sleep. And I called this friend of mine. She works in finance. And, she knows who you are, Douglas, and I've explained it to you. She's very much, I guess, what you call on the Trump side of life in terms of some of the outrages that have been, done by the other side, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But she's also very anti-vax, and she's really got a good head on her shoulders. But she, there were some parts of her she couldn't digest, which is understandable. Yes. And I explained stuff to her very patiently, very, very sharp. But then, and so then I went into I talked with her till about 4:30 in the morning, okay? Because I could not sleep, and she's a night owl. So we talked about the banking stuff. And I also got a good chance to tell her a lot about you, the vampire history, which she didn't have straight, certain things about the, FDR and the drug trade. Yes. I told her a lot of things that she couldn't or wouldn't know. She hasn't read the book. I think she has it, but just really gave her a deeper understanding, if not appreciation, of yourself.
Thank you.
And I'm really glad I did it.
Thank you.
Because, it was informative. I mean, I can be hard enough to take for people, and including her. She's familiar with my work, but she follows a lot of news, reads a lot of news I would never read. I wouldn't be that interested, and plus I don't have time. But she knows a lot about, follows the news and stuff, and pays a lot of attention to a lot of different things, definitely, which has its value. But we started talking about the banking thing, and she understands. She's read more about the banking thing. I'm listening to what I can figure out, and I can't figure it out too much because it just sounds like a lot of double talk. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think in the end, I told her what you said about the underground economy being at least 10 times as big as the fake economy. Yeah. And, that I said that Jim Cramer, the Mad Money guy, is touting, and she says, oh boy, he missed it on Republic Bank. He was recommending Republic Bank as a buy the day before it crashed big.
Oh my God.
Now, that guy is somebody who's been well versed in the stock market. He's done very well. He doesn't make money off stocks anymore because he gets paid for that TV show and he can't invest in stocks. But, you know, he has, I guess what you'd say, a working knowledge of the stock market where he kind of shoots by the hip, arguably better than other people, arguably. But be that as it may, one of the things she explained to me, there's this crash in the bank, Silicon Valley Bank, and it, you know, what's it called, coughed up, broke. And the reason it coughed up broke, to the best of my understanding, I'm totally willing to be corrected on this, but from my talking to her, is basically what they had done was purchase bonds with probably, it was a 2-year maturity, but it wasn't something you could cash in right away. Now, so you understand, when you purchase a bond, and let's just make this simple. I don't think the spread was this big, but if you purchase a bond, it's going to be, say, worth $100 at the end of 2 years. So you purchase it at, let's just say, $95. At $95, in 2 years, it will mature and be worth $100. Now, if interest rates go up, the bond's going to come down in price, at least for the time being, maybe as low as 93. The market really crashes as low as 90. So you have this, so you invest too much of your assets in these bonds. It doesn't become too much unless people come and demand their money back. So when they demand their money back, you've got these bonds that are going to be worth $100 in 2 years, but all of a sudden people, I want my money now. And the amount of money you have to give back is too little. So you have to start cashing in these bonds at less than you purchased them for because the interest rates are going up. So you're losing a tremendous amount of money when everybody wants their money back, which is what happened with Silicon Valley Bank. Mm-hmm. Huge run on it because they'd irresponsibly invested their money and done it in such a way. Now, if nobody claims the deposit, no problem. But they did. And there's a lot more complications to the situation, but that's a very simplistic understanding. Now, it would be very easy if before they deposited their money or ran on the bank, and the bank said, okay, it would have been, this would have worked out very perfectly if they said, okay, we all want our money back. And they said, look, we have to give you a 2-week hiatus and we'll have your money in 2 weeks. And they go to the government, and you can't just go to the government and do this, but if they could have gone to the government and they said, government, look at government, we screwed up. Can you please cover us? In 2 years' time, these bonds will be worth, the full amount, and we'll be okay. Can you please just give them the money, and then we'll give you the money at the end of 2 years? If the government could have done that, which they could have, just printed up and they'd have it, and everybody that washed their hands. But of course, the world doesn't work that simply. So anyway, the bank went broke, went into receivership or would be receivership, and it caused panic into other banks. And Joe Biden came out and made a statement, which I think was very dubious, and that he said that we're going to cover all the deposits of these banks with the fees that they charge. All the banks have to pay into the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which means basically they pay these fees. And if if you have money over $250,000, they'll insure up to $250,000. The problem with this bank is we're talking about millions and millions of dollars. So the people that had over $250,000, and we're talking about small businesses, which are really quite large, they should have lost their money in normal circumstances. But they're bailing them out. The government is bailing out. He says it's on fees. I don't believe the fees reach that much. The fees would cover $250,000 deposits, but not, tens, twenties, even hundreds of millions of dollars. And they're bailing this stuff out, which I actually don't think is harmful to the economy at all. And I had sort of a debate with this with my friend. We had different viewpoints because she says, this is what caused all the inflation. I said, no, what caused the inflation, my viewpoint, is the gas prices and the oil prices, especially the gas prices, because when the gas prices go up, it makes shipping charges all across the boards go up, and this inflates the hell out of everything. Nothing like shipping charges, and I know it very personally because I'm in the book business, and you have to ship books, and it's expensive, okay? Now, I'm just one person, one business, but this, shipping, Amazon Prime now costs more. Used to cost like 100, 110. Now it's up to 179. It's still worth it for all the free shipping you get, because shipping is just outrageous. It just inflates the hell out of everything.
Yes.
So, and everybody has to raise their prices. It's not the more money being flooded on the market or the COVID stuff. When that money more comes up, people start buying stuff. And she's talking about the money supply. And I said, well, there's this whole false economy, this underground economy, which is just tremendous. And it's something nobody keeps track of anyway.
Yeah.
You can't keep track of it, and they deny it. It's like an alcoholic denying he's an alcoholic. And she more or less, I think, agreed that there's a big problem here. And we each have different lenses. She deals with stuff professionally. And it was really a good conversation. And the upshot of it all was, I went to bed at 4:30, woke up about an hour and a half later, did my Qigong, hoped to go back to sleep, and I didn't sleep. And I don't even remember. I was busy in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. I think I finally got a nap after around dinner time, but it was a short nap. And I was up for this is unheard of for me to operate on 1.5 hours sleep. It does not happen. It could not happen. Paula couldn't believe it. I didn't take a nap. I'll normally have a nap on any given day. Not always. But, I can nap. And it's part of my day. And, but no nap. And I had all this energy. I couldn't believe it. And it might have been the extra adrenal supplements I took. Who the hell knows? But it was incredible. But that meant, I kind of slept a lot today. I had semi-normal sleep last night and crashed, but it was very amazing that I could stay awake for that long and work.
Right. Just
not like me. But whatever. So to get back to the banking thing, I became really interested in light of this when I was talking with Douglas about the Golden Triangle, the drug trade that went back to the Opium Wars in China, which go back to the founding of the East India Company, and the trading of opium, which built up the British Empire, all based on drugs. Now, then also what I heard today, and I heard Tucker Carlson talking, and he was talking about the war in Ukraine, and he was talking about the banking system. And he kept saying that the banking system, what did he say? He was telling an outright falsehood about the banking system collapsing. The banking system is collapsed. And you know what? Credit Suisse, which anytime you hear the name Switzerland and bank, you think of reliability.
Right.
Stock has gone down to nothing. That they screwed up. You don't expect the Swiss to screw up. The Swiss franc has been the best currency in the history of the world, historically. But I still prefer the dollar if you're overseas. because you can use dollars in a lot of restaurants overseas. If you give them a Swiss franc, what the hell is this? There might be some savvy people who would take it. But, dollar is the best piece of paper to have anywhere in the world in terms of it being exchangeable. And some countries like Ecuador and Argentina use it for their currency because it's better than their own. So it has the full faith and credit of the United States government behind it, which still says a lot in the world.
Yes.
If it's the full faith and credit of China or Japan or India, it just doesn't have the same credibility with the end user, even if those banks have a more stable currency. The yen is much historically stronger than the US dollar in recent decades. It doesn't have the cachet of the US dollar in terms of exchangeability, unless you're dealing with, a particular audience.
Right.
It's just not as negotiable.
Yeah,
Might be.
The dollar definitely rules, and it took 2 world wars to knock the greater British pound sterling off of the pinnacle where it was, and it'll take a lot more than that to knock down the US dollar. So we've got that to bank on.
It's very psychological. Yeah. In God we trust, the Illuminati symbol on the back or whatever.
Yes, it's magic. It's magic. That's magic money. It's a magical note. By the way, I'm just going to put this inside of your message box right now, and do share this right now because this will help more people. I mean, we've got a lot of people. We got a lot of people listening, but this will bring in more, so people know where you're at right now. Other people aside those that are listening, which is quite a bit. And Loma Alber, good friend of yours, says, "Thank you for the valuable self-care message, Peter. Also, tag this one thus far as best of. Jordan would have been a good hire for the Jehovah's Witnesses, but he told them no." Cool. And also Amor Fadi says, "I think we all appreciate Douglas's immense and one-of-a-kind knowledge and wisdom. Thank the gods of your ancestors, Douglas. You are also very knowledgeable, Mr. Moon. God bless your ancestors as well." Yes, the barbaric ancestors of the Berber peoples. And Michelle Carmela Saldana says, "I firmly agree with you, Peter, concerning Douglas. And yes, very informative podcast. Quite enjoyable." Yes, so right now we're still talking about the bank, which of course I'll do my best to contextualize, but Peter's going to he's laying out quite a bit of the context here, which is profoundly important because this is big. This is big. There's no denying it. Go on, Peter.
Well, yes. And by the way, this friend of mine, she mentioned that the whole gold market, because, gold right now, gold bumped up a little bit when the banks, were supposedly being challenged. They are being challenged. But we're not having, in my opinion, the banks are not going under, in my opinion, as of right now. Tucker Carlson is saying they are, but he's exaggerating.
Yes,
and he's also basically building this case that the war on Ukraine is
somehow responsible, right?
No, he wasn't saying that.
Okay.
He was saying that the war in Ukraine is it's kind of like taking a position on the Vietnam War. Why are we fighting in Ukraine? Why are we fighting in Ukraine? And that anybody who's against the war in Ukraine is pro-Putin. Now, I have a lot of sympathy for the war in Ukraine versus the Russians. I have a lot of sympathy for that war. And anytime I hear more money's going to the Ukrainians, it's like, the more the merrier. But the thing is, he was bringing some other points that were valid and some that were not valid. And he's very much against the war in Ukraine. There's no doubt about that. And many of his allies are too. But what he was basically, I think they were saying, and I don't know if this is accurate, They said 100,000 Ukrainians have died as a result of this war. Who the hell knows how many died? That's a lot of people. Mm-hmm. It's quite possible. Certainly a lot of Ukrainians have died. I think more Russians have died in this war than in the history of World War I and World War II, I believe, or all the wars Russia had ever had, I believe.
All the wars since World War II. Yeah, every Russian war, and they've been engaged in a lot of wars since World War II, in case people don't realize that. Put all those wars together, and they've lost far more people in a single year in Ukraine than they did in the entire history of the Soviet Union post-World War II. So that's a lot. That's a lot. It's
all right. And he's talking about all this money going to Ukraine, and it's like, pour it on, pour it on, pour it on, and it's just being indiscriminately given to Ukraine. And I would say it is, in a sense, being indiscriminately, except that the Biden administration and most of the Congress, if not, and definitely not all the Republicans don't want this, but they want to just keep pouring it on and, beat the hell out of Putin. And Putin is, I think, for the press, he's been showing some resilience lately, and there's been a lot of Russian, I guess what you call mini victories or certain victories. But I even wonder if those are just being portrayed that way to egg on more weapons for Ukraine. But this is one good point that Tucker Carlson really brought up. He says, what we need is an audit of this stuff. We don't know where it's going. And, of course, you wouldn't expect to have an audit, but we do know this is enriching the hell out of the munitions manufacturers. There's no doubt of this. And they're probably going to be charging more money. They're not going to be giving discounts. I'm sure they could I'm sure they could reduce their prices by half. But so this was a very good point. He's talking about auditing. There should be an audit. He said this isn't going to be done. And you're damn well right. He's very right about that. No accountability. At the same time, I have the same philosophy that this money is just going out. They're just giving it out, okay. And, the Ronald Reagan trickle-down theory is that if you give all these defense contractors a lot of money, it's going to go out in the economy and it's going to trickle down to the people. So, you can hire more janitors, hire more people to mop up the defense factory, and they can go out and buy burgers, In-N-Out, McDonald's. We have a nice McDonald's up here in San Isidro.
He always had that breathiness. Yes, that breathlessness. He had that breathless excitement.
Sometimes Nancy and I would go down and get a Big Mac. Yeah, it kind of makes me forget. I forget. So anyway, all of this money is being expended, but and of course the main thing then they're not going to talk about, what you definitely have that nobody can argue against, is this war that is actually what Douglas is talking about. It's feeding entities. There's death and destruction. We can read about the war and say, if we have this position, we can say, yeah, it's good. We're beating the hell out of Putin. He's so evil. He needs to be defeated. And then other people could read it and be horrified at the death and destruction. But all of those people are far removed from the situation. We're so far removed that, they knocked out a power station in the city in the Ukraine. Oh, they don't have power. And, they show Zelensky in his bunker being heroic or whatever. And, you have no idea. We personally have no real idea of the devastation. Instead of showing us the devastation in the Ukraine or in Russia of the people really suffering in real time, like they like to do reality shows. Well, this is a reality show. Why don't have a reality show on the front lines, what these people are going through? Of course, that would be fake too, by the time they got through with the editing. But instead, you see commercials for, Holocaust survivors who look at, if these people survived if they were Holocaust survivors, they show these old ladies that they're giving them money, and even that guy, what's that guy, Huckabee, is doing these commercials for them.
Yes.
You know, this is our chance for us Christians to bond with our Jewish brothers and sisters and give money to these Holocaust survivors. Now, let's say Holocaust survivor, you know, let's assume they were born in 1935. Okay? Now, they'd have to be, they'd be pretty young to be a Holocaust survivor. It's likely they would have survived. 1930 is more realistic. 1930, but then they're still a kid. If they're born in 1930, they would be 93 years old. If they're born in 1935, they'd be 87 years old. Some of the people in these photographs look like they're about that old. Or not photographs, they're videographs. You know, it's like how many, and I know you say that Holocaust survivors have a lot of longevity.
Yes. Yes.
But if they went through all that hell, they have all that longevity, how the hell could they all be starving and still, you know what I mean? It's like,
especially since the Germans have paid the massive reparations. They are.
Well, they do. And where do the reparations go? So, I mean, this sounds like, you know, when you put the logic of it together, you know, maybe there's a pocket of them in Poland. They might even be maintaining a certain amount of old people as Holocaust survivors just to, you know, give credible verification if they need it, which I doubt. But it's like, it's just like you have these commercials on this Amish stove, this Amish electric stove, and they show these guys in Amish gear making the stove, but they don't point out it's the Amish stove. These are plug-in stoves, and the Amish don't plug stuff in. You know, it's like there is no shame for people who, you know, market, you know, dishonestly.
Yes.
No shame whatsoever.
Yes.
So, as I say, the real end product of this war is human suffering, and tremendous human suffering for the people who are in the war zones, for the soldiers who are conscripted or otherwise persuaded to fight in this war. And so many Russians are going in as cannon fodder.
Yes, involuntarily, yes.
Yeah, and Putin has actually upgraded his public image lately. You know, he's had a few victories, at least as the press tells us, that have, you know, given him some renewed confidence. And meanwhile, the U.S. keeps sending these people war. And the one thing Tucker Carlson said that I didn't quite understand, he says, well, why do we have to keep sending them more? Well, my response would be, it's because they're using it.
Yes.
They're using it, and they need more ammo.
Yes.
And the more ammo you give them, the better they'll do.
Yes.
Now, there's always going to be a lot of waste and a lot of extra stuff sent over. And if you're a smart general, you'd ask for more than you need, for sure.
Yes.
So if you don't demand it, you won't get it. And then, you know, then if you're enterprising, you might even sell it on the side, particularly after the war is over. You know, you might sell it to, you know, some general or some Arab regime, you know, or something. That's if you're enterprising. So it's like, that's why, you know, accountability, auditing, you know, financial auditing. So it's like, it's a big circus. So, but when we go into the history of the illegal economy, the drug economy in particular, we can't just go back to World War II and the sequestering of the dope trade from the British Empire to the United States, or the secret cabal within the United States under the supervisor or directorship of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. There are some key questions to ask, because Well, and then it goes back to the history of the British Empire and the East India Company, in all of this chicanery that went on.
Yes.
It's tremendous amount of chicanery that went on. Sir Francis Drake, who was a contemporary of Sir Walter Raleigh and John Dee,
Yes.
all of whom were at one time Queen Elizabeth's favorites. And Sir Francis Drake was commissioned as a pirate to
Yes.
go raid the Portuguese and the Spanish. The Portuguese and the Spanish were buddies for the most part. They worked together. And England went in and he did a very successful raid of Portuguese and British ships.
Yes.
And that made piracy fashionable.
Yes.
After he did that, he then, about 12 years later or so, in 1588, they had the Spanish Armada. And he was a big part of going out with his small ships and cannoning down the Spanish Armada. And this utterly and completed, defeated the Spanish Empire.
Yeah.
And there's something else about this. And of course, that's the subject of Shakespeare's play, The Tempest. The Tempest is about a storm that John Dee, I think they call it Prospero, stirs up this storm that lays waste to the Spanish Armada. It wasn't just Drake, it was a storm. And so you have all of these ships crashing into the shore. You have all of these Spaniards getting out, escaping, many on the Irish coast, mingling with the Irish and becoming what are known as the Black Irish. They might have been Moorish soldiers for all I know, the Black Irish. But so Spain was defeated, but what he got, this is what built up the British Navy. And I didn't know this till today. They acquired the ships, which they could either repair or use. Many of the ships were usable, and this built the British Navy, was defeating the Spanish Armada. And we could attribute it to the magic of John Dee, who coined the phrase "Rule Britannia." And these ships were then sent out to go plunder what's left of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies that they could take. And this is how the British Empire became big. And then, of course, they got big after that point into the drug trade. Queen Elizabeth, a few years before she died, sanctioned the East India Company and what they did. And this eventually evolved into the opium trade and tremendous revenue, which ran the British Empire. Yes. Now, I had pointed out in our last broadcast, where did the money go? Well, you don't have to worry about the Brits. They have this place in London called the City, which is a special district inside of London that has its own sovereignty. The Queen has to ask permission to go into the city. It's kind of a formality. It's kind of not a formality. But I think they have the Lord Mayor who rules the city. It's all very British. But the point is, well, they have their own banking and they can do what they want in there. When it comes to the United States and Roosevelt sequestering the trade from the British, which we explain and is in the book, The Roswell Deception, which you should read. Basically, and I'm not going to go over this in detail, he basically put troops along the border in Canada in the 1930s, threatened the Canadians with invasion, the motive being that if the United States was ready to take over Canada, the Brits at that time in the 30s were afraid Hitler would come in and take over England. They gave the drug trade to FDR. They gave it up so that he would not invade Canada. And if Hitler did succeed in invading England, the royalty could now escape to Canada and be safe. So that was the motive for the British giving up the goods,
Yes.
the drug trade. So I brought up, what did FDR do? Where was this money put? What funds did he put it into? Now, I know from my friend Chad Edward, who's going to Romania with me, he knew a guy named Dan Tony who worked, he was with FDR when FDR met with Stalin. And he said FDR literally gave a printing press of US $100 bills to Joseph Stalin.
Yes.
Gave him a printing press so Stalin could print US dollars.
Yeah. Just anytime he wanted. That's like
Yeah.
North Korea, that would disrupt the entire world economy. It had the potential to disrupt the entire world economy by flooding it with counterfeit US dollars, but these are effectively real US dollars. It's the real printing press. So he gave him the ability to fund himself endlessly. Yes, go on.
Yeah, so that's who FDR was.
Of course.
But with the US dollars that they were making off the drug trade, which, okay, you can say the Flying Tigers were flying it into people who are going to sell it. There would have had to have been a mafia connection, that because the mafia is going to oversee the distribution of it. It's not going to be the CIA. They're not going to do that. They're going to use, thugs and whatever, and they will use the mafia. Now, at that point, we know historically that the OSS had great relations, naval intelligence, with at least the dock workers in New York.
Well, certainly with the entire mafia, because Lucky Luciano and all of the rest of these mobsters were brought out of prison, and many of them gave information concerning the background of Sicily to prepare the Americans for the invasion of Sicily. So that was a cooperative American mafia operation. And they wanted to get rid of Mussolini because Mussolini, the mob fears big government, and Mussolini was big government that just stomped down on the mob and ran it out of Italy. So the entire American invasion of Italy, which made no strategic sense and ended up nowhere and was ultimately defeated by Kesselring, it was solely to reintroduce the mafia into Italy and to reestablish the mob. That was the entire American purpose, because the mob was in those days laundering the American money. There was no CIA in those days, but the OSS was cooperating with the mob. And so in the days of Cuba and Vietnam that would come later, then it was dealing with the mobsters that were operating, the ones that had been exiled from Cuba, operating in Florida. That would, where a lot of this money would go in terms of the drug redistribution. Of course, it was laundered through Nugan Bank in Australia, like I said, but it was the mobsters who had been exiled out of Cuba and had relocated into Miami. They were the ones who had redistributed a lot of the opium throughout the United States. And, for people who just don't understand how surrealistic all of this is, when it came to the Laotian campaign, that was what some strategists will argue was the real decisive front of the Vietnam War. They'll claim that maybe Vietnam and Cambodia were more of the battlegrounds, but the real pivotal point was Laos. And when the real experts will talk like this, the uninitiated won't have any idea what they're talking about. They'll think, oh, well, the Ho Chi Minh Trail went through Laos, so that must be what they're referring to. But what was going on in Laos was that it was Air Force General Secord, who, of course, inherited the mantle of the Flying Tigers, who were operating with this front company and dummy company set up. Then later on, just based on that legacy, the Flying Tigers became Air America. And Air America was run by Air Force General Secord. And this was, of course, they needed to create an Air Force. At the time of Roswell, there was no way that they could get the U.S. taxpayers to approve of an American Air Force without proving it was a success. And therefore, they invested reams and reams, volumes of material and ink just spilled rivers of ink and saying how the atomic bombs won the war and the strategic bombing was the first time a nation was ever defeated by air power alone. All of this just a complete lie, and their own strategic bombing surveys will say it was a lie. Their own strategic bombing surveys concluded that Japan's industry was far more damaged throughout World War II by their own domestic earthquakes than it ever was by any American bombing, nuclear or otherwise. All they did was kill people, but they didn't destroy any industry. So when it comes to the end result of the Air America and what it became just with that legacy from the Flying Tigers, since they were flying in so much food to the Hmong tribes people in northern Laos, so the northern Laotian Hmong tribesmen wouldn't need to grow any food. They would fly in all this rice to them, and they could therefore free up all their land to grow pure opium. Then they would take that opium and fly it down to Vientiane, the capital of Laos, where Pepsi Cola bottling plants would process it into high-grade heroin. Then they'd fly all that heroin back to Florida, where the Cubano mafia would basically distribute it all over the United States. And this is what the Pepsi company, which was obviously involved, wasn't involved in any sense of naivete or ignorance. They knew exactly what they were doing. The highlight of this insanity, the surrealism, which anybody can look up themselves. Don't take my word for it. You can look this up yourself. The highlight of it came when the Soviet Union collapsed. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, which was in a large part due to the Korean and Vietnam Wars, which helped to break the back of communism. I mean, these are wars that involved millions of people. Millions of people died. Americans died by the many thousands. Millions of people died in those countries. And of course, communism was ultimately brought down in a large part by the factors of all the effort they expended in these conflicts. But when the Soviet Union collapsed, they offered lock, stock, and barrel, just their entire navy to the Japanese. And they just told Japan, you can become the greatest naval power on earth overnight. For those of you who don't get it, it was the Reagan administration, of course, made America the largest navy in the world by orders of magnitude. But Reagan only did that because they were so far behind the Soviets. The Soviets had the largest merchant marine in the world, and they always complain about being a landlocked nation. But they had the largest merchant marine in the world. They had this enormous navy. Nobody realized what bad shape it was in. Reagan built up to overwhelm that. But at the collapse of the Soviet Union, which of course was in large part due to Reagan doing what he did, overwhelming the Soviets in terms of expenditure and their ability to never be able to keep up with the strategic defense initiative, then what happened was that the Soviets offered to sell their entire navy to Japan and said, look, overnight you'll become the second largest navy in the world after the United States. And the Japanese went to look at their nuclear fleet and just laughed and said, we'd be better off just building everything ourselves, because everything they saw was just a floating wreck. Every nuclear powered vessel was in meltdown. There was nothing to purchase. So who purchased it? Pepsi Cola. Pepsi Cola became the second largest military power on earth after the United States. They purchased the Soviet Navy. So, and again, don't take my word for that. You can look that up. And everybody says, well, then what happened? It's like, well, they couldn't do anything with it. They couldn't even float these fuckers out of port.
Why did they buy it? Why did they buy it?
It's just some insanity. There's books that have been written trying to ascertain what was on their minds. It was probably because at that point, Pepsi Cola was a defense contractor. But remember, because they were processing all the high-grade heroin, and they were so brazen and gormless about what they were doing, they even started in their commercials the Pepsi generation, because they had infected everyone with this opiate addiction. All the hippies were using it. Everybody was this is where the Americans really got the first taste of the opiate wave. And that's when they started playing those Pepsi commercials that just said, we're the Pepsi generation. And it was a joke on, it was like an in-joke on the fact that they had infected America with the heroin habit, and that was their primary income, wasn't the goddamn Pepsi Cola. And that's what kept them in competition with Coke, which actually sold. I mean, Pepsi's just crap. It's just sugary crap. For those of you who don't know, it's much more sugar and crap in Pepsi than there is in Coke. But then what happened was that when America then lost in Vietnam and the opium trade died off, there was no choice in it. The communists weren't going to sell them the opium. The Americans switched over to Latin America, and that's when they started shipping up Coke. And then Coca-Cola got in the business, and that's when they started making the joke, now everything goes better with Coke. And that's when America was flooded under this wave of snow, meaning cocaine, and they used to call it snow and blow back in the day. So it's just this, these are the real vicissitudes of the world economy, is what I'm describing, these historical changes in what kind of recreational narcotics civilization is indulging in. I mean, it gets to the point where a private company can become a nuclear naval power, the largest on Earth next to its parent state, and not be able to do anything with what it's purchased. Probably they had some mad idea that they could use it to maybe ship their drugs, or it's you know, anybody who investigates it, you'll probably find conflicting theories. It was probably some kind of state secret deal where they felt that if they purchased it as a private company, then maybe they could wind up selling it to third parties like third world nations or something, and therefore make a killing. That would be the only logic that I can see in what they did. But again, for a while there, Pepsi Cola was the possessor of the Soviets' nuclear fleet. But it just goes to show you that anybody who ever had any idea, harbors any fantasy the Russians were ever good at war or good at anything, you're out of your fucking mind.
Whatever happened? What did Pepsi ever do with the fleet? Do you know?
I do not. I think what happened was something crazy, like they sold it back to the Russians ultimately or something, because the Russians wound up like still using a lot of the old ships. And I think it was like, it was something like this. It was like after that, the Russians leased it from Pepsi. So for those of you who don't know, the entire Russian Navy is under lease from Pepsi Company. It's the Russians have to pay Pepsi to use their ships. So it's Pepsi ships that Russia's using. And so it's Pepsi demands its pay. And that's one of the things that Putin has to pay, is his lease to Pepsi for his Navy. That's what it comes down to. So for those of you who have any fantasy that the Russians are some kind of world power or some people of great value or anything other than white savages, it's just you're just so ignorant. I pity you. This is the world you live in. And so far, look at what the Navy's done for Russia. Nothing. They can't do anything with it because it's not their property. It's Pepsi's. That's why you never hear of any Russian ships engaging in combat. Have you noticed any Russian ships engaging in any combat? They can't. It's Pepsi's property. They're leasing it. They don't want to damage it. They can't afford to. Then they'd have to pay Pepsi. So there you go.
I mean, I'm well aware of Russia and Pepsi having being allies. Yeah. And it even says here that in the famous kitchen debate between Nikita Khrushchev and Richard Nixon, it says, while standing in a mock-up of an American kitchen, Nixon and Khrushchev traded barbs about communism and a recent American resolution on captive states under Soviet power. Nixon also led Khrushchev towards a display booth that dispensed nothing other than Pepsi Cola. The booth offered two batches, one mixed with American water, the other with Russian water. It was a setup. The night before, a Pepsi executive, Donald Kendall, had approached Nixon at the American embassy. As the head of Pepsi's international division, he defied the company's leaders in deciding to sponsor a booth and attend the exhibition. To prove that the trip was worthwhile, he told Nixon he had to get a Pepsi in Khrushchev's hand. This is interesting. Nixon delivered. a photographer caught Nixon and Khrushchev together as the Soviet leader gingerly sipped his cup of Pepsi. And it shows here somebody pouring a cup with Nikita sipping a Pepsi, and Nixon's looking at it. In another photograph, Brezhnev's in the background. Kendall stands to the side, pouring another cup. Khrushchev's son later recalled that many Russians' first take on Pepsi was that it smelled like shoe wax. But he added, everyone remembered it, even after the exhibition was over. For Kendall, the photo was a triumph. He had big plans for the brand's expansion, and the Khrushchev photo op catapulted him up the ranks of Pepsi. 6 years after the American National Exhibition, Kendall became CEO. The USSR was Kendall's land of opportunity, and his goal was to open it to Pepsi. In 1970, this is a gold mine. I didn't know this is how it all started. In 1972, he succeeded, negotiating a cola monopoly and locking out Coca-Cola until 1985. Cola syrup began flowing through the Soviet Union, where it was bottled locally. It was a coup. As the New York Times put it, the soda was the first capitalistic product available in the USSR. Pepsi had become a pioneer, but there was one issue, money. Now, I'll go on with this, but it should be pointed out that when Nixon lost the gubernatorial election in 1962 to Pat Brown, the father of Jerry Brown, and he gave this famous press conference where he bitterly said to the press, "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore."
Right.
You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore. Now, Nixon then did what my social studies teacher says, you're not going to be anywhere in politics unless you go back east. Nixon was from California, and he went back and consolidated his connections back east by working out in New York for the Pepsi-Cola company. He was a lawyer for Pepsi-Cola. So Nixon went to Pepsi. You know, it's there's Pepsi. And when we get into cola wars, it gets even more interesting. Now, here's interesting. It says, a woman inspects Pepsi bottles at a plant near Bucharest on November 24th, 1989. That's just a month before, literally a month before, I can't even remember his name, Ceausescu was killed.
Right.
Soviet rubles were worthless, with their value determined by the Kremlin. Soviet law prohibited taking the currency abroad. So the USSR and Pepsi resorted to a barter. In return for cola, Pepsi received Stoli's vodka, Stolichnaya, call it Stoli's, Stolichnaya, I don't know how to say it, vodka to distribute in the US. So Pepsi was distributing Stoli's vodka. By the late 1980s, Russians were drinking approximately 1 billion servings of Pepsi a year. In 1988, Pepsi broadcast the first paid commercials on local TV, starring none other than Michael Jackson. The barter worked well. Stolichnaya was popular in the U.S. An American boycott in response to the Soviet-Afghan war, however, meant that Pepsi wanted something else to trade. So in the spring of 1989, Pepsi and the Soviet Union signed a remarkable deal. Now, this is interesting. So it says there was a ban on, so Pepsi couldn't sell the vodka because it was unpopular. So they signed this deal. Pepsi became the middleman for 17 old submarines and 3 warships, including a frigate, a cruiser, and a destroyer, which the company sold for scrap. Now, I think this is maybe not quite the whole truth.
No, that really tones it down. That's
But was it about 1989 when they bought all these ships?
it was around that time, but it was around the collapse of the Soviet Union completely that they just
That's it.
yeah.
So it says Pepsi also bought new Soviet oil tankers and leased them out or sold them in partnership with a Norwegian company. In return, the company could more than double the number of Pepsi plants in the Soviet Union. It also ignited jokes that Pepsi was taking the cola wars to the high seas. We're disarming the Soviet Union faster than you are, Kendall quipped to Brent Snowcraft, President George Bush's national security advisor. But that was nothing compared to 1990's $3 billion deal, a figure based on Pepsi's estimate of how much sales of cola in the Soviet Union and vodka in America would net them over the next decade. It was the largest deal ever brokered between an American company and the Soviet Union, and Pepsi hoped it would spur more expansion. Pepsi even launched another American institution in the country, Pizza Hut. The future looked bright. Instead, the Soviet Union fell in 1991, taking with it Pepsi's deal of the century. Turned into a scramble to protect its assets, redrawn borders, inflation, privatization. Pizza Huts were hobbled. The company had hoped to pivot from heavy glass bottles to cheaper plastic, but the plastic company was located in Belarus. Similarly, Pepsi's partially built ships were stranded in newly independent Ukraine, which wanted a cut of the sales. Kendall lamented, he'd retired, that the Soviet Union had essentially gone out of business. Over several months, Pepsi pieced parts of the deal back together, but instead of dealing with a single state, they had to broker with 15 countries. Worse, Coca-Cola aggressively entered the former Soviet Union, and Pepsi struggled to keep its advantage. Among other marketing strategies, it launched a giant replica Pepsi can up to the Mir space station for a commercial and erected 2 iconic billboards over bustling Pushkin Square in Moscow. Russia is still Pepsi's second biggest market outside of the US, but their pioneering luster has faded. Okay, now Coke has beat it out. It says maybe Pepsi should have held on to that destroyer. Well, it sounds like it did water down, because this is just saying, 15 submarines and 3 other ships, but you're saying it's much bigger than that.
Oh, God, yeah, because it was like when they offered what they did to the Japanese, they offered their entire navy. And Japan had the opportunity to buy all the Russian aircraft carriers, which are just pure shit, and their submarines, everything. And like I said, when the Japanese engineers looked it over, they were appalled. And they said none of this stuff should be afloat. All of this is just, it's more danger to anybody who has these assets than anybody it could possibly be deployed against. But Pepsi went in there and swept it all up. Essentially, my understanding is that the PepsiCo basically owns the Russian Navy, and they have to pay lease, and therefore they're not really using their Navy. For anyone who's curious as to why the Navy hasn't come into any action of any substantial sort, and they've still lost some assets. The Ukrainians have destroyed the Moskva, which was their flagship in the Black Sea. So, that means Pepsi's lost some assets there. I mean, they're basically absentee landlords who are just collecting rent on these hulks. But you get my point. It's something that makes the Russians reluctant to use the assets and engage them. When they're destroyed because the Ukrainians are hunting them out. So there you go with that. It shows you the absurdity of thinking that Russia was anything other than a third world nation. And it's amazing how people are still promoting Russia as having any kind of par with a respectable nation. It's preposterous to me. It's something like when the British got started off, they were essentially a pirate power, as Peter Moon described, and the commissions that men like Sir Francis Drake got for raiding other countries was called a letter of marque. And the rise to respectability just came when they defeated the Armada. At that point, until that point, they were considered a pirate power. But with Russia, that's all it ever was, and it hasn't gone above that status. There's nothing it does to bring it above that status. It's a coalition of failed states. So yeah, take it back, Peter, and I'll jump in again.
Some more stuff on this. There's one. Somebody says Pepsi once owned a massive military navy. Could they conceivably have done anything with the warships and subs besides scrapping them? It's like 15 is not a massive navy. 18 is not a massive navy. And then it's like. There's more to this story. Yeah, it's just it's bizarre.
Thank you.
It's just bizarre. And now it'll be interesting if I can remember this thread when I go to Romania, because somebody might know something about it.
Yeah.
Because of they might know something about it. It might be interesting because they had a certain bond with the Soviet Union.
Yes. That involuntary bond, that was forced upon so many.
But there was an easy peace between them at the same time because Romania was not as restricted as a lot of the other countries.
That's true.
Because they would, and then Jimmy Carter thought he was so smart. I'm gonna make friends with the Romanians. I'm gonna, I'll sell them my peanuts, and they come in. Let them come in, and they would sit there and make these agreements, and we share our technology with the Romanians so they'll know that we're good. And the Romanians would sit there and back engineer the technology and sell it to the Russians.
Yes.
The Romanians were playing the Russians, but they were playing the Americans more. Yes. And of course, the Soviet Union used the Romanians to get at the technology. Yes. These have somebody like Jimmy Carter. We got to be friends with the communists.
Yes. God, what an idiot.
They don't want. Why would they want to hurt us? Why would they want to hurt us?
Oh my God. Yes. Poor bastard.
Just like Chocho. Just like the Chocho. Why would they want to hurt us?
That reminds me to check the live stream. And good. Everything is maintaining itself. And numbers are fine. Yes, by all means, continue. We have, of course, a good thread going as far as I'm concerned with your subjects thus far. Certainly, everyone should know that Tucker Carlson, when he talks about this situation, is obviously shilling for the Russians. The entire point of the war is quite obvious. The fact is that if the Russians conquer Ukraine, then they get the neon gas, which the Taiwanese need to build the microchips. And of course, they wind up controlling half the world's food supply because Russia and Ukraine combined are two of the larger bread baskets in the world, with a quarter of the world's black soil, which is the most fertile soil with which you can grow surplus product. Quarter, 25% of it is in Ukraine. So you've got this situation of the horror of a Russian victory will become immediately apparent in terms of the Russians controlling who gets to eat what in a good deal of the southern hemisphere, and the Chinese being unable to deliver on technology, which, by the way, the Americans have stated outright that if they have to, if the worst were to happen, the Americans say that they would destroy Taiwan's semiconductor industry to make certain the communist Chinese don't get it. In other words, if the communist Chinese were able to invade Taiwan successfully, then the Americans would nuke Taiwan to make certain to utterly destroy its industrial capacity to deprive the communist Chinese of that high technology. That statement came out officially just recently. So that and the Japanese report on they're investigating, as I said, the politics of Taiwan are very difficult for most people to understand. The old Nationalist Party, which my mother was a part of when she, of course, migrated to Taiwan and became a member of the Kuomintang, the Taiwanese Nationalist Party. This was Chiang Kai-shek's day. These were the most ardent anti-communists on earth. And then what happened was, over generations, they became a treasonous party. They became the party that was willing to reunite with China. And unfortunately, they tend to dominate the military. And a Japanese investigation has concluded that 90% of retired Taiwanese officers hire themselves off as communist spies. So this is the complication of what Taiwan is dealing with. If it were not for the Dietrich they would have fallen. They would have fallen by now. Obviously, these people are fed a lot of misguided information, or the Chinese would have invaded a long time ago. Either that, or they're fed the fact that Taiwan is unassailable, and that's what keeps the communist Chinese at bay. But it's definitely, they're under the rule of a madman right now who's getting increasingly desperate as America deprives communist China of chip technology. He becomes more desperate to take Taiwan by force as his final resort. So we probably only got a few years, is what certain military experts are agreeing, and before communist China forces America into war by trying to invade Taiwan. So this is, and for people who just don't get it, there's no choice here. If communist China invades Taiwan, this isn't a question of defending freedom, or this is a question of your planes are going to fall out of the sky, your computers will shut down, your missiles won't launch, and your cars won't run. It's your civilization collapses if China takes Taiwan. It's this is the position you're in. So it's not like you have a choice. You have to fight for Taiwan. So there we are with that. We've got plenty more to say about it, but for now, back to Peter.
Well, our book will do a lot to help
people understand, hopefully.
Well, and help change the circumstances. Now, somebody wrote here a letter on one of these threads. It's Stefan Gebhardt, a chemical process engineer, 2 years ago. Somebody says, why did Pepsi have its own military? And this person says they didn't have their own military. Pepsi had a contract with Russia, and Russia asked if they could pay them in old hardware. Pepsi agreed, so Russia gave them lots of old Navy equipment, old submarines and corvettes and such. However, to have a military, you need soldiers. Pepsi had no soldiers. Nobody was running these ships. Most were barely functioning anyway. As far as I'm aware, all were sold for scrap metal. I don't think any other country bought these old ships to use again. So purely on paper, in theory, Pepsi had the sixth strongest Navy at the time. In reality, they had a heap of scrap metal. Well, that just doesn't make sense. It wasn't just scrap metal, because if the sixth strongest Navy in the time, in theory, was scrap metal, that's not a very strong Navy.
Right. Thank you.
And Douglas says third, and that would make more sense. There's more going on here. But what it does show is that there was a business relationship between Pepsi and the Soviet Union, which was quite substantial.
Yes.
And that
so substantial that go on, that it speaks for itself. Yes.
They were basically importing liquor and making a lot of money on liquor. And it was just a business relationship, putting in Pizza Hut, putting in Pepsi everywhere. And my funniest Pepsi story, though, and I read this in 1973, I believe it was 1973, possibly 1974, when I was visiting at my parents' home in Ventura, and I had it was an article I read in the paper. It was just a small paper, and said that Pepsi had created quite a stir in Hong Kong because they had a postboard sign, a billboard, and what the slogan for Pepsi at the time was "Come alive, be a part of the Pepsi generation." And when they translated poorly, it said to the Chinese reading it, "Pepsi will make your dead ancestors rise up from the grave."
Yes.
Which is pretty funny.
Yes.
And, especially because Chinese have such a connection to the ancestors. It's like, it's a very existential thing to say to them.
Yes.
Extremely existential. It's like, what the hell? I wonder what they really thought. They thought it was funny. They thought it was stupid. I mean, I'm sure Americanized Chinese would think it's funny or disgusting, one or the other. What about those who weren't so,
They're probably just fucking crazy Americans. That's it's like all the Asians ever think about the Americans anyways, that they're fucking crazy. It's like they probably thought that these fuckers just thought that it's zombie movie shit, and that they my mother, I think, made a comment on that once, because it was by the way, you know where this came from? My sister, when my sister, of course, gave up on her vampire heritage and everything that she had been in life to just in some insane lunatic reactionary response to being raped repeatedly by our grandfather, our legal grandfather as a child. She decided she was going to become a Jehovah's Witness and dedicate her life to that. And one of the things that she was telling my mother was how the dead were going to come back with the return of God's kingdom. And my mother made the comment to the effect of, well, all you see in the movies is when the dead come back, all they do is eat people. Now, bear in mind, my mother's vampirism has nothing to do with Hollywood vampirism, where they're undead, where you're this undead creature. It's something that it's so the what my sister was presenting was more of a kind of horror story to my mother, and this is probably what many Chinese felt about what the Americans were saying with the fucking Pepsi. Was like, you know, who'd want to touch that shit? So I'm sure that was shunned. But yes, by all means, go on with any other stories that come to mind.
Well, I mean, that's one of the, you know, the funniest things I'd ever probably read.
It is
in a paper. But and this was right at the time of the Bruce Lee, right after Bruce Lee had died in 1973. I think he died. I think I went and saw the movie The Chinese Connection.
Hong Kong Connection, I think, is what it was called, right?
It was called The Chinese Connection.
Okay.
The Chinese Connection. And I had seen it. My friend Doug was visiting me. I was home from the Sea Org in Ventura. He came down and we watched The Chinese Connection. And then I read that Bruce Lee had died just right after I saw that movie. I'd heard of Bruce Lee on the ship, and I oh, I got to use this movie. I'll go see him. And I only became aware of him as after he died. And of course, yeah, that was the, you know, it was topical at the time. But let's go back. You had mentioned that so much of the drug trade from the documents you saw were going through BCCI. Could you talk about BCCI and what happened? I mean, how did it happen that was chosen to be putting the drug profits into BCCI, and how did that scandal unravel, so on and so forth?
Well, BCCI was essentially, what year was that? Because when...
I think 2008, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, because that might have been after my time with the Department of Defense, but I knew of it. Because that was kind of the replacement. That was the shift in... so Nugan Bank in Australia was all part of the Vietnam era and the opium era. So BCCI was a product of the cocaine wave. So BCCI emerged as the new Nugan Bank for the cocaine years, and eventually, just like many of these organizations, just overextended itself, and kind of like Silicon Valley Bank. A lot of wrong investments with all the money it had, and eventually was exposed and had to be eliminated. It just basically was taken off the market, so to speak. And it's, you know...
It collapsed in 1991.
Yeah.
It started in 1972 by a Pakistani financier.
Oh, of course.
Abedi.
Yeah, that goes without saying. And it's just so people understand this, that makes sense because that would explain the shift. So again, to explain this to people as part of the migration of the narcotics economy, there's only a few places in the world that opium grows. And opium grows, opium is, of course, it's one of those recreational narcotics that is one of our primary go-to drugs. And obviously it serves medicinal purposes, but it's obviously abused far more than it's used. The only few places where it can grow are in the Golden Triangle region, between Laos, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and China, basically. Laos, Vietnam, and China is what they call this Golden Triangle region. Another place is in Afghanistan. and maybe Turkey, some places in Turkey, but really it's Afghanistan and that Golden Triangle area in that region of Indochina, where you get the right kind of conditions, soil conditions, weather conditions, where opium comes up at its best. And the poppies are shaved. It takes this whole processing to turn them into opium. But it's definitely a seductive plant that requires a lot. How would I say it? Just it's fascinating in its own right. But when Saigon fell, then the entire opium trade had to shift to where they could grow it, and that was Afghanistan. And this is, of course, gets involved with the Indo-Pakistani conflict. So people understand a bit more of the dynamics here, how this works. India and Pakistan are basically a product of the British Empire, where the British basically, and I'll go more into the British Empire when Peter retreats into the Gentle Knight. I'll tell people a bit more about that history and and how Britain, of course, is basically a criminal empire. I mean, good God, they started off with fucking piracy, for Christ's sakes, and they really never evolved far beyond that either. But hell, they have a lot more, shall I say, a capacity than the Russians ever did in terms of intellectual capacity to exploit what they were doing and really make a killing of it. In every way imaginable. I say that both literally and figuratively. But when the British were forced to leave India, then what happened was they allowed or helped to fuck India over completely by allowing the Muslims and the Asian Indians to ethnically cleanse each other. And so Gandhi realized, being a man of peace, he realized that no peace was to be had with Muslims and Hindus living side by side. So millions and millions were displaced, and millions died in the displacement, while a bunch of them went to live in what became Bangladesh and Pakistan. And by the way, just for your information, Peter, the other day I was in a cab, and cab driver was Bangladeshi. He was Bangladeshi. And when I was talking to him just moderately, and I knew, of course, Bangladesh had a war with Pakistan to gain its independence. The British, one of the things the British did to fuck everybody over and make certain that people would keep killing each other, was they gave Bangladesh, which is near fucking China, they gave it to Pakistan and said, oh, this is East Pakistan. It belongs to Pakistan. And so the Pakistanis occupied it militarily. And the Bangladeshis, who had been liberated by the Japanese, that's why the British gave them to the Pakistanis to occupy. The British said, fuck you, we're not allowing you independence because you gained your independence by fighting with the Japs. You're traitors to the crown and the empire, and we'll give you over to the Pakistanis. And the Bangladeshis fought for their very lives, their independence, and won again by beating the Pakistanis off. And of course, they did this with Japanese aid. There were a lot of Japanese troops still living in Bangladesh, and they helped to train the Bangladeshis to fight the Pakistanis off. So that's why the Bangladeshis maintain a Japanese flag. They have the red sun, the red mon, on a green background simply because they're a Muslim country. But if you take a look at it, it's a Japanese flag, except it's a red sun on a green field instead of a red sun on a white field. And so then what happened was that when I'm talking to this Bangladeshi cab driver, I never really understood the real depth of the hatred that Bangladeshis have for Pakistanis. I figured there'd be some, but he was saying that the Pakistanis had mass raped and killed Bangladeshi women by the thousands, and just were butchering them, sticking them up on stakes and all the rest of this stuff. And he was mentioning that if he got anybody who got into the cab who was Pakistani, he'd kick them out of the cab. He wouldn't let. I mean, I never realized so this is what adds to the mysteriousness of when you were approached by Selina Khan, who was Bangladeshi, and she kept saying she was East Pakistani, which, again, adds to the asset factor. She's obviously an asset because, no, Bangladeshi would ever say anything like that. It would be something that they basically raised on a hatred of the enemy that had persecuted them. So for her to say that adds again to the nature of her brainwashing. So when it comes to the situation between the Pakistanis and the Asian Indians, you're talking about these nations have gone to war at least 5 times, and these have been large wars. These have been large wars that, after both of them acquired nuclear weapons, they both almost went nuclear a number of times. And their tank battles that were held between them, between the Pakistanis and the Asian Indians in the Thar Desert, which is the killing field of the tanks, these have been the largest tank battles in history outside of World War II. So, I mean, these are enormous conflicts in which, again, many tens of thousands of people die during these collisions. And so then what happened was that one of their battlegrounds is Kashmir, which they both claim. Kashmir is a majority Muslim population with a Hindu king. The Asian Indians occupy the majority of it, but the Pakistanis have infiltrated, and they do so through Afghanistan. So the way that the Pakistanis can basically fund their wars while attacking India through the north to try and quote-unquote liberate Kashmir, they and their Muslim brethren from under a Hindu king, the way that they do this is by creating secret armies that they claim are revolutionaries or insurrectionists, but these are all Pakistani troops, and they do things like invade Afghanistan. So this is the Taliban. For those of you who don't know, there's no such thing as an Afghan Taliban. Every Talibani is, which by the way means seminarian, means like Quranic student of the Quran, like a Bible student. Yet they come into Afghanistan with Hind helicopters, laser-guided anti-aircraft missiles. These guys come in with all of the modern technology that money can buy. So where do these students of the Quran get this good shit? These are all Pakistani army. And they just go in there in these flip-flops and say, we're local ragheads, we're local Taliban. And this is what the Afghans were fighting off for years. So for those of you who don't know, America in Afghanistan was spending years fighting off the Pakistanis who were trying to conquer Afghanistan so they could get a control of all of the opium and therefore a control of the market. Now, whether they controlled Afghanistan or not, all of the opium being grown had to go to Pakistan to be processed anyway. Just as in the old days, they'd have to go to the Pepsi Cola plant in the capital of Laos, Vientiane, to process it into high-grade heroin. So every year, something between 75% to 95% of all the world's processed heroin comes out of Pakistan. So Pakistan is the major source for all heroin drugs on Earth. It's that this is what happened after the fall of Saigon. So that makes sense that some Pakistani son of a bitch would open up BCCI to process all the money, but it became involved with the local cocaine politics in Latin America, and that's probably what fucked him over, because he became involved with the Median cartel and these various other narco-terrorist states that decided they were going to fuck him over. Now, just to give people an example of what these narco-terrorist states are like, there is the FARC, F-A-R-Q, and the F-A-R-Q basically controlled an area in Colombia the size of Switzerland. This was an entire area in Colombia the size of Switzerland that belonged to a narco-terrorist communist state that was operating on communist ideology and funding its revolution by cocaine. And so you've got these people laundering through BCCI, and then eventually the American government gets involved because, look, we're fighting the Pakistanis in Afghanistan, we're fighting them in America, in our own backyard in the Western Hemisphere. At this point, the Pakistanis are essentially a world drug power. Not only do they have nuclear weapons, they have nuclear submarines, or rather submarines capable of launching nuclear missiles. Then they can launch them anywhere on Earth, meaning that these submarines can go and launch them off the coast of France, for instance. Say, for instance, if Pakistan decided it was going to get involved in, say, for instance, the Muslim riots in France and stand up for Muslim rights, which they threatened to do. So you've got a radical Islamic narco-terrorist state in Pakistan that America was reliant upon for basing its troops out of so that they could operate in Afghanistan, but all the people they're fighting are Pakistani. This is the insanity that America was involved in because of world drug economics. It's just like in Vietnam. There's no oil resources. You've got a drug war. So the Americans are basically parking all kinds of weapons and ammunition in Vietnam. And you might ask, well, why don't the communist Viet Cong blow those stores up? Well, they don't, because that's where they get all their weapons. That's where they get all their supplies. They get it from the people who take the American shit and sell it to them. That's how, these wars are not meant to be won. Notice the difference between what I'm describing in Vietnam and Pakistan compared to what's going on in Ukraine. In Ukraine, you don't have any of this. None of that is going on in Ukraine. And when you hear these radicalized Russophiliac right-wingers saying, we don't know what's going on in Ukraine, we know what's going on in Ukraine. There's none of this going on in Ukraine. You have basically a food supply, neon gas. These are resources that are vital to the world. This has nothing to do with illicit narcotics. If the Russians take this, it's life or death. It's not the end of your addiction. It's something worse. So you might say we're addicted to technology, but no, that's like saying you're addicted to food. It's something you literally cannot live without. We cannot live without this technology. So at this point, the Russians are effectively attacking you when they're attacking Ukraine. They're just like the Chinese will be attacking you if they attack Taiwan. So there we are with the Pakistani situation and what happened there. Now that the Pakistanis have won Afghanistan and they control it outright, the entire opium market is theirs, and they're probably responsible for much of what's going on with the fentanyl. Matter of fact, the guy who was the fentanyl king was Iraqi, but he was some translator who came over to the United States. He migrated to Texas and became the fentanyl king in the United States. What you have is a Muslim narco-terrorist insurgency in the United States. This is why the United States keeps saying the Muslims are a security threat. It comes from this perspective, not from some racist perspective that people might interpret it as. But people can't understand what the government's saying, and the government can't explain it because then the government would have to explain what I just explained. If the government explained that, then you'd say, well, why send our boys into Pakistan? And then the government would have to shake its head and shake its ass and nothing would come out. It's like Pakistan not only plays America, they're considered communist China's great ally, and because they fight the Asian Indians, who are considered an enemy of communist China. And so the Soviets in the past, and then the Russians were supplying the Asian Indians, whereas the communist Chinese supplied the Pakistanis. And so that meant that the Americans forever, I mean, since the days of Mao Zedong, were in Pakistan side by side with the communist Chinese. So all the while the Americans were in Pakistan fighting Pakistani troops in Afghanistan, the communist Chinese were laughing their ass off while the Pakistanis sold them everything the Americans had. So this is the added asininity of Pakistan existing at all. If there's any place on earth that you would think needed to be nuked, it would be Pakistan. But that's what kind of culture produces Salman Sheikh. Yeah, it's Pakistan. So there we go. So we had one of those fuckers here on this show for a number of years, just basically inserting himself and buying his time by giving me a cheap-ass $25 a month for his time on the air. And he never would say much other than to bring up names I never wanted to bring up. Richard K. Cole Jr., he'd bring up constantly because he was working with the enemy. This is the enemy. It all goes back to the cults of the kings of Edom. This is the enemy of all humanity, fighting for the destruction of humanity itself, and it's heavily involved with this kind of scene. This is why Salman Sheikh kept going back to Pakistan. I mean, ask yourself, why would any Muslim who moved to the United States and decides to become a Freemason, why would they ever go back to Pakistan? What is there for them? Well, that's because he's involved with all of this. This is what puts him into perspective, why he was infiltrating this show, and, of course, his connection speaks for itself. And whoever doesn't believe me, it's all recorded on video. You can see him attacking me. He was given a slot by GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, to start a anti-Dietrich show. And then I brought the station down by exposing the fact that their station owner, Daryl Neely, the black African-American, white supremacist, who called himself one with Odin, the Norse god, he's the one who was stripping a dead officer of his uniform on January 6th on video camera and is now going to spend a good deal of his life in jail. These are the people we're talking about. The people who strip dead cops of uniforms. These are the people who are the enemy. And it all gets involved with this kind of economy, this bottomless pit, the black budget Aquino was involved with. And that's back to Peter. I mean, I think you've got some context.
Well, exactly. And wherever this money is going, it's going somewhere else now. It's impossible to keep I guess what you'd say, a handle on it. What I'm going to do is, one of our listeners, who's a regular listener, has been listening, which I haven't heard, your recent talk with Christine Joanna Hart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He asked, he says, what is Douglas's definition of Nazism? Yeah. What is he's just curious, what is your definition of Nazism?
Well, that would take an entire show, wouldn't it?
but do a simple.
Good God. Okay, that's kind of like asking somebody who's practicing Christianity, what's your definition of Christianity? You're talking about an entire doctrine.
Well, let me say something. Let me try and answer it, and you can qualify what I say.
Sounds good.
First off, it's Nazism. The answer you're going to give is so deep and existential that no person is going to be able to respond to that. I think if you said, what's Christianity? Well, Christ died for our sins. He's on a cross. You worship him. He'll save you. Or something similarly caricatured. Nazism, I think, to the common person was the way people view it. Typically, it was a gathering of, under great craziness and this passion of hatred and evil. I think that's how people think of it generally, which is, of course, not only an oversimplification, it's very misdirected and very misunderstood. Nazi is a colloquial word for the National Socialist Party, and the National Socialist Party was formed when Adolf Hitler infiltrated a group from Army intelligence and began to listen to it, examine it, and began to participate and identify with it, and became a very effective, if not eloquent, speaker who was answering to problems of the times post World War I. And there was a lot of disaffection with what had been done with the Treaty of Versailles and in numerous other circumstances where the Jewish population were viewed as mortal enemies of Germany and of capitalism. The Jews were very much aligned with communism. The early leaders of communism in Germany were Jewish. And so you couldn't distinguish one from the other as far as they were concerned. And it was a real problem. And if Hitler at the time did not take action, and it's a very involved story, Germany would have become communist. And of course, communism can be viewed as a greater evil than anything that came out of Germany. And certainly it demonstrated that. So anyway, and whereas Nazism isn't necessarily been defined in our book, because it's not really necessary, because the deeper context what this person is well aware of has to do with the prophecies of the Bible concerning the helizon,
Yes.
or the what was it, the Miro trunculus snail, whatever it's called.
Yes, no, you got it. You got it.
Snail.
The mollusk of the millennium, yes.
Yeah, which goes very deep into biblical stuff. But the the Nazis were the National Socialists who were fighting communism and fighting the policies of Jewish Zionism specifically, not Jews per se, but Zionism. And of course, it transmogrified into Jews of any kind became enemies because war was declared by the World Council of Jews in 1932.
Yes.
This was official declaration prior to Hitler's, was it 1933 or 32?
33. As soon as Hitler ascended to power, yes.
Yeah, then they declared war on Hitler and Germany. And this was facilitated by, what was that guy's name from Yonkers? Samuel Untermeyer. And Untermeyer's where Untermeyer Park is to this day, all built upon a Kabbalistic scheme. And this is where the Son of Sam cult met, killed German shepherds, conducted occult rituals. This was the Son of Sam group that, everything was blamed on David Berkowitz. He was a participant, but he was not, by far not the sole participant. And this is covered in the book Ultimate Evil by Maury Terry. And it's Untermeyer. So Untermeyer, whose park named after him, which is associated with the Son of Sam killings, is the one who orchestrated the whole war on Germany and boycotted German goods and all of this thing. And he's an interesting historical character who's overlooked, and I don't think I would have ever encountered his name if not for the Son of Sam killings. And I had taken an interest in him and his Kabbalistic park. Very wealthy man, and he was an attorney. God, I dug up some stuff on him that went back, I think, to FDR or Teddy Roosevelt. I forget, and he was like busting. He was selling the trusts. I think Roosevelt had a war, Teddy Roosevelt, against the trusts, and he ended up making a mint. And he kind of put us into the whole World War I scheme. He was also involved with the Spanish-American flu. So so when you get into the actual politics of what Germany was fighting, what Hitler and the National Socialists were fighting, you will see that they were opposing a great evil. This doesn't excuse anything they did that can be construed as wrong or evil, but they were fighting an evil because Germany was under threat of takeover by, certainly Samuel Untermeyer was a big player because he not only arranged for the unleashing of the Spanish-American flu or the American Army-Navy flu, he was also, his agenda at that time for World War I was to bring Woodrow Wilson in, because he had blackmailed Woodrow Wilson. And Woodrow Wilson had written letters to his lover, and he had he had the letters, and he basically got Woodrow Wilson to cooperate, which basically brought America into World War I. And then Wilson would arrange to unleash the flu on Europe, which would kill all sorts of people.
Yeah, well, 200 million people worldwide, ultimately.
Yeah, but it also stopped the war in its tracks, including the imminent German victory. That's how the Americans were able to save the war. Woodrow Wilson went to Paris. He ended up becoming paralyzed and sick right after that. Right after he succeeded, he compromised himself very badly, and his wife ran the White House until he died. So he was delivered his karma very quickly. Woodrow Wilson was. Untermeyer, I think, lived on for a considerable amount of time. But so anyway, Germany was fighting a negative, and of course, the purpose of this was to bring back Palestine. World War I was all about bringing Palestine back to the Jews, and this was part of a Zionist movement to, all based upon this false prophecy of the Helazon.
Yes.
Which the guy who asked this question, Roberto, he knows very well about the Helazon because he studied the Bible, and he knows. So there was this very evil, and this is not to say that Jews are evil, because the woman who brought this to the consciousness of H.P. Lovecraft was his wife, but she was Jewish, and she was very much against this false Jewish prophecy of the Helazon, the false Helazon. So she taught H.P. Lovecraft, who taught Harry Houdini, who was Jewish himself, and they were going to write, and he was almost a rabbinical Jew. He was a very devout Jew, and they were going to expose all this.
Yes.
So Houdini was killed, and then later on, Lovecraft was going to expose this with Charles Lindbergh. Lindbergh's baby was kidnapped, and I believe Untermeyer was involved in that too, of I think financing the attorney for Bruno Hauptmann, the alleged killer of the Lindbergh baby, which was not. That's a whole crazy story in itself. So you see, there were these evil forces in the world that were strangling Germany, and so Hitler was coming forth and saying, okay, we're going to fight these forces, and we're going to promote German racial purity, which goes off in a very unfortunate racial stereotyping.
Which people don't understand. People don't understand his objectives. So I'll take it from here. I think that Peter's given a great start. He's really...
There are a couple of questions he had.
Oh, sure.
That's
go
a short answer. I mean, I don't know if you need to qualify it any more than that.
Mm-hmm.
The definition of Nazism, that's what it started as. Mm-hmm. That's what it was. And when you get into war, all sorts of bad shit happens.
And you said he had some other questions as well? Yeah.
And this is, he has 3 questions here, and I will try to qualify them, and then, it'll be close for me to retire. But he clearly shows us the historical and current problems, meaning of the world. Meaning you show us historical and current problems. Can you speak of solutions? How can we fix this mess? Will it require literally a bloody civil war, like history repeating itself? What I will say about it requiring a war, all as I will say, is war is ruled by the archetype Mars. Mars has a function. Mars is also the antidote for Pluto. So when Pluto is putting the screws onto something, you fight back. So war has a function within the tree of life. Will it require bloody civil war? That's a loaded question. I would say yes and no. There's also something very important to point out with regard to this last question. In martial arts, it actually comes from Taoism. There's 2 types of fire. There's, of course, martial fire and civil fire. You've all heard martial fire is, when you punch somebody in the nose. There's also something called civil fire. I'm trying to find if I get a good definition, but this comes from the Tao Te Ching, and basically, civil fire is when you're fighting in a civilized way. It's not necessarily blood in the streets. And I suppose you could identify to some degree with civil disobedience, which was also a psychological operation in itself. But there is a form of civil fire, which, I hate to think of it as legal, because that is a form of civil fire, but legal is also highly manipulative. When Lao Tse talks about civil fire, it's more in the direction of fighting back in a civilized way. In the truest sense of Wu Wei or Taoism, it would be through non-action or inaction, which doesn't mean lying on your back. So I would say not necessarily. But back to Douglas, you show us historical current problems and you show them very well. Can you speak of solutions and how can we fix this mess? That's his question.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, again, I speak of solutions quite often, but I'll happily go into some that come to mind. And certainly what I want to thank Peter for is because this is midnight where he's at is, you did wonderful. And what I can do is work off any, kind of qualifying some of what you've said. But you do a wonderful intro. And I'm just so proud of you, honestly. No, oh, by the way, Peter, what do you... we are going to be on camera on Sunday, are we not? With these people, we will be on camera. Yes.
Probably, I don't know.
Oh, I hope so. I mean,
I don't know. Probably so.
Okay, so I'll assume.
But it's a good assumption.
Okay, so I'll assume that, and you're comfortable with that?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, now that you mention it, I'll just make sure I'm got the right background or whatever I need.
Yes.
I don't know if you get a background on Zoom.
You can ask them, and don't forget they have to send me a code or something. There's some.
Yeah, the code is in the email I CC'd you on.
Okay, so it's there. All right. So thank you for reminding me of that. And let me take a look at that just to make sure that I've got it. And this is from our wonderful skybooks.usa.com. And I do remind everybody to be on the lookout for this. This is probably going to be live, I'm assuming. And so
it'll be fine.
Yes, here we are. And here we are, MUFON. And let me take a look at this. Okay, so here we are. So this is a code, the meeting ID. And so, Jesus, well, what I'll do is I'll have to, when we, hopefully there'll be, if the guy's got a phone number, Will Wakely, good, he gives his phone number.
He does have a phone number.
Excellent. I'll call him before then. And you say he's read the book? That's incredible. I'm impressed. And so yeah, let's just put it this way while Peter's here and he can, do you want me to start while you're with us or do you want me to start after you check out?
Answer the question. Yeah.
So I think that what people need to understand is that I start towards providing some solutions in the interview I had with the lovely Christine Joanna Hart. And the solutions to our world, I think geopolitically, and I do think of solutions geopolitically as well. And I do believe that we need to confront the fact that the world does require the intervention of great powers, and that certain powers are going to have to step up. The problem that we've all been suffering from is that the so-called great powers that have been dominating the world scene on the surface world, as I call it, this is to disambiguate from Unterland, where the breakaway civilization of the Thousand-Year Reich has retreated to. We are effectively in the hands of the enemy, and the result speaks for itself. The result speaks for itself in the problems that we're suffering from. So understand that what people don't understand about National Socialism is the fact that it's very diverse. Now, people tend to affiliate it with Adolf Hitler, but understand that it has a history of several hundred years, as long as that of the United States, and that it began with the Bavarian Illuminati, which basically formed as a response, just as 20th century fascism formed as a response to communism, which was, of course, just to put this into some perspective for people, because most people do not understand this, the Rabbi Stephen Weiss, in the Jewish Voice, which was a major circular in 1941, said, "Some may call it communism, but I call it what it is, Judaism. Anti-communism is anti-Semitism." This is a rabbi speaking. And understand that many Jews took on communism as their great ideology because, of course, it was a Jewish philosopher, Karl Marx, who established it. And it was then taken on by the Russians. But since the majority of the Russian people could never read or write, had never been taught to read or write, it was a overwhelmingly majority illiterate public, they had to establish a commissarocracy based on the middle class, the bourgeois, who could read and write, and these were overwhelmingly Jewish, and often exclusively so. So the commissarocracy of the Soviet Union was Jewish, and therefore this was a Jewish empire that was out to conquer the world. And they started in Germany, where they had attempted invasions. There was an attempted invasion by the Bolsheviks under Stalin. Nikita Khrushchev, at a very young age, was forced to participate in this, where they invaded Eastern Europe. But before they reached Germany, they were defeated by the Polish people. Nevertheless, there were German Freikorps, or militia units, that were on the front lines with the Poles to help the Polish people win, so they wouldn't reach Germany. But their insurgency in Germany had to be defeated in a German civil war. So this was what Adolf Hitler came to rise in as the man with the ability to respond to this crisis. A very bad man in a very bad time in a very bad place. But he was an angel compared to the Allies. Such being said, when it comes to the ancient evil that the Nazis were fighting, understand that the SS, which was to become the vanguard of Nazism, this was a product of the Bavarian Illuminati that had been formed as a reaction to Freemasonry. When it comes to Freemasonry, you're talking about men who boast about being the cause for the downfall of Atlantis. The Freemasons brag of being the cause of the downfall of Atlantis. These men now want to be the downfall of all creation so they can take the place of the creator. They're deists. The founding fathers were not Christians. This was not a godly nation. It was an empire of anti-godly deists who believed in a clockwork, mechanistic universe, that it was created by a God who abandoned his machine, that God created the clockwork mechanism of our universe and abandoned us, and therefore we would rise to take his place. And if we could destroy enough of his creation, we would prove ourselves greater than the creator and thereby usurp the creator. This is, of course, the reason behind the testing of the atomic bomb at Trinity site. Now, the Americans' own equations told them that there was a chance for a chain reaction that would cause a molecular, non-ending explosion that would destroy the world. But they went ahead with it, already knowing they had lost the war, and feeling at that point that if they destroyed the world, in that sense, that would be their greatest victory, denying the enemy of a victory, and therefore putting them among the level of godhood. This is the madness of the enemy. So much of Nazism can be said to be a response to the ultimate evil. And as our man H.P. Lovecraft said in his own work, The Shadow over Innsmouth, the elder sign against the anti-gods is the swastika, what Americans call the swastika. He even says that. He even says what you call the swastika, meaning alluding to the fact that Germans call it the Hakenkreuz, or the hooked cross, which was seen by Constantine in the sky when he heard the voice from God, under this sign, conquer. That's the original Christian cross. The original Christian cross is not the cross of Golgotha. It's cross in which God insists to Constantine to Christianize the Roman Empire and then use the Roman Empire to extend the presence of God on earth is the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross,
You
the
can
swastika.
find that historically if you look too.
Yes, thank you. And so understand that when it comes to the SS and what they are alluding to, among the many aspects of Nazism, but one of its controversial aspects is that of the racial concept. Understand the concept is that an evolutionary concept, that the races are distinct, that hybridization can be tolerated. Of course, when you have someone like Karl Haushofer, his son was half Japanese, but he was certainly a member of the Nazi inner circle and one of the foundations of Nazi geopolitics in terms of its ideology. You have many exceptions in terms of Jews involved with Nazism, because Nazism is not exclusive. When it came to the Mischlange, the third race of the Nazis, these were Jews that were allowed to exist, certainly not targeted for genocide when they fought for the Reich or served the Reich in various ways. And there's an understanding, of course, of the validity of other races maintaining their own cultural heritage and their own genetic lineage. And this is why the Nazis allied with both the Chinese and the Japanese, because Nazism is a very Asian ideology. The symbols are very Asiatic. The mentality is very Asiatic. The SS were also known as Hitler's samurai. Hitler was very inspired by Tokugawa religion, and Tokugawanism was all about justice. Tokugawa was the shogun who, when he finally conquered Japan as the shogun who truly conquered Japan in its totality, he said, let us always remember or never forget to honor the spirit of the law above the letter of the law. In other words, honor justice over legality. The spirit of the law, in other words, what he said as well, you could also iterate that as, first off, let's kill all the lawyers. And this is how Hitler acted. He was bringing true justice upon the world, but it was outside the rule of law by Allied definition. So the Allies decried him as a criminal, but they hated him because he brought justice. This was something that made him an arbiter of justice, and that's why the Asian Indians considered him an incarnation of the Hindu god Vishnu. And he was, of course, many Aryan Indians, these are Asian Indians, served with the Germans in either the regular forces and the SS. The SS had many races in it. These were all serving in distinctly ethnically organized units, but they represented a united front against the Allies and their Zionist Edomite Herodian communism. So the solution is that we need to come to grips with the fact that there is a breakaway civilization, stop waging war against it, stand down and demobilize from that war, and prepare to deal with the challenges that we're facing now, like the climate crisis, and the fact that we're actually facing a population crash worldwide. Much of this due to a severe over-application of abortion technologies in the developed world that is rendering us on the precipice of a societal collapse. So we have to understand one of the reasons the Nazis instigated the Lebensborn program was in anticipation of this. One of the things I brought up with Christine Joanna Hart was the fact that Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who many people may not know this, was a communist who defected to the United States. Dr. Wilhelm Reich was German, but he was on the side of the communists originally, and he remembered a young girl who was a member of the Hitler Youth who came to him secretly for an abortion. And he said, "Why do you come to myself, a communist doctor?" And she said, "Because everyone understands the communists know how to perform abortions." And he performed an abortion for her. And this is true. The communists knew how to perform abortions, and no other political party in Germany had that kind of mentality where they would even supply that kind of doctor. But the communists did. And so this was all about depopulation that became the biggest problem in Russia. Your average Russian woman has experienced between 4 to 8 abortions in her life, which averages them out at 6. And they're on the precipice of total population collapse. With all the people who have left Russia to escape the draft, now there's nothing. It's a nation of women, but no children. It's there. There's nowhere you can go with that. It's what we have in America is what I've discussed in depth before, the problems of abortion that have led us to this incredible deficit that we otherwise never would have had in terms of the burden that's carried by future generations. If anything, we need more children. That's what the Nazi Lebensborn program was about. But it was also understood that Europe needs an identity. So when it came to the concept of the fact, rather, that the successful economies and empires of the world have homogeneous populations, the Japanese, the Chinese, which adds to the stability of any empire, the Germans wanted to create a distinctly European identity that was easily discernible by appearance, where people could identify each other. The Nordic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed the archetype was perfect for that ideal, and therefore they bred many of those children that were raised at the expense of the state. These are the kind of programs that we need. And they may not have to be geared towards that aesthetic, but certainly in Europe, it was understood why there was a need for more white people. In case people don't understand the gravity of the situation. Before World War I, at the height of the Victorian Empire, whites constituted 50% of the world's population. They had to be about half the world's population, or they never would have been able to colonize the world as they did. By the end of 2 world wars and what was effectively a 3rd world war, the Cold War, whites now constitute 15% of the world's population. That's a crash of unimaginable loss within an incredibly short period of time. That is ethnic genocide. This is what the Jews have been seeking in terms of the Zionists that follow the Cthulhuid doctrine of the Hilazon. And this extreme form of Zionism is what dominates Israel. And of course, many evangelical Americans bring America under Israeli sway. And because a third of their population is Russian immigrants, they now have a tremendous influence over Russia as well. This is the nightmare situation we are in. The solution is that Israel needs to be brought out of its rogue state perspective. And the way that that can be done would be to take someone like a Rothschild. And they're all of British nobility. The British could do this easily, and they could coronate a monarch. They could coronate a king of Israel and render Israel a satellite state of the British Empire. This would do an immense amount to tame Israel and take it out of its rogue state status, which is a danger to humanity. Other solutions that I would provide would be the fact that all the Arab sheikhs are trained at Sandhurst. They speak the king's English, not the president's English. The British could easily start a pan-Arab alliance of United Kingdoms in alliance with the king they instate in Israel, a kind of pan-Semitic alliance, if you will, of Jews and Arabs that would bring peace to the Middle East while providing relief to the Palestinians. This would be a trade bloc that would provide a dominance over North Africa and Southwest Asia. And of course, Russia needs to be defeated on the field of battle in Ukraine, after which the bulk of Russia would become the new British Raj, a new source of raw materials. Norway is not part of the European Union, never has been. The British squandered their North Sea oil opportunity, but united with Norway and Russia and this Arab coalition of the sheikhs that are all trained at Sandhurst anyway, a king installed in the form of coronating one of the Rothschilds into a monarch over Israel, the British would be the fuel block of planet Earth. They would dominate the majority of gas and oil that the rest of the world would source outside of America. That would be a good step towards a solution, and that alone, through North Africa and Russia and England, would kind of be their new NATO, a new NATO centered on London, whereas Germany would be the power block in the center of continental Europe. That's essentially a core of an immediate solution in the northwestern developed world. So yeah, I think in geopolitical terms, and of course, we would then have to address the birth issue and the need to replenish so much of what has been lost in terms of these white ethnic groups that have effectively exterminated each other out of existence at the behest of this Zionist madness that dominated the Soviets and the Americans throughout the 20th century. With that, anyhow, just a start. And love you dearly, dear Peter. Share our love with Paula as you retreat into the gentle night, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for your questions, Roberto. And I won't be here on Sunday because we're going to do the MUFON event at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And I will put that up on my Facebook, and to those who subscribe to the Time Travel Research Center, you'll get an email talking about the meetup and all that. MUFON, San Diego MUFON, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Good night, everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas.
Thank you. Love you dearly, Peter. Bye for now. See you on Sunday. So Peter's retreating into the gentle night, skybooks.usa.com. Order the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. That's certainly a necessity. And with that, we will be starting the rest of the show. We will try and bring some other people on just for the sake. Now, Brandon Young is still on with us, so far as I know. Brandon, you can unmute and talk if you're still awake. Otherwise, I'll be bringing other people on to the show. Interesting how he's still on the call. The call's still holding with him. And with that, we can bring other people on. Sammy Romero. And I won't try Brooke Gibson because she's been through a lot lately. But let's see who else we can try. Try Ian West, all of his numbers that he's got. And Mark H. Doesn't hurt to try John Bond. And Viviana Sanchez, let's try her just in case. She's out there under her name, Brianna Rand. Yes, and other than that, I don't think there's anyone immediate. Clarice Claudette has been out there. Let's see if she's available. Doesn't hurt to give her a try. And with that, I'll press the add button. Okay, let's see who else we might be able to bring on. Who else might answer the call? With that, we will, of course, send a little message to our lovely lady and ask her, how's your mood right now? Is I mean, oh my God, when you get big questions like that, like, oh my God, like, what's your definition of Nazism? How about some solutions to the world's problems? Okay, yeah, got any other easy questions? I mean, these are volumes are required for responses to questions like that. So let's see who's responding here. Oh my God, everyone is unavailable. Oh my God, I'm stuck with Brandon Young. It says he's active. Hey, Brandon, you there? Unmute, lad. And see if anyone could give me a break for a few minutes. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Come on. There's got to be someone here who can give me a short break before I go into monologue all night. I mean, we did so well. We did so well. We don't want to lose people now. And let's see now. Let me see. Amor Fadi. Today is the death date of H.P. Lovecraft. His murder really, as Douglas has proven. Rest in peace, Lovecraft. Thank you, sir. Were Harry Houdini and Robert E. Howard also murdered? Harry Houdini was definitely murdered. We've gone into that in some depths. And Robert E. Howard committed suicide, and that's because he was a firm believer in reincarnation, and he loved his mother. And when his mother died, felt that if he killed himself at that moment, then he would join his mother in incarnating in the next life. That's how much he loved his mother. And Michelle Saldana said, an informative and an entertaining time with Peter. I don't know Peter had such a strong sense of humor. Congratulations to you both on MUFON. Michelle, who's with us? Is someone with us? No. Michelle, would you care to join us? Let me call her just in case. Doesn't hurt to try. And so she can at least talk. She's a talker, that one. And let's see now. Michelle, you can do this. Okay. And put the call in. Add her to the call. Anyone else who I've called can join in too. They can all jump on anytime they wish. So, let's hope she bites. Come on, Michelle, bite. You can bite. Bite at the bait. Take it and run. She's here. She joined. Well, my dear young lady.
Hello.
Hello. Now, did we endanger your living situation? Are you threatened with expulsion because of waking people up the other night? Are you in danger of being evicted?
No, they were just surprised that I was passionate, that I was, but I did wake a few people up.
I am so... Your living conditions, are you like in some kind of homeless shelter where everybody's bunked side by side?
It's not a homeless shelter. It's an Airbnb. It's an Airbnb.
Where everyone is like sleeping in bunks next to each other, or what?
No, it's in a house. I was outside on the porch. I started off in my room, but I actually went outside on the porch.
Okay.
So... that's it. I felt like I had the freedom to speak at a normal voice. Yeah. And I didn't realize that I got a little bit louder than a normal voice.
Wow.
And then somebody, and I did also realize that there was somebody on the porch. And that person got up, and they're very protective of me in the house.
Good.
So,
and well, they should
be. They are. Usually I'm a very quiet, they don't know the work I do. As far as they know, I read all day. I take walks. I like live in a semi-retired state here. So, and that's what they know. And they know that if they want to talk, I have 2 ears. If they have something going on and their parents are far out of the state and they want me to celebrate with them, then I go to their event or I celebrate. So I'm like a surrogate mother.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was basically like mom's upset about something. That was basically it. It was basically that the other day.
Okay.
And so the house manager, the house host, who has known me the longest, he was like, he knows me. He does know my work. He knows a little bit about my work because he's known me the longest. And when I first got here, there was a couple projects that I was working on. So he was familiar, but he also knows I keep, my work pretty much on the down low where it doesn't interfere with everybody else. Because we're a great hodgepodge of humanity here from around the world.
Mm-hmm.
So we just really, a lot of, although most of us are informed, we're informed of what's going on in the world, or we're even impacted in some cases of what's going on in the world, we don't discuss it. It's family life here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
no, I'm okay.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what matters. So your living arrangements are not in danger.
No, everything's good. Everything's copacetic.
Okay, wonderful. I am so
So
glad.
I love that word, copacetic, and it is a fun word.
Yes.
But it's true. And thank you for the concern.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the concern. And also thank you. I am sorry that it was very awkward the other day. Last transmission, but my heart had to speak.
Yes. And
of course, this topic is very, very dark. Mm-hmm. But as a war is dark. War is dark. There is a war on humanity, but we can rise above it. And how we do that is operating in love. So there we go. Is this Brian? Who else is on the air?
Supposedly Brandon Young, but he's not talking. I think what happened was he left the phone on and then fell asleep, or he when maybe he was trying to help, didn't want to end the call. He might have been afraid that if he exited the call that it would stop, or something. But at one point he apparently mistakenly dialed Peter Moon, so it was. Yeah, it's odd. It's odd. We don't know exactly what's going on with him, but he seems to be fine. That's what counts. And so it's just you and I. But I will ask of you, because you're one of the few people capable of doing this, I can have confidence in leaving you alone for a few minutes, because I do, after Peter Moon leaves, I usually refresh myself. So it takes a good 5 to 10 minutes. And so when I refresh myself, of course, I usually have to have 2 people on, because it takes 2 people to bounce off each other. But you're one of these few people who has more than enough to talk about, and quite a lot to talk about. Now, it is a Wednesday night. I don't know. I probably we're past the golden hour where you can speak very freely.
We are kind of past the golden hour, but I have a couple things to talk about that are fairly neutral.
Great. And so, if you could do that, just take over, and I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes and join you. But I'm sure you can carry on for much longer than that. And you've done this before, and you're wonderful at it. So by all means,
thank you.
Is there anything? I can go mute now, right? I can go mute now, and
if you want to.
Okay,
sure.
So that's what I'll do, and I'll be back in about 5 to 10. Well, more like 10 to 15. 10 to 15 minutes.
I did want to start off saying that I caught the interview with Brandon, and I caught the interview. Of course, you know that I caught the interview with Peter, because I left a couple of messages on. In the commentary, both very entertaining and insightful. What's so interesting, what the history that Brandon was giving. So I wanted to, one of these days, I took some notes, and one of these days I would like to ask him about what I wrote down.
Wow. Okay.
One particular is on my Once Upon a Eden Facebook page. There in the background picture is a picture that I drew of this. It's a pencil. It's done in pencil, and it was this mountain that surrounded by water. Very odd looking mountain, surrounded by water that I drew it one time, just having to get it out. And then one day, years later, I'm watching Huell Hauser, California Gold, and he goes to this island. And I'm like, where? And it was what I drew.
Wow.
And I was like, I was trying to look it up while you guys were doing the transmission tonight, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't remember the name, but I know it has some kind of connection with my story, because when I drew it as if I were there.
Yeah.
Or like it was a memory hidden, deep inside of me. And I actually drew it from as part of a venting that I had from one of my hospitalizations due to anaphylactic reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So once I got home, I frantically did a bunch of artwork just because I had all this emotion in me that I needed to get out. And that was one of the pictures that I drew. And I had no idea what it was or it was just interesting to me until I watched Hugo Hauser and I found out it was an actual place.
Wow.
And has a military connection to it as well. So,
That's
okay.
incredible. I appreciate your sharing that. And so what kind of vibes do you get when you think back on that, what you were drawing? And I mean, well, just take it from here.
Experiments.
Yeah.
Experiments.
Okay.
Experiments.
All right.
That's the vibe I get.
Okay.
But according to the Hugo Hauser, the town nearby, I think it was military, and that island itself, I think, is a bird reserve or something like that. It's not very hospitable to people as far as habitat's concerned. So something maybe we could talk about more at some other time. But
but definitely, well, that's a good start. And take it from here about anything else you want to talk about. As you said, there's plenty of things you can speak about that are topical and neutral, not necessarily too personal, but it's your personal life, remember, that our listeners are always the most interested in. Far more than any of your other topics.
Well,
it's they find your personal life to be the most important subject that you speak about. So you could cover aspects of it.
That's very touching, and it gives me goosebumps, actually. Thank you all for that. But that is not something that I could talk about right now.
Okay. But you can allude to it. You can allude to it with subjects that touch upon it. Subjects that have touched upon your life.
I will do that. That much I could do. Like the power of the importance of those who took notice of me as I was growing up, and I would not have been able to survive had not these people in one way or another injected some kind of well-being into my life.
Right. Or there's others who brought malice, and you can go in that direction as well. So I'm going to go mute. And I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 at the longest. And okay, my love, you take care.
Okay, thank you. So I do not have access to chat on well, maybe I do on the YouTube. So I would just like to share with everybody that I really do in everything about me, every fiber of my being, firmly believe that our very breathing and being on this planet is our God quality, our first God quality, that we have many God qualities. And what I mean by that is that we are very powerful supernatural beings. And we are also natural beings, of course, because we live here on the earth and we're interacting with everything around us, and everything affects us. And of course, we are a type of a trinity. There is our body, there is our spirit, there is our spirit, our soul. There is our mind, and our body is what keeps us connected here to the earth, that tangibility to touch, feel, to be present within the structure of the earth. And the earth is very much our mother that way. And I do believe that Creator is our Father, the one that I call him Creator of all, or love is what we're born of. And if people along the way, I've already shared with you a bunch of darkness, and we'll carry it on. Another time, details about my life that they don't necessarily have to be dark, but they're informative. Most of the time when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking to people at large. I, over the years, or am mostly speaking to my brothers and sisters who have survived these things, or the generation that is in the midst of all the darkness that they're going through, that was very similar to mine. To be mistreated or to feel less than. And so just basic common sense and human dignity of showing some civility and grace and decorum and consideration. I have actually seen that there's a scripture that says a kind word will bring peace, but a word rightly fitted will break a bone. And I have seen that. We have alluded about the possibility of me returning to Skid Row to do street ministry, boots to the ground type of work. And so there you have to be a jack of all trades within a snap of your fingers, just this lightning quick. Sometimes you're negotiating between a person and a policeman. Sometimes you're negotiating between two people. Sometimes you're helping. I'm sorry for the whistling that you're hearing when I talk. Apologize about that, but if you can't hear it, I can. But sometimes you have to be able to do first aid triage, be a social worker, be a translator of multi-languages, help people understand their customs, because even though Skid Row is in Los Angeles, it is a very multicultural, multi-ethnic neighborhood, or it's like a city within a city, or several cities within a city, because Skid Row is actually several districts. You have your arts district, you have your financial district, you have discos, nightclubs, restaurants, you have Olivera Street, you have City Hall area. That all comprises downtown LA, Skid Row. But the street ministers that are down there, we all divide up where we have our own districts of territory, our own jurisdictions, if you will. Sometimes they overlap, but most of the time we stick to our particular area. And mine goes up part way into the financial district from a little bit past Skid Row. But it's a very straight corridor, pretty much. I tend not to go into anybody's other area to do ministry. It's not that we are so territorial. It is that within my area, there is most of the human trafficking. There is most of the organized crime. Not to say that it doesn't happen in the other areas, because it certainly does, but it's that the prime concentration is within my area. So we do network, we do keep each other informed. There's another area that's primarily for the elder, that the elderly kind of, you'll find more of the elderly there. And there is a lady that she's a street minister, and she has the gift to work with them that I don't have. I will go in from time to time, but she has the patience that I don't have. You would think that even though I worked in the nursing homes, that I would have the patience for that, but it's a different type of thinking. It's a different type of way of life, and that you got to get through in order to get to the social work type of stuff that they need. And she has the patience to stand there and work through all that I don't have. But yet, if she doesn't know where they could go for practical helps, or where they could go for a walker, or usually she does, but if she doesn't know how to get it the way that I do, she contacts me, and then we network together.
back,
Thank you, Amor.
Was it?
I heard you come back. I put myself on
Mute?
YouTube
Uh-huh.
on YouTube, and I just now am reading Amor Fati's
Saying that you cut off. I think that
comment.
was on his end, that you
Yeah.
cut off on 50. That had nothing to do with
Yeah.
us.
Okay. It is. Yeah, but he also paid me a compliment, so thank you for that. My voice is something that I do not like about myself. For as much as I talk, and as long-winded as I am, I actually put myself to sleep when I have to review podcasts that I've been on. I put myself to sleep. When I was in high school, somebody who was an anesthesiologist offered to pay a scholarship for me because he said my voice could do that. And there are actually hostage negotiations. I do hostage negotiations. I did one this past October. And part of it was the hostage taker. He was like, "Wow, your voice is so soothing. I just want to sit down." And every once in a while, he would fall asleep, and I'm like, "Wake up, man! You got to focus. You're wasting my time."
Oh! Sammy Romero joined us. This may be the reason why we cut off for about 15 seconds. So Sammy, oh my God, how long have you been silent, sitting there?
Is he there?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I've only been here for maybe 3 minutes?
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
just in my car.
That's probably
Hi.
Yes.
Oh, that's about as long as I've been talking, a little bit more than that. So, how you doing, Sammy?
I'm good. I'm taking my little coffee break from work, and just hearing your voice, as soothing as you're describing it is. So just listening. Just listening, yeah.
My ego is just going to get so inflated. But Sammy, I'm so glad that you're on the air, because I have some questions for you.
Yeah.
I would like for you to talk more about the cartels, that you know about, what you know about the cartels. Whenever you have time or feel like it. And also, what do you know about the cartel influence here in California, especially within the Los Angeles area?
Oh, okay.
And you
will qualify your questions by explaining that you didn't get the idea that he had cartel connections from me, right?
No. I was just about to say, whenever you have free time or whenever you feel like it, and I thank you for the research that you've been doing. I wanted to qualify that. No, I do not think that you're affiliated in any way, shape, or form.
Okay,
And I myself, I just want to make it clear that although I have blood relations, I have been so many years out of the game. We're talking about almost 30 years out of the game, as where I am not doing anything, any of their activity. I do have blood relatives, but you know what? That is their problem. So, no, there are people who are concerned that because I was born into the mafia, nobody recently has said this. And nobody in the house, and nobody of none of the listeners, but over the years, I come across people who are concerned about that. But like I said, I live a very semi, I'm a mob. I'm a mob at heart. So, whenever you think of a mob, that she just is around the house and you don't know what she does, but things get done somehow. And then she's always there for you, or she has a pie or some kind of cookies or fruit cut up, or something baked. And I'm always doing crafts. Like today I spent the day doing research, and I've been doing some beading work. I crochet, I sew, I do all kinds of stuff like that. So, but the other thing is, with my background as a super soldier, growing up, or the programming that I went through, I every day work on myself. I don't take it for granted that I couldn't be activated. So every day I work upon myself, and it is also between my health and that, I do tend to spend a lot of time to myself. But I'm constantly working on my mental health.
You do want to give Sammy a chance to answer some of your questions.
Yes, but I'm sorry, but I just wanted to make that clear, and I'm not passing to the public, and I'm not passing any of that shadow casting on anybody else when I ask them a question.
Well,
I'm done.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, well, first off, Carmela, I consider you and Brandon and a couple other people, Peter, you guys are pretty much a legacy guest with Doug's platform. I've been hearing you at least since 2015, 2016. So one of the things I do remember from you is, your pyrokinesis, and also you make good root beer. I remember you mentioning that you make root beer. Just, little stuff like that I remember from you. Obviously, your family's organized crime affiliation. But what really impresses me the most about you is your ability to just understand how important your mental health is, despite all your trials and tribulations you've been through. I think that speaks very highly of you, because your ability to help others, if obviously you help yourself, or you can help others. So that's very impressive to me, because how I really connect with Doug, and I have to humanize Doug a lot.
Thank you.
Is because of his love for his parents, his father, and even his biological father. I have to connect that way, and which makes me understand more his history, because a lot of it's out of this world. Even some of the stuff that you talk about, it makes information a little bit more. I can take it in, because there's a lot of people out there that have this information about what some people may call alternative information, or subjects, and they're not vulnerable. And when someone has really nothing to lose, vulnerability is the last thing, because it's really nothing to lose. So it gives it to me more validity. But back to
I would like to interject and say
Yeah.
that is true, and that also is how you can tell public. Let this be a marker to everybody.
Right.
That is how you can tell. That was one of my points the other day, but I was too emotional, so
Right.
I don't think I really made that point towards the last few minutes of the podcast when I was
Right.
speaking about everything that I have lost over the years. When you hear somebody speaking, pay attention to their voice and what they have actually lost. They will be emotional about it because it's really deep what we've lost,
Yeah.
and it is like one person said, if I can't one of the torturers said, if I can't have you, I will have everybody around you and you will be alone. And that in effect is to a great extent the situation, and you
Right.
get an idea of a lot of the survivors are in that situation. So thank you
No,
for that.
No problem. That's one of the things why I said that's because it's to the average, tax-paying American, your information as well as Doug's is because nowadays, it's not like people haven't heard a version of this information. The problem is it's been mangled and perverted. What I mean by that is most of these people they just blurt out this information, and because their skin is not melanated like Doug's and I's, they automatically are, oh well, he's guy's legit because he's from a colonel or a general, or he's affiliated with this organization. Then they have some validity, and it's not true. It's not true because there's I hate to use this term, but their balls are not on the table, and Doug's is, and your imaginary ones, Miss Saldana, are.
Hey, I will. No, I have these. Those exercise balls that you can get, and I have a pair of those.
There
and
you go.
I keep them. I keep them, and when I have to go to certain meetings,
right,
I have them, and I will put them on the table.
Exactly.
Like, am I walking out of? Am I going to walk out of here with these? Remember, God, here's my honorary pair. I also have an honorary drag queen name too. It's Diva Chiquita.
Great.
But like you said, mine are, and that's another reason why I get emotional.
Right.
I don't have paperwork. I don't have paperwork to validate me. I don't have a police report to validate me because, well, the police were in on it, and it was a very small town. But the closest I got to getting a legal justification was my story was entered into the lawsuit against the Catholic Church that brought down the what was it, Benedict. That's as close to bringing my abusers to justice that I will ever get.
Okay.
And
thank you. Go on, Sam.
And you know what? That's a victory in itself. That's a very powerful organization. But like I said, one of and really why I'm starting off this way is because my background, I'm very sheltered, and I'm very sheltered. I grew up in the Central Valley of California, very rural, very very simple, very humble beginnings. My dad was a pastor, and so on and so forth. And I hate to call him that because the more older I've gotten, the more he's more of a counselor.
Thank you.
More of a, I mean, the moniker is great and all, but my dad and I have a mega church, and he wasn't tax exempt. My dad worked for a living. He sold he was a food vendor, a legal one at that. He sold burritos and tamales, and he he's a migrant. He's a former migrant worker as far as working in the fields of California and beyond, Washington, so on and so forth. And a very hardworking man, but he found Christ. He found spirituality, very much so. So a lot of what he poured into my twin and I was very much the love of God, especially for people, for really helping people. And it's not really about being religious; it's about being real, because that kind of separates people that are religious. And one of the things that I found with Doug is, as explosive as his history, his information is, especially with the magic and the occult, the one thing I've always found with Doug is he's real in a sense of putting himself out there when he's seen the unthinkable. And I'm sure you've had your stories too, Miss Saldana, where some things you don't want to remember. And I've always told Doug that. I've always told him I want to give you a hug because certain things people shouldn't see. It's not. There's a reason why people take drugs or people drink. It's not always because they're addicts. It's just, it's a way. The way I see it is you try to cleanse your mind of some of these things because it's just not healthy. It's not what certain human beings are supposed to see. One of the things that my father, one of the things that my father used to do is, I used to hear him cry out to God and just, get in the spirit and just really the vulnerability, be vulnerable.
He opened
almost
himself. He opened
right.
himself. Go on.
Cleansing himself of some of these heartaches when you do help people, because one of the things that my father used to tell me is the word of God is like a mirror, especially you reading it. And one of the things that I learned from Doug is, it's one of the things why I don't like to read the word of God just to read it. There has to be intent because it speaks to you. Books speak to you. Doug talks about grimoire and so on and so forth. Books of any kind of magic. But, you have to be in tune with what you want to see rather than what you read, right?
Yes. So
some of these things were revealed to me when knowing Doug, because he did not that, I didn't understand with my father, but when you put it into the metaphysical or the quote unquote science, it just all lines up. But that's really what I really learned from Doug, some of these little nuances. Not that the stuff with Colonel Michael Aquino wasn't interesting, but to me that's just part of the background that he had to go through to get where he's at now. In other words,
I agree.
It's not as important as what his mother and his father and his what he learned from his history. So back to you, Miss Aldana. One of the things that hearing your testimony.
Sammy, can you? I like Carmela better. I like you calling me Carmela.
Okay, Carmela.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're my elder, so it's just part of.
I know. I appreciate that too, but please, yes. By all means.
Carmela, one of the things that when you're talking about your previous transmission about a little bit of your history, it kind of did show the fact that when you were talking, you were trying to be very careful as far as how you relayed your information, and it was very interesting and explosive because you said a lot without saying a lot. A lot of the time, that's what Doug does. I'm trying to remember what you talked about, but a lot of the time is really what for example, the cartel stuff with your ex-husband. some of that stuff I knew, but the stuff that you talked about, I'm like, okay, yeah, she's about it. And when I say that, it's because one of the ways how I got introduced a little bit to organized crime when it came to Mexico was through the funeral business. You kind of get a feel of that because I've attended funerals in rural parts of California, very red California, but most of these funerals that I attended were compounds. And obviously these people have a lot of money, but you see these, these gangsters, they're crying. They're sobbing like children. Their loved one passed away, so on and so forth. And I know they have money, and I see their security there and so on and so forth. But one of the things my sister taught me is you got to be part of the background, in a sense of be part of the background, but also be assertive in how we're providing the service. One of the things that my sister does is her business is very discreet. She doesn't really advertise. It's always word of mouth, which obviously it's in their favor. And even with the Catholic Church, a lot of the priests, obviously they compensated, quote unquote, donation to the church. And it's almost like it's all interconnected in how it's almost like they all know they know each other. Yes. They're aware of what they do and vice versa. And
his sister, by the way, put out quality service, whereas her predecessors were simply just exploiters. And as a result, she pretty much dominates the field in the community. Go on.
Right. You know why? Because she helps them they're already feeling vulnerable. They're already they're the humanity.
Right.
It's like the honor, there's an honor among thieves, but it's that she's providing them safety to be vulnerable, to be human, at least for that little bit.
Sammy, tell Carmela about the little girl that haunts that funeral home or church.
Yeah, well, one of the things that my sister, obviously, when she does viewings at her chapel, it coincides with the undead, the dead, yeah, but the dead, quote unquote, but they're really not. That's one thing that I've learned from Doug but there's a little girl that is always sitting in the front pew of her chapel. Her office is down the hall, and she's always there. I've even told my sister, what's up with the little girl sitting there? When I turn, she's not there anymore. So every visitor sees this young girl there. But what my sister relayed to me is, she's there for a reason. She's there, and she doesn't bug nobody. She's just there. Leave her alone, and in other words, there's no harm. It's just this young girl is there and continues to be there. But the very interesting fact is the part that really never leaves me is when I do removals, when I help my sister do removals. And for example, we got a burn victim a couple years ago. And, I described this burn victim to Doug where
the tragedy is just haunting. Go on.
Of all, I picked this young lady from
like a Shriner hospital, kind of.
Yeah, Shriner Hospital. Yeah, a Mason hospital, which is it looked like the Bellagio, not Bellagio, but like the Ritz-Carlton. That's how nice his hospital was. But anyways, this girl's skin was seared onto her clothes. Was literally it was fused onto her skin.
Yes.
And anytime you identify a body, you have to look at the toe tag. That's just common standard practice. But when I touched her leg, it just felt like I can feel her pain, but I just felt like, oh my God, like this must have been a terrible death.
Yes.
And yeah, she just was burned. It's almost like you burn a piece of meat or piece of chicken or something. But what I'm trying to tell you is a lot of things that Doug has relayed about, even something like death, at times I have to kind of think about it, but it's like the more you know, the more you don't want to know.
Yes.
Because it's like, man, Doug, you've seen way too much. But it's just part of understanding that if you seek knowledge, you better be prepared for it. And don't you ask God for knowledge? God's gonna give it to you. Anything you ask of God, if you wholeheartedly ask Him, be prepared, because it's not something a lot of people want to have when they find out what it is, because it's more like, oh, the more I know about this, how many people really want to know? How many really people want to know what Carmela has gone through, and not call her crazy, but really they know it's the truth. Right. I'm a father now. I look at my son, and it just it pains me because of what Doug has talked about. Doug's held my baby in his hands. That's one of the reasons why I met Doug. I wanted to see him. I wanted to shake his hand. I wanted to see he's for real. And I just wanted to meet Doug. And when I met him, he gave me more than when I bargained, as far as just showed me around the city a little bit. And yeah, Doug's a real deal. Even the day we met, it was the hottest day. I thought I was in Death Valley. That's how hot it was that day. In San Francisco. We were in San Francisco. We went to the Presidio, of all places. But that place is haunted for a reason. It's like it's staring at you. But what I'm trying to say is, I had to humanize Doug, because a lot of people exploit him for his knowledge, or it's the freak show. Doug's a freak show. He's a cybernetic vampire, Nazi hooker screwing guy. No, that's just
the part of it.
That's
just a part of it.
That's just a part of it, but it's. I mean, really, like it's silly. It really is, because it's not even. Who does that? It's not really the vibration that I'm at. It's just more, I want to see if Doug's a real person, and he is. It's just certain things. I guess I have to be that way, because what the internet's done is watered down so much of what it is to just be a person. And I've learned also, you can't be a person just to anybody, because they just don't deserve it.
Very well said.
It's just
very well said.
It's just a part of life. I wish that wasn't true, but that's one thing that my father. One of the reasons why I realized he tried to view things in more of a spiritual realm and helping people, rather than quote unquote, I have the authority over you because God mandated it. No, that's not how things work.
Your father was so above that. That's incredible.
Right. Right. And
because so many people who aren't. Go on.
Yeah. I'm so glad that your father knew that people are not supposed to be dominion over people.
Right.
When God said, have dominion and multiply. And that was one of the things as I was growing up, and anything that I had to do with religion. One of your listeners asked me if I really was ordained when I was a teenager, and I said yes. And he said, well, what denomination? And it was actually several denominations, because they didn't believe that I had this encounter with God. Plus, they wanted to know, and then people knew about the abuse, and they knew all the stuff going on in the woods that I was participating, but they didn't understand that I was being forced, or they didn't want to acknowledge that I was. So while I was going to communion, classes for confirmation, and I just had this hunger for the Bible, and I was already having these, that 4-year experience of, what is it called again? The Douglas, the bicameral mind, or
the bicameral mind.
Yeah, of 4 years solid. I mean, I still have it from time to time, but it was 4 years solid every single day. It was, and that's how I was learning to read the Bible. Well, they were putting all these tests to me to make sure that I actually knew the Bible, because there's this thing that if you could if you get a demon to say Jesus Christ is Lord, or get a demon to quote scriptures, certain scriptures, and if the person can't do it, that means that they're demon possessed, because the demon can't say these certain scriptures or say Jesus Christ is Lord or that. So people wanted to test me. Well, I was eating all this stuff up. I was so hungry for what was for the light that was the counterbalance to my darkness, that I was getting all this strength. And well, these pastors who were just so wanting to make a reputation that they were going to subdue. I mean, they actually had a contest going on. The pastors in the area had this contest that they were going to subdue this little Jezebel. And instead, it ended up that they had to ordain me, and ordain me publicly. And that's how I ended up getting ordained. And as far as when I was on the air before in those years, and I'm just amazed, Sammy, that you remember, and thank you for remembering. I don't know if you remember that when I was on air before, and I answered the criticisms and the critiques of how can I talk about what I talk about and be on air on Douglas's show of all shows. Well, it's because I understand a lot of the cultures. And
Sammy has to go for now. Say
okay.
good night to Sammy. Sammy, can you say
good night?
Will you
Good
be
night,
back?
Sammy.
Hopefully he'll be back. Yes.
He just.
Yeah.
Yes. I have to get going for now. It was great speaking to you, Carmela. You're always a treat to listen to.
Well, you did my ego in my heart good, Sammy.
Yes.
No, I mean like I said, it's just one of those things where I like knowledge. I like to hear testimony, and it's obviously not everybody has the same effect on you, but certain people that I listen to, and I had to say that because a lot of people I don't, because it's just not, it doesn't hit the same.
I got to give props to you too, because growing up, your dad is a pastor. I know the congregation could be very mighty hard on the children of those in spiritual leadership. So, major kudos to you.
Oh, thank you. I'm far from perfect, but that's actually one of the things about being an adult that I had to kind of evolve. There's the adult world, and there's the when you're a child, quote unquote. One of the things that I had to come to grips is not to put my faith in man. It's
thank you.
You're setting yourself up for failure. Even with Doug.
Well, what I'm saying is, for some reason the congregation feels like that they can parent the pastor's children just right along with the pastor and his wife, and they all. Poor kids, they don't have two parents. They probably have anywhere from 20 to 2,000 if the if the parents don't.
Yeah.
So kudos to you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That means a lot. It's just I guess it's just part of my background, but I just want to say that it does take it takes a lot out of you, especially seeing my father. Okay, he struggled a lot with dealing with people, and me working in a managerial position in my job, I can kind of see that, but it's more of, well, imagine if you get personal with people and they tell you things have transpired in your life, they get close to you, and obviously things can go left real quick, because some people think if I'm vulnerable with you, then you can't correct me or not correct you, but how can I say it? The boundary lines get blurred, maybe. I don't know if I'm making sense, but
well, you are to me, but I don't know if to the public, but I'm sure there's pastors' kids out there that very well know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I'll let you guys go for now.
If you can join us later, please do so.
Have a good one and take care.
Love you.
Yeah, we'll try.
Take
Okay.
care.
Bye-bye.
Yes. That's our lovely Sammy Romero, a good man and a young father. And well, you were a young mother, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I was 20. I mean, that is young, but by the time I reached 20, of everything else I did in my life, it was like the only thing that was left to do was have children. It felt like I did everything else. Jeez, I even had businesses when I was a teenager, had purchased a house by the time I was 19. I had it all paid for, so what more was left to do but to have the children, to get married and have children.
By the way, we've got a little question here from Amor Fadi. Amor Fadi was saying we need some real education on cartels. I'm sure that Sammy and yourself will get to that eventually. He says, hey, Douglas, as you were speaking about politics, as you think in geopolitical terms, I remembered about Stratfords and George Friedman. What is your opinion, or what do you know about the Stratfords? George Friedman and his books. He says Strat4 is what he meant to say, Strategic Forecasting Incorporated. So apparently George Friedman started a new business called Geopolitical Futures. He says, you should be the head of a geopolitical media business, Douglas. I can just imagine you, Douglas, with a lot of support, resources, and an even better and more viral platform. I mean, well, yeah, at that point, you'd be in a society that made sense, right? And we wouldn't be having these problems. So, Amor, the George Friedman thing is actually quite funny. I will go into that at some point in the near future, not right now with Michelle, because it's basically, we don't need to stoop to that level in the company of Michelle right now, because at that point we're just talking almost smack, because, the guy's a clown. I'll say that right off the bat, right out the door. But that being said, and putting that in its place, back to Michelle, let me show you a little something before I take off for another few minutes. I'll be back in probably about 5 to 7 minutes, but I did want to show you something on screen share. So are you able to see your screen share? Let's take a look. Okay, so can you see the cursor moving around? So. Can you see the cursor moving around, honey?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. So screen share, let's see now. We'll try and take you over to the latest episode. No, here we are. Now, I'll take a screenshot of this for you later. So, let's see if it's still there. This is, let me see. There we are. So, this was the original comment. And Amy either withdrew that comment 2 days ago, or you have to click the buttons to see it. Now, from what I understand, some of these comments cannot be seen unless you press the 3 buttons or something like that. If you press these 3 buttons, no, that doesn't give us much. So some people, I guess, can see these comments and some of them cannot when they're entered. But for whatever reason, the original comment that she entered was later on not there. So I just wanted to show it to you. You saw this one. Michelle needed to get out the truth. I'm glad you stood firm and gave her the airtime to do it, and you responded to that. She had originally said, well done to Michelle for getting her truth out, saying it's just a conspiracy, in quotes, sometimes is maddening to people who have lived through similar horrors. So I did want you to see that, okay? And I'll get a screenshot of that for you.
I took a screenshot from it. I'm speaking on my computer. Yeah.
Oh, good. So you've got the screenshot you need then.
I do. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And
good.
I did see it the other day, and it was most encouraging.
Okay.
To read that.
Okay. So
and I do just about any time that I'm speaking. I know I'm educating the public about maybe different things, but primarily I'm speaking to those who are in the middle of things.
Mm-hmm.
Especially my background or any kind of abuse or dark situation. Mm-hmm. That's who I'm speaking to the most. That's my audience the most, primarily are the ones who feel like nobody is, how are they going to get out of their situation? Mm-hmm. That's who I'm speaking to the most. Um, Everybody else are voyeurs and eavesdroppers. It's always been that way. And even on my Facebook over the years, I would put down some pretty horrific things. And this was the early days of Facebook when you could do this. And somebody would say, you should write about that. Or, well, as soon as I did, there were other survivors that they were looking for their community, and they found that, and they found solutions that they otherwise did not have. That's one of the ways that Chong and I connected, was because she was looking for like mind,
Right.
and she found me, and then people in all these different groups that were followers of hers and followers of mine were trying to create this war between us. One day she and I were on the phone together, and we were laughing and having a good time. And I was on Facebook, and I said, "Oh, did you know that we're fighting?" And she goes, "Oh, really? What are we fighting about?" So I was reading the comments, and we were laughing. She goes, "Look at them trying to foment. Oh, they're so loyal to us that they don't even know that we both enjoy each other. What is this?" So I got on the Facebook, and I said, "Anything else you want to say? Chong and I are on the phone right now. Anything that I should relay to her?" And then she and I decided that we were going to mess with the people in the group, and we were like, "Why are you trying? We're family. We are a family. We are a family that did not ask to be a family, and we did not choose each other. We got thrown into this, unfortunately, but we are going to make the best of this. So come on, children. Auntie Chong and Auntie Carmela are, going to babysit you right now." So, and there are some things that she and I differ about, and as well as a number of different. So we mentioned Chong because Chong has been on Douglas's show before, but there's other survivor activists that they're part of the country, or they're parts of the world, or their particular demographic of abuse and whatnot and exploitation have made a certain name for themselves with their type of work that they do. And we all have areas where we have to agree to disagree on certain things. And the main focus is getting the word out to people who are in the middle of all of this hell and turmoil, to help them out of it, and to keep their sanity, or get their sanity back, and how to adapt to their situation. So, I tend to be very prejudiced against politicians.
By
And
the way, just before I go on my second little refreshment break here, I did want to show this to you. Let's do the screen share again. See if we can do this without risking too much. Here we are. So making certain that you can see the cursor moving around. Going back to the, let's see now, that episode. Let me see if I was on that episode before. Oh, no, I guess I'd bring it up here. And here we are. Let's see if we can, make certain that's mute, but turn it on for a second here. Let's see if I can turn that on. There we are. That makes the, here we are. So, did you see the chat? Did you see the chat from last episode where La Nina Blanca says I was extremely touched by Michelle's story as well? Did you see that?
I did.
And Aloma Albert saying Michelle's words were touching and important for her to say. Yes. So, Yes. So you did see this then?
I did. I didn't comment because I didn't want to foment anything.
Okay.
I felt like it was not the most gracious or wise thing to do to even say thank you at that moment, because I just wanted to be respectful.
Okay.
So, I mean, not like I was going to say anything, but I just felt like if I did put my name up there, that I might be poking the bear, or
Okay. Yeah.
and I even tonight I wasn't even sure about commenting, but I it was really good and helpful and insightful tonight. So
Yes. And I want you to continue to provide insights. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Let me just answer our dear man Amor Fadi here with his his statements on the book written by George Friedman so many years ago, and it's something actually that I will bring up in greater depth another time. What he's asked about geopolitics, because of course, obviously, that's my passion. But in your case, you have your own passions, and share with people what those passions might be exactly. I think people have a good idea, but you can share a bit more while I'm gone, and or whatever you want to talk about. So I'll be gone for about 5 to 7 minutes or so. I'll go mute now, and the stage is yours. Okay?
I think I'll continue talking about a little bit of the behind the scenes
Sure.
of amongst us survivor activists in this field.
Good idea. Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, so um, you know, exploitation and abuse is very multifaceted. So, um, of course, we speak addressing mostly about children, but um, just human beings in general. Um, it's so I tend to take the approach that it's a multifaceted, multi-complex, multi-layered situation. Um, whether you're working with individuals or of you know a certain person, or whether you're working with a demographic, or whether you're working with a region or population. And right now, I've taken on a research project that I'm not at liberty to talk about, um, but it affects both both a region, a demographic, and it incorporates having to study the environment, water, um, manufacturing, corporations, trade agreements, farming, um, history of the indigenous, as well as um, history of certain trade agreement, what trade agreements are involved in the history around those trade agreements, um, and and uh, and then what solutions have been implemented already to this particular problem, and if there are any areas in the world that have similar situation, and what worked and what did not work. So it's going to be quite the project, and the target end goal of this project is all of this in order to free a couple people from human trafficking. It's not always a matter of going in and extracting somebody. There are organizations that do that. Um, and I have done that, and I have networked with organizations that have done that. If I don't do that personally, I will network with other organizations that do and that help provide aftercare resources. So, but in this particular matter, we're not just rescuing people, we're also working out the conditions to prevent this in the future and to build up cases that are going to be substantial to hold people accountable. So um, I tend to take this approach um, because this works when it's something in this capacity. Now, if I were in Skid Row, it's a case by case. The person that either comes up to me or a social worker um, points out this individual, then I will assess what this person needs. And then we will work from there what resources they have on hand versus what resources are around them through their friends and family, programs that the community down at Skid Row has to offer that are available to them that they're eligible to utilize. And all along the way, we're working on their mentality and their their what confidence and their ability to make decisions. Please keep in mind when people are being severely oppressed, asking them to choose apple juice from orange juice, and you get that blank stare, that's because either their mind is so frazzled because they are under a mountain of pressure of how are they going to get out of their situation. They don't care. They might not even care whether they get apple juice or orange juice. They just might be even just thankful to have juice. Then there are those who their whole entire life they were told, you don't make the decisions. So and so makes the decisions for you. Or if they go and make a decision, they might have been punished for it. So if you are asking them apple orange juice and they look at you and go, yes, they're hoping beyond hope that that was the right decision, that was the right answer, and they're not going to be punished for it. So please have compassion for people. You really don't know what that person in front of you has gone through for them to share the same airspace with you, that same breath, that same moment with you, right across from you, that person that is looking at you or standing next to you. You don't know what they've been through for them to be able to stand there right now, and neither do they know about you. Every person has a story. We are here on the earth. The earth is very volatile in its creation and its changing and manifestations, as well as the most humdrum life could also have its challenges that no one else will ever understand. So that is why we are to have compassion for ourselves as well as for each other, if for nothing else. Um, please forgive the person in the drive-thru that forgot your ketchup. Please forgive the person that forgot your coffee and the sugar or got your order wrong. Um, call Grubhub, get your refund, and enjoy the food that was given to you. Um, you know, waitressing, if you're at a restaurant, hopefully your waitress or waiter will be a lot kinder to you. Whether you tip them or not, totally up to you. Just have some compassion towards them in whatever you do. So also have some compassion for your children because it's sensitive. I tell you what, every time I come back from an anaphylactic reaction, and I was at home, I could hear smells. I could feel color. I talked to a doctor from a neonatal unit one time about it, and he said that Douglas probably knows the name of the condition that people go through that where their sensory organs or their senses are mixed up. They also have, according to this doctor that I spoke with many years ago, he had said that they found that in newborns, that many newborns go through that. And he asked me, what do I do when that happens? And I said, I usually sleep, because once I fall asleep and then I wake up after a good rest, at least for a while, my senses come back in order and alignment again. And it usually takes a while, several weeks to several months, before my senses calm down to my touch is my touch, and my smell is my smell, and my hearing is my hearing, and not necessarily mixed up like they otherwise could be, or otherwise are after I come back from situations like that. So that was pretty interesting, kind of unnerving to learn something like that, but was thankful to have his input. I was saying earlier, years ago, one of the questions that many survivor activists had when I was on Douglas's show before, back in like 2000, what was it, 16, 17, something like that. They would question why I was on Douglas's show, when they would listen in, and, you know, he would allude to a little bit of his life, but taking out of context,
What was
it
this?
just
I
sounds.
just got back.
Oh my gosh, you scared me. Remember when I was on your show before? So other survivor activists would listen in, and they would look you up, and they were like, "Why are you on his show?" What were you talking about with prostitutes, and you're on a show of somebody that. And I said, okay, first of all, multi-layered, multi-complex, faceted situation is every single person, as well as the life that we come from. Mm-hmm. Now, I had one friend in particular that he's gay, and he's from he was born in the mafia, and he's like, oh, I totally get him. He's like,
thank you.
He goes like, so he was telling everybody, he's just one of us. You weren't born into it. You weren't born into this, or you weren't born into that. And you didn't experience this. You didn't experience that. And I'm like, he's like, because sometimes, actually, I don't think you know this, that when I was on your show, I would get all these messages in my Facebook PMs that I would read them and be like, yeah, right. But I wouldn't, I would just keep on going on with the show. But I was very entertained and very amused by all the alarm that different activists had about me being on your show. You know how I love to mess with people. So, especially if it unnerves them. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of the things that I would talk about is, I don't set out to rescue people. What I do is I help people help themselves. And so I get ingratiated into these communities because I don't come in here, I don't go in like white knight and Florence Nightingale or some kind of space creature that knows better. I want to learn, and I want to, and if there's anything that I have to offer, then I do. And if I don't, well, then I learned something and I made new friends. Well, in the case with Douglas, because I worked at the Chinese restaurant and I got to know a lot about the culture, and I being born in Taiwan, I read. I love the fact that I was born in an Asian country. So I read a lot about the culture. And I also read about, it was an idea once upon a time in my late teenage years, in my early 20s, that I would be a sex therapist. Yet I decided not to be, because I did not have the mental capacity for hearing. Are we still on together?
Yeah. Is there
Okay.
something that gives you the impression we're not?
Yeah, the phone screen changed. That's why.
It did?
So, yeah.
Oh,
So
not at my end, but yeah, okay.
My phone screen changed.
Okay.
So, but because I would have to hear, I was told that I would have to hear criminals talk about different things.
Okay.
And I knew that would be constantly triggering me and be mentally unhealthy for me, that I chose not to get certified or a doctor, or not certified, but to get a doctorate or any kind of college education regarding that matter. So what I did instead was I studied cultures and about the topics around sex and marriage and child rearing and birth and things like that. I decided to study the cultural aspects of these things, so that way I would not have to, when I counseled somebody, I counseled them from the aspect of their cultural heritage and not just the religious heritage. And I also did study the religious aspects from different parts of the world, and what was taboo and what wasn't, and this, that, and the other. Everything except I didn't want to hear some person in front of me relating the story of what they had so-and-so do, because I didn't want that to mess with my mind and unlock certain things in me. The closest that I ever came to that was, there was an experiment that I can't remember. I want to say it was in Cheeto, but it might have been another prison. But I had gone to a prison. I had been. I went through prison fellowship of prison. What is
Ministry?
it? Prison fellowship ministries.
Okay.
Prison fellowship ministries. Training a long time ago, and there were the warden and several other people. I shared with them my background, and they just thought it was. Well, at one time I was a novelty. I'm not so much of a novelty now. I still am somewhat of a novelty because so far I'm still the only female minister that will have sit-downs, like business type sit-downs, negotiating for a community with organized crime. If there's a community project that we're doing, well, we'll put it this way. We call it liaison. I will still liaison. But I'm one of the few, if any, females who do that. No. Anyway, while I was at this one prison doing Bible studies for the female, I forget what prison it was, but anyway, what I remember is they had a male side and a female side, and I hated working with the females. Oh my gosh, the cattiness, the cattiness, and I was like, you know what, you're locked in here. I get to go home. If you want to be catty all you want, sure, go ahead. I'll let you. I'm walking out of here. You're going home. So I won the argument even before it even started. And there shouldn't even been an argument anyway. How do you argue with somebody? How do you start arguing with somebody as soon as they say hello? Just because I'm here? You know? Whatever. So, but I would go over to the men's side, and they were just studying me. They were just studying me, and like, you're allowed to be in here with us? And I'm like, again, the world thinks that I'm Snow White and innocent, which I love that. I just am so thankful for that. I don't see myself that way. I see myself wanting to be innocent, but knowing better. So, but I was so we would start doing the Bible study, and, you know, I didn't have a problem with the men because they were just too confused that I was even allowed in the facility with them in there. So I didn't have a problem with them so much. But the one particular day, I was on my way out, and I was asked by the warden to come with him to his office. And there were a group of several people who asked me to confirm my background and give some references, which I did. Mm-hmm. And they said that
these are obviously not prisoners.
No. Suits. They were suits. Mm-hmm. And they were telling me later, they told me that they were interested in having me help them conduct a study. And I said, what is this study? And so it was an experiment where they would put me in a room with offenders. And I said, what's going to keep me safe? Well, the desks were bolted to the floor, and these persons were bolted to the desks.
There you go.
So there we go. Well, my job was to give my story, and the observers in this experiment were going to observe the reaction of these fine men listening to my story and responding to my story through the change in their countenance. We'll put it that way. Mm-hmm. So I said, I will do this if I also get to ask them questions. Because I had there was a set, there were specific questions. I was given a list of specific questions to ask, and it was part of I I guess, specific to the experiment. But I asked them. I said I'll do it on the grounds that I have my own questions that I want to ask, and there were objections. They said that for me to do so would execute the experiment. And I said, well, then find another guinea pig. I won't do that because it's just going to take somebody to be strong enough to, or some kind of guard or somebody. I have plenty of enemies around,
Mm-hmm.
Who's to say that one of the desks were not bolted nearly as well as they could be, and those chains and shackles don't become the whatever's tying their hands together doesn't end up being the noose around my neck.
Right. Good point. Yes.
So when I pointed that out to them, the risk that I was taking being in there, plus there were I think there were about 12 or 15 of them. And I'm by myself. And they're like, well, we have guards behind the mirror. I'm like, yeah, behind the mirror. But by the time you get inside, and again, one of me, many of them, so they did. They let me ask my question. And the main thing that always stuck with me was I asked, so how do we keep our children safe from you guys? And the one says, keep them away from us. Just keep them away from us. That's how you keep them safe.
Yes.
Keep them away from us.
Yes. Go on.
But from them, from that exchange, I actually did have a list that I go by, that I gave to parents. I said, this is straight from the horse's mouth, from the dragon's mouth, of how they get, how they get their prey. So, the lion, the lion, the tiger, if you will, the shark. This is exactly what they shared with me. And it was quite informative, that exchange. And one that I'm so glad I did it. I'm so glad I did it because it was quite healing for me. I spent a few days shaking and crying because I'm like, oh my God, that could have been so dangerous. And what was I thinking doing that? But yeah, I also felt like I covered K1, K2, K3, and Mount Everest and the Mariana Trench all at the same time,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
So,
that's incredible.
because I faced my foes,
Mm-hmm.
in a sense.
Yeah.
Hi, George.
George joined us. I didn't even notice.
Hello,
I
good evening.
wasn't looking. So how long have you been with us?
Hello, I've just joined, Douglas.
Okay,
Thank
wonderful.
you.
I'm so glad Michelle noticed you. And give us an update on what's going on with yourself. I don't know how much you heard of Michelle and her speaking, but by all means, join us. How much time do we have with you?
I believe about an hour now, Douglas.
Okay, good.
Oh, on that note, I'm going to log off and say goodnight.
Are you sure, honey?
And let George have this time. And
that's all right.
George, what's it like where you are right now? California, especially Northern California, is getting inundated with such massive levels of snow.
Yeah.
So far, we've had about 50 feet of snow, and I think there's 13 to 15 people who've passed away because of the northern snow, the snow in Northern California. Thank you.
Oh God, that's awful. Yeah,
but
yeah, truly horrendous. I'm I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's so sad. It's so tragic. Yeah, no, it's been bad here as well. We've had quite heavy snow here as well. We had it for one day, only for a few hours, but it was. Yeah, this is just it's the way the world is, unfortunately, with climate change and everything.
Yes.
Yeah. It's changed from when we were children, certainly.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was like first or second grade, I woke up one morning, my sister and I, it was very strange because our parents were in the house. And so we're looking everywhere, and it was a school day. And we didn't know that there was, that it was a snow day, that it was a cancellation. We didn't know this. And when we finally found our parents, we looked out the window. Our parents were standing above this, on top of this really huge hill that was about as high as the building across the street. And we were watching them shovel the snow. And we watched that like, where are the cars? And what are they why are they? We were so confused. We watched that for a good while. And I think it took almost an hour for our parents to get to our car. And then they were finally shoveling, they were unburying the car. They still had a ways to go. And here comes the snowplow. Plowing the road and dumping snow on the car. And I forget whether it was my mother or my father that got covered, and one of them got buried waist deep in the snow because of the snowplow.
Oh my God. Didn't your father work with some dangerous road conditions, George?
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. And that's the thing, because we don't get it very often here in the UK, but when it does snow, everything either comes to a halt, a standstill, or people just go berserk, or they just ignore it. People with 4x4 vehicles, cars, they just plow through, and then you've got people going on a 60-mile-per-hour limit, going only 20 or 30, and it's it's horrendous. And that was, I was doing my, basically a civil avoidance training last week. It was last Wednesday we had heavy snow, so a week ago, and I had to travel to Billinghurst, which is an hour away, and it was just, chaotic on those roads. It was horrendous, just because the way people were traveling, just the way they approached snow. As soon as snow comes, people just don't know what to do about it. So it's truly horrendous. Yeah, and then you got like these massive lorries stalling, coming to a halt, or they slide off the roads. That happens a lot in the UK. Yeah, because the UK is just not prepared for it. Yeah. So
yeah, but we're definitely glad to have you with us, and certainly. Michelle, are you very familiar with George? Do you know much about him? Or did she leave? No, she's mute. Then she came on to say, I
don't really know too much.
Uh-huh. Well, let me introduce you. So? You do know that George is a 5G engineer. He's working on laying fiberglass all over England. Do you know that much?
I remember that.
Okay.
I remember that. And what fascinates me and what is amazing to me and is concerning is that you have to lay all this down in this difficult weather.
Tell us about that, George.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you do. You get they provide you with the correct PPE, so you got your own personal protective equipment on you, but it's all about your own risk assessment, and we call them RAMs. It's risk assessment and method statements. So if anything compromises your own health and safety, then you just don't do the job. You just don't do the work. You don't have to carry out. You're not obliged to. Nobody can force you to do anything that your own risk assessment tells you otherwise. So so there are factors in play. There are safeguarding in place in case of those instances where you are, your health is compromised by the environment around you. So yeah, it's like the Wild West out there, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's what the engineers call it. That's the term they use. It's the Wild West out there. So yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, but it is in other words, it is. It's yeah.
You can tell her about you've got this copper infrastructure that's been there since the days of fucking Jack the Ripper and shit.
Yes.
So tell her about this, that this is the major problem with England and how far you are behind everybody else.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, I remember seeing on the news a few years ago, going back a decade ago, that they were saying that Japan were 90% had a fiber infrastructure already in place. And most Eastern European countries already had fiber years ago as well, and Britain was so far behind in the it was so lacking in technology and so behind compared to the rest of the world that they realised they needed to do something about it. So it's a government target, it's a government scheme they forced.
I am so sorry to interrupt, but I am flabbergasted. You mean that's what you're laying down is the fiber optics?
Yes, fiber optic cable. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. No, so about 20 years ago, I was taking production courses. The person that was training me was the director of photography for CBS Studios, and he's Japanese. And he adapted high definition technology from military use to consumer and commercial use. John Aito is his name. And that's one of the first things we learned about was the fiber optics being laid down, and they were being laid down in the ocean. But I thought that Britain had that already. So that's what you're doing, is you're laying that down?
Yeah, basically you have the fiber building the network, the infrastructure. So all the
my brain is buzzing. My brain is buzzing. And I'm just gonna go mute, let it buzz and process while you further
describe
and explain. Thank you.
Go on, George, by all means.
Yeah, my God. It's truly don't know. It's what's the word to use? It's shocking, isn't it? Just, it's gobsmacking. Yeah, that's the word I'm thinking of.
I am gobsmacked. Yes, my brain is buzzing. I am gobsmacked.
Thank you. Yeah, so basically the government has given my company a target, and it's not just our company, it's all these alternative other altnet companies, we call them, other alternative companies that provide fibre also. We've got to provide fibre to 25 million homes by 2026. And just as I outlined briefly with the summary of health and safety, it's not going to get done by 2026. 25 million homes. We've got over 12 million. Essentially we're halfway, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with a conducive, compromising environment that we work in, and just the whole infrastructure of the UK. It is literally well and outdated with everything. The underground structure and the overhead structure is just not viable to complete jobs on the day. So everything gets prolonged and postponed. Just because if you just look at the conditions of the UK, it is just awful out there. Especially the more further rural you go out to, further out in the sticks, it's just more dangerous, and it's just no way. And so in some places you go to, there's not even an infrastructure there, so it needs to be built. So that takes years of planning. So it's just not going to get done. And the biggest problem that we have is there's a regulator, a governmental governing regulator out there called Ofcom, who issued fines to these companies if they don't meet with their customer level agreements, their service level agreements, and if they don't meet these agreements, then they have to pay hefty fines. And what they've done is, if we fail in reaching that target by 2026 of getting 25 million homes up and running with fibre, then we got to pay £1 billion in fines and compensations. So yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. They might as well just pay that £1 billion right now. It's just not.
Oh my
It's not
God.
happening.
I,
But yeah,
it's
and it's just because Britain is so far behind compared to the rest of the world. And it's funny because I speak to Eastern European, people from Eastern European countries, whether it's from Poland or Romania or anywhere like that, because we have a lot of workers that come overseas to work in the UK. They say that they had fiber years ago, and they're getting 2 gigabits of download speeds, 2,000 megabit download, which is astronomical, because here in the UK it's only capped at 1,000, so it's only 1 gig. But yeah, that's a problem, that also another problem that we're lacking behind. But the good thing is about our network is the capacity is capable of reaching 12 gigs plus 10 gigs download. So whereas all these other alternative companies are not offering that anytime in the future, whereas we've got the technology and the capacity to run at those speeds. So yeah, that's a good thing for us. It means we're going to be the dominant. There's no going to be hardly any competitors out there can basically succeed us. Yeah, so we're going to be the dominant provider in the field still, because we are the largest in the UK, but we're going to be still the dominant for many years to come. But yeah, that's a little outline of it.
But it's a good outline.
Situation.
I mean, it shows the direness of the situation. And we were talking about how dangerous it gets the further out in the sticks, the boondocks you get. The danger sources from the people, or the lack of infrastructure, like you said, or what?
Yeah, it's just basically, it's just when you go out in the sticks, there are and this is what we learned last week actually for my it was basically it's called LA01 to 04 in excavating and reinstating roads. So that was our training course last week, and we were told that the most common road type in the UK is country lanes. And so these are more out in the rural sticks. So it's basically like the anatomy of a human body. Essentially, you have the main from the sourcing from the heart, and then you go through the veins and the arteries, and then you go down to the smaller, basically the stems. So you're going down from like a larger, so for instance, the analogy is from like a motorway down to like country lanes. So you're going from a larger roadside down to a smaller roadside. Well, there are far more country lanes because they're more small and more dispersed throughout the country than there are motorways. So motorway is basically the central system, highway system, and it disperses outwards. So it's essentially a bit like the heart of a human body. That's what they were trying to explain it to us. But anyway, with the country lanes, there is no national speed limit regulation on these roads, because it's just basically a country road with trees around it. There is possibly maybe half a dozen people within a surrounding area of half a kilometer to a kilometer. So it's just out in the middle of nowhere. People are traveling down these lanes at 60, 70 miles per hour. And these poles are right next to the road. So yeah, they're so dangerous. So you have to put in for traffic management. So road safety, traffic management. So traffic lights, and then put in for traffic management, someone to be on site to regulate the traffic flow. So to just basically control it. And so that's essentially it. That's just an example, just a scenario. And yeah, when it comes down to weather, high gusts of winds, that can compromise your health and safety when you're climbing. Yeah, just a gust can sway a pole, and especially with a weight, it's pivoted. Yeah, so it's just everything. I could come up with so many examples. And plus, people themselves, they get very hostile, because this is a matter of life and death when it comes down to the internet. It's their livelihoods. Their whole life revolves around the internet. So when that is absent, when you take that away, when you subtract that from the equation, they become incredibly hostile.
Yeah.
Because of that reason. Yeah. The whole life is consumed by the internet. So this is what we're doing. So it is a utility service. It's a matter of life and death. it is a form. Communication is a form of utility service. It can, you know, it's the ramifications, and it jeopardizes your own health and safety if you can't make a communication, for instance, to emergency services, which there's a lack of there anyway. So that's another issue. But we could go on for hours about the whole issues in the UK, the problems that we're suffering and facing. So, yeah, it's just.
So, Michelle, does this raise any questions with you with what he's describing?
George, I'm thinking of that movie Fall. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, George.
It's about people who do jobs like George, where they have to climb very, very high.
Oh, right. That was about British people, wasn't it? Certainly one of the actors was British, if I remember.
I don't know. I couldn't bring myself to watch the movie. I just looking at the poster.
Right.
Fall. Just looking at the poster itself.
Right. Oh, that was about this two girls. Okay, different. That's different from the one that I was thinking about, people working on high towers. But Fall is more like two girls who are thrill seeking, and that's a hard film to watch. That's hard to watch.
Yeah. I have only looked at the poster. Then I did have a video that I posted last year of different jobs. That there was this woman that she was on the top of some weather vane pole, and she was looking. It was a beautiful view, and then when she leans back a little bit, you realize she's hanging to a pole, and everything below her, it's almost like the poster, everything below her is so incredibly tiny, and then the wind is whipping. She's trying to talk, and you can't hear anything she's saying, and finally you hear very faintly, "I love you, Mom," and it turned out that it was one of my Facebook friends. She's like, "Oh, you found my daughter's video that she sent to me. Isn't she brave?" I'm like, brave or crazy? I have no idea. I just, better you than me, better her than me, the rest of us. But a lot of kudos to you, George.
Well, I don't think George, fortunately for George, tell us, you don't go that high, right?
No, the highest poles that we have are 15 meters high, which is when you stand at the bottom, look up, it does look very high. But of course, I have to just let you in on a little something. I think I might.
Isn't that about 45 feet? Isn't that about 45 feet?
Oh yeah, it's taller than because the house ranges in the UK. A house ranges from 20 to 25 feet.
Oh, it's just 45
include
feet.
the roof. No,
it's high enough. It's the height of King Kong. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not tall at all. It's just, a small airplane. If I reach out my hand, I can touch a airplane flying low.
Small bypassing Piper Cub. Yes.
And they have to be taller than a house as well that we provide for, because the cable, if you think about it, is connected to the top of the pole, and then it connects to the house. And of course, you've got cars that go underneath it, so it has to, and heavy goods vehicles.
And he had one son of a bitch throw a bottle at his helmet. Just tell us about that.
Oh God, yeah, someone threw. Do you know what? I don't know what the hell it was. Do you know what? It was like an object. It was like a round, like a ball or something. So I don't know if it could have been a stone or some form of object, or it could have been something he had. He just drove past when I was in what we call a hollow pole, and that's just at ground level. He just threw it at me. He just threw it out the window straight at me, and it was just the weirdest thing. And they were just the driver was a female. They were both laughing their head off. And the only thing I thought about doing was whipping out my phone and start recording them. And that's the only thing I thought about doing. And I just whipped out, did that, and they drove off and they poked their head out the window. Well, he did, the boy that threw the object at me. Luckily, I had a helmet on.
Yes, thank God.
It was just the most bizarrest thing, the most bizarrest incident. And that would not happen to any normal person. Yeah. Really.
Yes.
Or very unlikely. I mean, kids in the UK do act like that. I mean, when I was growing up, there were kids that would act like that. But, it was just very unusual for that to happen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, yours is not a normal job, George.
No, it certainly isn't. It is, yeah, it is. It's a challenging job. It's certainly a very challenging job. And I did explain, I went to a customer's house only 2 days ago. I did an install for them. And I basically explained, and she was quite, what's the word? Not aggressive or malevolent, but she was very angry. It was just, she was cross, not with myself, but just with the whole situation, being let down by the providers, the communication providers, and just just false promises. And I basically explained to her I was a bar manager for 16 years, and I had dealt with people on a level, where they become hostile and stuff. But I said I was always able to diffuse the situation. I said, but in this case, in this job role, people are so aggressive and angry, and they're not even under the influence of alcohol. They are completely within their own reason. They are completely, there's no excuse for them to act like that. And they do it. And it just shows you the extent that how much people's lives are consumed by the internet.
They're under the influence of the internet. The internet actually has been proven to hit all those drugs and sensors. So
you mean
the internet is a drug.
Same, what you're
I know
saying,
what you're saying, without doubt,
Yeah, what Michelle is saying for our listeners, because she didn't articulate that very well. I will
thank you. I
understand.
I don't always articulate well.
No worries. What she's trying to say is that the internet hits the same neuroreceptors. The same neuroreceptors
yes,
as
that is
a
the word I wanted.
narcotic.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it has a narcotizing effect simply by exposing yourself to it. So when you're getting positive feedback like upvotes on your videos or your posts, you get that hit of dopamine. That
yes,
yeah, and
yes,
then that's and otherwise you get the hit of rage, etc. So of course, take it from there. Obviously, you're dealing with people who are beyond addicted. This is at this point, this is like intimacy to them. This is their intimate. You basically everything sources from the net to them, for them, including a good deal of their love life, because they're probably masturbating to porn.
Exactly.
So this is like their lover, and to be deprived of that is hard stuff. That's so yeah. And so what you did film this individual who had assaulted you. Did anything ever come of that? Were the police, the authorities, ever able to do anything with that footage?
No, Douglas, because that was sorry, I didn't articulate that bit very well. The only thing I can think of doing initially was to whip out my phone, and to, obviously, when you whip out a phone, there's a quick, like a shortcut button where you can pick up the camera roll, excuse me, the camera roll on the phone, excuse me, I've got my throat, sorry.
We're all like this. I mean, I feel the same way. I get phlegm in my throat all the time. And
thank you.
Yeah, particulate matter in the back of my throat. It's maddening. It's and of course, Carmela has to deal with the same issues with her speaking. She gets breath issues, etc. Right, Carmela? Carmi?
Yes.
Yeah, so
now I feel like you said Kirby. I hear Miss Piggy, which is like Kirby.
Unfortunately, Douglas, that was my initial reaction to that. Whip up my phone. There's a shortcut where we can get the camera roll out without going through the whole, entering a PIN or face recognition, which is all these phones that come with that safety mechanism in place. But I just whipped it out. They already disappeared down the road. I raised my camera in the air so they, it was to make it look like I was recording it. I wasn't able to capture it because they had already gone too soon. It was like, it wasn't even like a slow drive-by. It was like, it happened all instantaneously, just like that. Within seconds, they drove off. There was no way I was going to capture the number plate on the camera roll. Understood. Which is another amazing thing that always comes to my mind, which baffles me, is, going off topic now, when people say about, we need to capture high-definition footage of any UFOs or UAPs. It doesn't matter how powerful your camera is. Even these Nikon 900 or 9000, whatever they're called, these Nikon cameras, they can't even capture anything at high altitudes in high definition. It's just like if you get your camera out and you look across the road and the next person in front of you and they've got a light on and you try to record it, or like when you try to record the moon from your handheld mobile camera, you're not going to capture any definition. It just looks like a ball of light. It's just reminiscent light. So yeah, and then I knew I wasn't going to be able to capture the number plate because they were just too far down the road. It was down a hill, it was down a slope, so they just shot off. It was like in a little Citroen car. It was like a little Citroen C3 car. Yeah. So it was a little vehicle.
Are you referring to? Is that like a make, or is that the color Citroen? Citroen is orange.
Yeah, I think it's a French make. I think it's a French
interesting.
brand. I believe. I could be wrong. Yeah, but
okay.
But yeah, no, unfortunately, I wasn't going to capture it. But it was to give the impression I was, so they would hopefully not to return back.
Right.
That was the idea.
Right, and they did, and they didn't. They didn't return.
No, thankfully, no. I never saw them again. But it was also because it was a female driver. The guy was trying to show off in front of the girl, so he obviously threw it because he thought he was going to show off. Oh, I'm going to throw this at that man over there, and then it's going to cause a laughter, and it did. They were both giggling and chuckling. But then once I whipped out the camera to give out the impression I was recording them,
yes,
I was hoping she would turn around and say, "Well, you idiot, you just got me in trouble because it's not your car, it's my vehicle he's just captured."
Right.
So she's the one.
Hopefully,
yes, you get an education from that. Yeah.
Yes.
More civilized than I am, George. I would have wanted a slingshot.
Yes, well, it would take a lot of work to hit them at that point.
Oh,
I know, but the frustration would have been let out at least.
Yes.
Thank you. You've just reminded me because, I don't know if you've heard, Michelle, I've come on to explain that, when people have done any wrongdoings to me, there's always something down the line, something bad happens to them in one way, shape, form, or another. So I've always known never to go out and seek retribution at all. So most people that have done any wrongdoings to me have ended up with either fatality results or they end up having life-changing results.
In the most negative sense, yes.
The most negative sense. And this is what I wanted to bring up, and it's very important that Brooke also understands this, because before I had to disappear on the last transmission, I had to say to her about, it was important that I brought this up, that I've invested hundreds and hundreds and if not thousands of hours listening to Douglas and researching what he has always said. And so I've always verified everything he has ever said. I can confirm, I can verify and vet it to be true. And this is going back to what happened to me, going back when I was between the years of my age of 18 to 23, I was catfished by a woman who pretended to be her daughter. So I was catfished. And what that resulted in me being completely negligent and not even verifying anything. That was just me being naive, stupid, gullible, just believing everything I was told. And I didn't, at that point in time, there was no such term or phrase as catfish. It didn't exist. So I wasn't aware of the phenomena. That is why, ever since that point in time, I have verified everything anyone has ever said to me. So I'm not going to make the same mistake again. And I just wanted to emphasize that I would not be here. Otherwise, I would have been, again, doing the same mistake I did all those years ago, believing something that someone was saying without verifying it. And that's what I should have done back then. But, of course, I was so young and naive, I didn't even realize what was going on. And love is blind. When you're in love with someone, you're infatuated with someone, you will believe anything they tell you. And so I always believed it was the girl who I was in love with, but it wasn't. It was a mother portraying her daughter. It was pretending to be her. And that's what happened. And the end result was that she went to the graveyard to try to commit suicide because her husband found out exactly what she was doing. Yeah, and it ended up because I made sure everyone knew about it, what she did to me. That was the end result.
Did you ever find out if she survived the suicide attempt and perhaps her husband made her? Did you find anything else out after that? Like maybe she went into counseling or nothing? You didn't find out?
I didn't find out anything, but I have seen her about.
Okay.
Only about within the last 6 months, I saw her about, and I recognized her. I was like, that's from photographs. This woman is completely grotesque, and even more uglier. So now I found out what she did to me. And so that is just what I wanted to emphasize, because ever since that point in time, anything anyone ever says to me, I'm not going to believe unless I can verify it.
Yeah.
And so that is just what I wanted to it just qualifies everything Douglas has ever said. I wanted to bring that up in the, in the last transmission, but I didn't have any time.
Understood.
But that just puts things into perspective why I am not going to make the same gullible mistake as I did all those years ago.
Right. Now, just because Michelle is with us, Carmi's with us.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do want to kind of put this into some context, because obviously you were younger, you were naive, but it was a number of years. Like, you're talking about maybe half a decade. You had a virtual relationship with this female you never met, and what kept it going? What kept this going for how many years was it again? It was like a long time.
5 years.
Okay, 5 years.
5 years, Doug. Yeah, I basically started at the age of 18 talking to this. Yeah, I was 18 years old, okay, talking to this girl, and it was actually her mother betraying her. So her mum created all these, she basically, the mobile number I had wasn't hers, it was her mother's. It was basically a false identity, completely false, created a completely false identity, but betraying her daughter. So there was always flags. So I always believed everything. And so whenever, there was photographs sent of myself, of the girl. So whenever she would send me photographs, now bear in mind, this is the time of before really mobile phones were commonly used today. It was mainly through a service called MSN. It was through Messenger, so it was online. It was all through this instant messaging service, and so that was the communication. And it was basically any photographs that was sent over, it was somebody else taking photographs of her, whereas usually people would take a selfie. So that was a red flag that I should have picked up on initially. But also, I spoke to her on the phone, and it was just like, this voice sounds very deep. It was like, that is not a voice of a young girl, because at the time I was also young. So it was like, this sounds like an older woman. So there were so many red flags there.
But you were kind of denying them to yourself.
Exactly. I was like, no, I believe, because I'm infatuated with this girl, completely in love with her. So, yeah. And it was kind of like...
But how does one understand that I'm not making fun of you at all here?
Please, you can, Douglas, because it is completely stupidity.
Well,
when I look back on it now,
it's tragic. It's tragic, but
yeah.
But for 5 years to never even rendezvous with this young lady, and you're getting set the photographs and everything. It's the what. Before I tell you another story that'll make your story seem like Happy Havens, Green Acres, comparatively speaking. What I'm still trying to grasp is, for that half decade, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, from 18 to 22 years of age, what, if you're never secretly saying, hey, come on, let's rendezvous, what were their excuses to not rendezvous? You had to have asked.
This is the thing, Douglas. Sorry, no. I want to stop you there, Douglas. I did rendezvous with the girl. I think they were both in on it.
Okay. So, this makes it something far more sinister. This makes it something completely sinister. This makes it...
Yeah, I did meet the girl. This was the first stage. This was the very first. So I was talking to her. I was actually talking to the girl. What happened when there was a transition period where the mother took over. Now I knew they were close. Now I have no idea if this was malevolent between both of them. It was both them to do that to me. But basically what happened was there was definitely a switch where it was her mother doing it. Because then when she had a boyfriend, I obviously contacted him and I said, look, she's my girlfriend. He's like, no, it isn't. And I said, well, whose number is this? And he goes, that's her mother's. I was like, right. So I've been talking to her mother. There was a period where I was talking to her and then it got switched. At what point in time that was, I have no idea. But it went on for years, Douglas. That's how infatuated I was with this girl. And I've always been brought up to be loyal as well. So I'm not going to go off and just see other girls. I'm not going to just, because I was in love with this girl and I promised her I was going to be with her. But it was just a very weird time in my life where...
How old was this girl again when you rendezvoused with her?
Oh no, I was 18 at the time. She was at the age of consent, so she was 16. That was the whole point of not actually, basically, that was the reason why initially it was quite secretive, because her dad wouldn't approve of her seeing a guy who was slightly older.
Okay. So,
but her boyfriend right now is my age. She's married with a guy who is my age.
Okay. So at the time, now when you say the age of consent, so the legal age of consent in Great Britain is 16?
It's 16. Yeah. It's 16 years of age.
But you never consummate it physically. Neither of you.
No, they didn't do anything. No. Well, no, I met up with her. I met up with the girl, so I knew I was actually seeing the right girl. The thing is, Douglas, I don't really want to talk about this any longer.
Okay,
I do apologize because
my apologies.
Because it's already, there's no reason for it to. Basically, what I wanted to the reason why I'm bringing it up is because from that point onwards, I learned a very hard lesson, because
Got it.
I was basically taking advantage of.
What people say, to investigate what people say, to verify the facts, etc.
Yes.
Obviously. So that's the only reason you brought up this extraordinarily painful experience. So okay, so we won't pursue this further publicly.
No, that's all right, Douglas. No,
I just want to say this. This is that, George, my mother did that to me. I came home one day, and she was on the phone with somebody that I was dating.
Right.
I had no idea that was going on for weeks.
It's
unfortunately,
so,
I'm sorry you experienced that.
No, that's all right. No, and I was heartbroken for a long time. It took me a good year to get over it, because also I beated myself up over that because I felt so stupid. I felt entirely like, oh my God, I've been such an idiot, that because I fell for that for so long. And that's because it's literally because I was infatuated with this girl, and I really truly believed I was going to spend the rest of my life with her at that point in time. But it was sad that this woman, and that's why it hurts me so much, Douglas. I do apologize, because it angers me so much that this woman did that to me, only for her own selfish reasons, because she was obviously in a long-term marriage with her father, and she just wanted a thrill, and she took advantage of me. And I knew there was a period where I was seeing the actual girl itself, and then it just basically got switched, and it was the mother pretending to be the daughter.
Okay,
and that's where
that's an incredibly important. That's an incredibly important factor, though, that needs to be emphasized, because otherwise, when you shared the experience last time, and we want to use these words carefully. You notice that I don't say you told the story, because I hate that term. Like, the story implies fictive. Even though it can be used otherwise, it can be it can be deemed to imply a fictive telling of. But the last time you related this experience, I didn't know that about you actually seeing the younger girl at one point. That puts it all into a context where then it became more of this lovelorn kind of. You were holding on to a dream after that when the switch was made, and so this is of course, this is horrible. I mean, this is indescribable behavior, and it's totally unacceptable. But as you say, when you saw this woman more recently. And you of course she would look grotesque to you with that experience and everything else. Was this like you personally saw her phically in area, or just somehow online? You actually saw her personally? I saw her physically.
I was actually working just by her street.
Okay.
I was doing a fibre install right by her street. She walked past. And it was just but she is physically grotesque anyway. She's a physically grotesque looking woman. Okay. But why she did that, and I think it was just basically it was her own selfish reasons. She just took advantage of me, and maybe she was just trying to do it to hurt me as well. It's no one's fault but my own, because I fell for it, and that's the important. That's the point I wanted to make.
No, don't say that. I think the thing to say is it's definitely her fault.
Oh, absolutely. Douglas.
So,
because this is horrible people out there that do things like that. I do completely. I understand, because it is definitely her fault. As in, it's her fault. She's the one in the wrong.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just trying to do the right thing. And the thing is, I made the commitment, and that's why I waited, because I did, I met up with her, rendezvoused with her, and I said, no, I'm happy to wait, because her dad was in the military also, and he doesn't approve of her, because, of course, it's the only daughter.
Right.
And I can understand that, being a father myself. And so he was very protective of his only daughter out there. So I basically waited. And I thought it was, no, it was like waiting. Oh, when's it going to be the right time? It was always excuses.
Right.
It was always excuses. So that point in time, it was her mother pretending to be the daughter.
Right.
Her mother took massive advantage of that. And so, yeah, it was like even like around Christmas times, because the girl, excuse me, I won't reveal this information, but basically around Christmas time, we would swap presents. I would have to drop it off in the back garden. And then I retrieved mine from the back garden. Never saw the face. Very, very. It was just all these red flags. And I don't want to dwell on this even longer, because it just brings back horrible memories.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah, I don't really think about it.
Let me show you both something. Michelle and George, can you see? I'm going to do screen share. So can both of you see the cursor moving?
Yes.
Okay. George, can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, our poor Brandon Young here, he's over here reading Stephen King. He died or something. I'm kidding. He's fine, but God knows what happened to him. He dropped off. But okay, so let me share some absolutely bizarre experience with you. Okay, this is Jefferson Fravel Foster, and Jefferson Fravel Foster used to be known as the Clean Doctor, and these are some photographs of him now with Trina Foster. Now, Trina Foster used to be a Las Vegas showgirl, and she was hot on me for a while, to the point where she and her husband, they had owned a company that was actually world famous. The company that they had owned used to do celebrity lookalikes. They did celebrity lookalikes as a business. In other words, like Elvis impersonators and shit like that.
She looks like Charo.
Oh yeah, well, she's hot. She was really hot in her day, and I'm sure she's still in pretty good shape if she's still alive, though I wouldn't be surprised if she's dead either. So, I mean, I don't know if she has her own Facebook page anymore, but Trina, Foster Fravel, that would be intriguing to see if that's the case. Oh, there we are. Trina Foster Fravel. Foster Fravel. Try saying that 3 times fast. And so, yeah, there we are. So she maintains her looks very well. Now, all of this is, God knows what this is. But, there she is. She maintains her looks well. And, we're doing great. Just shoveling still. Oh, yeah, they would be caught in the middle of all this, wouldn't they? But, of course, she's... obviously, she came to see me the first time I did a public show. The first time I did a public presentation, she came in an enormous mobile home with her cadaverous husband, who was old, and she was secretly banking on his dying so she could get all the insurance money. But they were using up what he had, with basically doing things like renting mobile homes for a jaunt to see Douglas Dietrich that were hyper expensive. And so she basically was doing things like that. And, legs still in good shape, all the rest of that. And she basically only later began to turn against me, as many people do. And in her case, she began to attack me. And but she wound up with this guy who was a big fan of mine, who was Jeffrey Fravel. So if we go from there back to Jeffrey Fravel Foster, and let's see, let me see, Jeffrey, and then Fravel. That way we can take a look at the different timelines separately, I guess. There we are. And here we are. So when it comes to, they're in Lake Arrowhead, California, so they're buried. They're buried under all the snow that's up there in the mountains and shit. And there you see it, right? Pictures of fucking Winter Wonderland and shit. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. I hate them. so so Jeffrey Fravel Foster was a real big fan of mine, and he was called the Clean Doctor because he used to wash windows. And he was like one of my original fans, and it was like he was like used to come on during my birthday on Revolution Radio to sing happy birthday along with Noreen Helpand and stuff like that. But he was completely loyal to me, this sort of thing. And he had his own weird ass side story that just gets weirder and weirder. But he had a girlfriend for years, because as a guy who washes windows, he basically met some girl who was the trophy wife of a very wealthy man. And you know who she is. All you need to do is look up who won the silver medal for the Americans at the Sarajevo Olympics in ice skating. And that was this girl. So that was this woman who was the trophy wife of this rich guy. She was the woman who won the silver medal at for the Americans in ice skating at the Sarajevo Olympics. So for years, he was fucking her on the side. Not Trina, but this other chick that I'm talking about. And he was like, suddenly had this horrible nightmare where he was surrounded by people pointing him out in his guilt. And I was like asking him, like, why? Why do you feel guilty? I mean, this woman, it's like, so what? You're fucking some woman who's married to a rich guy, and it's like, why does this give you a sense of guilt? It's like, he met her by washing her window, and he was above the bathroom, which had a solar window, and he was looking down when she came in to take a piss or a crap in the bathroom, and his solar window was looking into the bathroom, so he could actually see her while she pulled down her pants to relieve herself, then looked up the window and screamed, seeing his face in the window. And they started fucking after that. This is like something out of a porno film. I mean, this is not a natural relationship. It's not a normal reaction where somebody screams at somebody looking down at you from the window, and then you wind up humping them. Somehow that happened, though. In their case, it worked, and it went on for years. Now, all that time that he was a fan of mine, and then she was a fan of mine for that equal amount of time, and then they wind up humping each other. First thing that he knew about her was she was with the cadaver husband, who basically was very old, could hardly move, and when he wore a suit, you would have swore it was only because he was being buried. And he basically, their life was, for a period of a few years, degenerate to the point where they were moving around from house to house. She felt that she was hypersensitive to electric meters, the electric meter readers, she thought they were throwing out vibrations. And a lot of people think this is common pathology. They feel that the meter readers are throwing...
I've come across people like that.
Yeah. And so she thought that it was making her deathly sick. So she had to move to a place where there was none of that. And I guess that's where they moved. But I noticed that looks like, an electronic combination lock for their door as opposed to a key lock. So, and they got that ringing with the electrical thing around it. So, at any rate, whatever. But the point was that when he came to Jeffrey Fravel, his dad was like, and he had his own weird experiences that didn't make any sense. But his dad basically got involved with some woman online where the woman sent to him these kind of cut and paste pictures that there was this guy I used to know named Alan Budd, who used to, like, his thing in life, his thrill was to put together cut and paste pictures of women's body parts into this Frankensteinian assembly of a superwoman that was all tits and ass, and he'd put it online, and then he'd get all these guys sending him chocolate and flowers and shit. And this guy was a big, muscle-bound bodybuilder who was just living with his mother, but he somehow got off on this because all these guys would propose marriage to this chick he had created, this avatar, and then they would waste all their time sending him flowers and candy and shit and money. I guess that was the only really, practical aspect he got out of that. And then, Alan Budd would, just continue with that until somehow the environment he was working in no longer allowed him to do that, meaning the computer system changed. And so Jeffrey Fravel's dad fell in love with this chick who was just a cut together avatar, and then began holding these long conversations with her on the phone, and there was someone on the other end of the line. So at some point, Jeffrey Fravel actually talked to this person at the other end of the line. But this was his father's life. This man's entire life became dedicated to this strange phantom woman whose avatar could not be real. And she was telling him how she had various health conditions, and she had a husband who was a mobster, a mafioso. I mean, yeah, you'd almost think that this was Michelle Carmela who was stalking this guy and seducing him, but I'm sure that wasn't the case.
People think that about me too sometimes.
And then what happened was that his father wound up almost rendezvousing with this woman in an airport. And then somehow, this almost happened, and then it didn't happen. She said, "Oh, I couldn't arrive because they would have killed you if they found me." It was just bizarre things. But this had to be like, the only thing I could make out of this was this sounded like some kind of government psyop experiment. But, it's like a Kino level of, we do this just because it's sadistic. We do this just because we're wasting taxpayer money on fucking with people's lives for no good reason. So his dad was like this victim of some kind of mind experiment, because it's like Jeffrey Fravel said, the family had spoken to this woman at one point or another, so they knew someone was in contact with his dad. They knew that those weren't real photographs, but avatars, but at the same time, this was taken on for the entire extension of the man's life. So the man's life basically, towards the end of his life, he finally broke out of it and just kind of retreated into, becoming a security, like a greeter. He was like a greeter at a Target store, or one of these big franchises, like a Costco. He was a greeter. And that was how he ended his life, with a little home, and living by himself, but he used to have a big job and everything, and it all was wasted by this woman. I guess that was the government psyop, was to see if they could destroy this guy's career, which it did. The guy's entire career was destroyed, and he wound up, living in a hovel because of this pursuit of this phantom woman in his life. So, so you get this product of those genes, together with Trina Fravel, who, was basically, she rendered her husband homeless and basically, moved him from home to home until the old guy died. Then they used all his insurance to marry each other and live together. And both of these were former Dietrich fans who then, I don't know, murder the husband, effectively by taking him into a homeless type condition where he's living in the car. And then when he dies, they get the insurance money and they run off together and open up a home based on hating Dietrich. It's like, this is the pure insanity of the human condition that you see in these people. So, at any rate, there you go. Story to be shared. But what do you expect from people who are the products of some kind of government psyop or the other? And it's somebody who's dealing with a organization, that's producing celebrity impersonators. There's an aura here of illusion. Everything's an illusion. You get what I'm saying with these people? Everything in their lives is like, there's nothing real. I don't know if I'm getting through to you what I'm trying to communicate, but...
No, absolutely.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
It's just so sad.
There you go.
Yeah, it's just beyond words. People need lives. That's why you need to unplug away from the computer once in a while, people.
Yeah. But there you
Leave
go.
your phone at home.
Yeah, and I resent Fravel because, good God, I could have married her and led a different life on all that insurance money, living in an actual home. But, I guess at least I'm not shoveling snow. Hey!
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. That's right, Douglas. Find a silver lining in this situation.
I think that's a golden lining, honey. So other than that, how's life otherwise, George?
Yeah, no, all good. Thank you, Douglas. No, thank you for asking. Everything is good. Thank you. It's just amazing, isn't it? Yeah. it's just, I think it's just absolutely amazing. But that's why we're here. That's why we're here. And for people, to sway, they have to lean towards when the viewers come in, listen to this stuff, they need to sway towards more, pivot towards us than the Russian propaganda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. And no. Thank you for bringing that up, Douglas. And the only reason why I brought up my tragic life backstory is because after that lesson I had learned the hard way. I verify everything that about anyone, So it's like, when these people come, what they did last year, Douglas, when they came on and said Douglas Dietrich isn't Douglas Dietrich, and it's like, he is Douglas Dietrich. That is. I have proven it's Douglas Dietrich. I've vetted it is because I have had an experience in my time when someone says there's someone and they're not that person. So no, I'm not making that same mistake again. But it's just so obvious. Anyway, it goes without saying, just the insanity that these people they will go towards. The statements they go towards.
They worked on Michelle for years, and more so than she realizes. That one asshole that you used to speak to on your blog spot, honey, Stephen Cosmos author, that's one of my gang stalkers. So aside from him, you had a number of others, Richard K. Cole Jr. and of course Lena Shea, now Lena Crane. They were all working Michelle over, trying to convert her to the cult of the Kings of Edom.
And me, I was just like, yeah, and... Well, we all have our issues. No, you let Douglas be Douglas. You let him work out his stuff. You work out your stuff. Unplug. Go take a walk. Hubris? What's the definition of hubris? Oh, what you're doing right now? Oh, okay. This is all interesting. Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right, what else?
No, I mean, it must have been maddening. I mean, when they were speaking to you for hours, were you not stricken by the monofocal obsessive it had to
it's like a toddler wanting attention, or like a little dog that's a puppy that's barking.
That's probably the best way to see it. I mean, certainly other people just got lost in their sewer of shit, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I know Douglas. Douglas, I know what people say about me, and I know what people say about you. And you're my brother. And the fact that I went from being a major fan to somebody that, here I am on your show, and you back me up and support me any way you can, and look when I put out the SOS for prayer, you went over and beyond that too. You were like, oh my God, we got to make sure whatever you have to say gets recorded. You value me, and I thank you for that. I value you too. You're my brother. I love you.
Thank you, honey. Bless you. And what were you going to say, George?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, Douglas, that's sewer shit. I mean, anyone that goes into that, you'll be automatically repulsed, and just like, any normal person would just walk away from that. It's just ridiculous. But I remember, I just wanted to bring up, back in 2018, when I looked in that sewer shit, when I looked in there, Douglas, some of the things that and that wasn't on Belgab, that was actually on, I think that was, actually it might have been that Belgab forum actually, but it was also on YouTube, because it was the interchange between me and Richard K. Cole. He was trying to say that I was 13 years old, and at that point in time I was actually 31 years old. So again, it's that satanic inversion where they switch the numbers around. He was trying to say that I was 13 years of age, not 31. My actual age was 31, but he tried to say, oh, Douglas is this is Douglas's whatever it is.
Well, he's trying to say like grooming a child.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to say. But then he uploaded a picture on that Belgab of John Warrington, an actual photograph of John Warrington, and then some heavy metal guitarist with long hair. He tried to say that was me. I was like, oh my God, this is just insanity. This is the level that they go to just to try and throw people off and make up all this bullshit. Just, yeah, unbelievable. 13 years old and I was a heavy metal rock star. Like, that is just ridiculous.
Well, all of them. Yeah, go on.
Those what accomplishments that they attributed to you, George? See, this is why I find it.
So what you're saying, Michelle, is that they're attributing accomplishments to George that he should find amusement in.
Yeah.
Oh, you're muffled. You're muffled, honey. You okay?
Oh,
Speak a
no,
little
I'm
closer to the
muffled.
mic.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes,
No,
yes.
I don't know what's different. But yeah, I mean, it, it, it was so stupid, or like the thing to say, I wasn't in the Air Force. Well, I
Oh,
was
by the way,
only in
Richard K.
base.
Cole was claiming she wasn't in the Air Force. So go
Right.
on, honey. Yes.
He
Yet,
claims
yet,
everything. Yeah, bloody hell.
yet,
Oh.
yet managed to find through the Freedom of Information Act a, a document of me being in the Air Force, and he had it right up on his website, and I like, wow, he just contradicted himself.
So
Yeah, all the
he
time.
but what I can't understand is he was
I did
doxing
not.
you. At that point, he must have been
Yeah,
hostile to you because you wouldn't convert to his personality cult.
right. Well, exactly. And I did get angry that he had my brother's name in there. Um, but I don't think my brother knows about it, so I'm just gonna keep him ignorant of that. But I didn't complete basic. I was discharged on medical discharge, so I never say that I completed basic. I never said I was in the Air Force to serve. I only say that I went to basic training. That's it. Never said I graduated it. As a matter of fact, I've talked about what happened as a result of the fact that I did not complete basic training or graduate, and what all that entailed. So I'm like, you guys are really poor researchers, and really,
Well, this
if,
has nothing to do with research. They're just
No.
involved with
I
character
know,
assassination.
I know it is, but they fancy themselves researchers. So I tell them they're very poor researchers, and they should take a couple lessons, and if they want to, I'm a professional researcher. I'll be glad to do the research for them about themselves, since they don't even know their own life story.
Yeah.
They're too busy with everybody else's.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't have faces.
Yes.
None of them have faces.
None.
They don't have identities. They're just these basically government. These are. What do you want to
Just
call them?
assets.
These
They're
government agents.
just
Yeah, these
assets
are assets.
that.
Yeah.
And he's referred to by his personality cultists as the faceless lord. None of them have ever seen his face. He refuses to show his face. But you see the faces of the others at times because they're just expendable hand grenades. But Richard K. Cole Jr. is not the master. It's Stephen Outram, who of course is just another pawn of a sort of. He used to be Michael Aquino till he died, but Peter Levinda has risen to take his place. There's others out there, but these are all incredibly disturbed people, and they're just monumentally monotonal. The horrible thing about it is that everybody who's involved with them is an asset, because no normal person could ever just stand looking at the same thing over and over again. They have such a monofocal life where there's nothing but basically assaulting Douglas Dietrich and anyone who's around him. So that being said, obviously these people are brought up because we do have to educate the public. There is such a thing as gang stalking. The cult of the Kings of Edom is quite real. The majority of people who have been on the show surrounding myself have been cultists of the Kings of Edom. They demonstrated that with their own admission, and you see them because they put videos out there just assailing Douglas Dietrich. At this point, that's people have to understand that no amount of effort would ever be put out against myself unless everything I said was true. There's just no need. If what I said was something that was self-evidently absurd, you wouldn't have this need for a massive character assassination campaign. I'm certain that what we're walking into with MUFON is just another ambush, but there's no other choice other than to accompany Peter Moon into it. We'll find out the hard way whether it is or not. Either way, it's one of those things where I go to this next interview, not even interested in it. I do want people to know I won't be here on Sunday because I'll be involved with this interview on Zoom. If the communist Chinese who own Zoom knock me off because I'm Taiwanese and they try to censor everything I say. For those of you who don't know, by the way, anybody can do research on this themselves and find out. You can verify what I say is true. The United States government has gotten increasingly upset by the fact that the communist Chinese are attacking Chinese people here in the United States who are not communist. And so they have their own communist Chinese police forces in the United States to try and police ethnic Chinese who are not even Chinese citizens. And the U.S. government has confirmed this. They feel that all Chinese overseas are their subjects, and they treat me no differently. And so when I've been on Zoom before, it's just been sabotaged. So if MUFON's using Zoom, the likelihood that this interview will take place at all, certainly with my participation, is likely zero. But if for some reason the Chinese let it slide because they think the UFO shit's just crazy and it doesn't register with them as something to intercede with, then there's the potential for ambush from MUFON itself. Either way, as far as I'm concerned, I'm participating in this without any enthusiasm that Peter Moon has, but I'm doing it because I'm obligated, just obligated. Hopefully it will all turn out to be a pleasant surprise. But, I've learned from over the years not to expect anything but the worst, because the worst is all that anyone ever delivers. I fully expect that after the end they'll say none of it recorded, because that's always been the case every time. So it is what it is. And I won't be here Sunday. It's just so people understand that. And if the thing doesn't go through where I can't participate, it's not like I'm going to go, do the show thereafter. I'm just going to go back to the St. Patrick's Day celebrations and go back to partying. But that aside, do either of you have any plans for St. Patrick's Day? Do share them if you do.
Oh, bless Douglas. Thank you. Douglas, could I try reach out to you so we can have our private conversation? Is it up until the weekend?
That's why I was bringing that up. I've been overwhelmed, and it just goes on. It'll be after the St. Patrick's Day weekend. We'll have to talk after the St. Patrick's Day weekend, so we'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
Let me take a look at my calendar. I do want to talk to you privately.
Yes,
we've got a lot to catch up on. So probably Tuesday the 21st, maybe. I'm thinking Monday night or Tuesday the 21st. Maybe we can talk. So do you know your schedule that far ahead of time?
Yeah, I've just been working, but we can work around that, Douglas, whenever you're available.
Okay. I'll start reaching out to you when I'm available. I'll just say, okay, let's try and talk, and then we'll try and make it happen. Okay.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, looking forward to that, Douglas.
How about your plans for St. Patrick's Day, Carmi?
I sleep during the holidays.
Delightful. Good for you. And I think that's important. Sleep is, so important. Are you sleeping well, George? Are you getting enough sleep?
Yeah, I am, Douglas. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the night's just drawing a lot earlier, so I'm in bed a lot earlier. So, yeah, getting plenty of rest at the moment. Yeah, it's just been, with work being overwhelmed. Yeah, it's good to catch up with rest.
Other places that I went to that I usually went to got shut down from COVID.
What?
Yeah.
Say that again, honey. What got shut down from COVID?
The places that I used to go to celebrate St. Patrick's Day got shut down from COVID.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful. Oh my God. What about the bars you used to work? Yeah. Go on.
Well, there was one pub that the bartender was from Ireland, and you could get real ale, and it really felt like an Irish pub. Okay. And it got closed down. So sad.
Yeah, everything is sad. The COVID was devastating. By the way, are you outside with wind or something?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh.
Like on the balcony? Oh, okay. There's just a noise that's happening. I'm trying to figure out where that's coming from. Like somebody's shifting a lot or something. Maybe that's with George. George, is that you?
No, it's not me, Douglas.
Oh, okay. So
I don't know. I'm doing beadwork, but I've been doing beadwork for the past hour.
okay, that might be it. A little noise from that, maybe, or
No.
but okay.
Oh yeah, maybe when I shift the beads that are in the case. I think that's the
Okay.
issue.
Just be aware that that causes noise and it shifts your
Sorry.
mic or something. So that's okay.
Apologize.
We all get used to this. So how about so George, tell us a bit about now. Of course, they don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day in England, do they? Yeah, interesting.
A lot of people do, Douglas. Actually, it's just an excuse to go to the pub and get drunk on
Of
St.
course.
Paddy's Day.
Of
Yeah.
course.
And
Oh,
drink
God.
Guinness. Yeah.
Yeah, and so how about yourself lately with your drinking? Are you drinking much?
No, it's good to have a break from it. It's so my mind's more collected. It's so I'm a bit more sharper nowadays. Yeah, so otherwise, it does create a fog and also brings out anxiety a lot on people as well. So that could be, worrying on the brain as well, putting stress on the brain. So it's good to keep a sharp mind.
Yes,
So.
please don't. Yeah, you're a person who I think doesn't need to drink much. Yeah, so
No,
best not to do that.
exactly.
And
Get back into
yeah,
Need to
and-
get back.
yeah, and so how much time do you have left with us now?
I'm just gonna say, Douglas, I do have to make a move on now. But
Okay.
thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and I will catch up with you soon. And thank you, Michelle. It's been nice talking to you as well.
It's nice
And,
talking to you also.
Thank you. And just anyone listening, if anything you can spare to Douglas, please do so. It'd be greatly appreciated. Any donations, anything you can contribute would be greatly appreciated by everyone. So thank you so much. Really nice talking to you, Douglas. And
Thank you.
and then I would look forward to joining you again. And then hopefully we can speak soon.
Yes, we'll speak privately, hopefully on Tuesday again. I won't be here Sunday night, but we love you dearly, George, and say hello to Sarah and your lovely daughter and all the family, okay?
Thank you so much, Douglas. Love you lots. You take
Okay.
care of yourself.
Yes, bye for now. And
Bye-bye.
so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into monologue soon, but before I dive into monologue, honey, is there something you can do, like stay with me and steady your microphone for a few minutes? I mean,
For a few minutes, and I'm looking forward to your monologue.
okay, yeah, and that kind of stops the noise if you were putting down whatever your crochet kit or whatever you're doing, your beading.
Okay, that's what it was. It was the beading because I just put the beads down.
Okay, I mean it's definitely yeah. So aside from everything we've discussed now, I want you to know you've been very courageous to share what you have, and that I appreciate that profoundly. I think that you're you've been through so much that it's important to share with people. Unfortunately, for right now, the noise. I don't know. Something's causing noise on your end that's just making this untenable. So we'll close the call. And
I know what it is then. But
did you say you know what it is then?
yeah, I do.
What? Okay.
It's nothing I can fix. But I wanted to say, I think maybe, about the last time that, Brooke doesn't know me. She doesn't know anything about my story. So I wouldn't be surprised if she just wanted to be protective of you and the show.
Yes.
So I did have to get my truth out, or that message that was in my heart out. So thank you for allowing me to do that. I could do a few more shows, but while you were away, I had shared with the audience that I have a big research project coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to repeat everything that I said. When the show is over, if you ever listen back to it, or later
I
when
can
we
speak
talk,
about this privately.
yeah, when we talk later this month or so,
Yes.
I'll fill you in. But it's a pretty sizable research project that's going to have me tied up for several weeks.
Okay.
So, but I'm gonna log off, and thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you.
And it was good visiting with everybody.
Yes.
So, talk to you soon.
Yes, and our love goes with you, and we're glad
I know
that.
you as well.
Yeah. Okay. Love you too.
So,
All right.
okay, you too. Bye.
Okay. Bye for now. All right. So she's gonna hang up, and that'll leave us with Brandon Young, and Brandon Young will continue with the live stream. So that maintains quality of sound, and so just gonna check here on, shall we say, the call. Make certain I'm on with Brandon Young, reading his Stephen King in his little icon, and from there we'll go straight into monologue. A lot to cover because of all the subjects that Peter Moon brought up to cover, so we'll just cover those. So before that, I want to thank again JP. I don't think that's going to hurt. I may find out his full name when I read his letter. His envelope with the $100 international money order came soaking wet because of the rains that we've been undergoing, and the mail is just atrocious. They don't preserve any of this stuff at all. So it's been just a nightmare for all kinds of deliveries. We're glad that everybody got anything through that at all. And so it's very fortunate I got his letter and money order. Now, this is a personally written letter. And so that alone, it shows you how different this person is. Almost nobody writes letters anymore. So it's very, refreshing to get a handwritten letter and appreciate it. And aside from that, there was David Fitzsimons, who contributed 10 United States dollars. Now, the majority of all the money that I've gotten this month has been from Brooke Gibson, who then sent this microphone that was immediately stolen from my door. And this was almost like a joke, a practical joke, not on her part, but on the part of Amazon. I'll explain this later when Brooke is on with us, so I can try and explain to people a bit of education about the horror story of packages in San Francisco and how they're stolen by people who do nothing but steal packages. This is what they do: is they follow the Amazon cars and will literally just as soon as the Amazon man delivers the car, they'll just go, delivers from their van or moving vehicle, whatever package they're delivering. These people just walk right up to the doorstep and steal the bag. And the Amazon people see this. They see this, and they just keep delivering the bags for these people to steal. It's like these people do it right in front of the Amazon delivery person's face. But the Amazon people, they take photographs of, I left it at the door, and their responsibility ends there. They're still getting paid. They don't give a shit that somebody walks right up after them and steals your package, because they're not going to lose their job because Amazon doesn't give a shit. So it's just all, don't send anything by Amazon. it's not going to get there. In a big city like San Francisco, at least, or at least in San Francisco more than any place else on earth, simply because of what people do here for a living, which is stealing packages. We have entire networks that do nothing but do that. And they've got entire systems where they work with Amazon so they can steal all the packages. And somehow there's some insurance scam involved here. It's a nightmare. So all that being said, it was probably for the best I didn't get the microphone, because it looked really top heavy and probably would not have been very convenient to use. So with that little bit that's been related to everyone, and everybody learned a bit more about our gang stalkers tonight and the insanity thereof. And this is, of course, systemic. It's part of a cult, like I said, that's been around for thousands of years. And the network is worldwide. It's deeply embedded in your government. Effectively, it is your government. And this is why the Allies were the bad guys, and why the breakaway civilization of the 1,000-year Reich in exile is, some might argue, your only hope. That being said, I don't count on anyone. God helps those who help themselves. And we have to help ourselves out of this situation. So definitely things need to be done and action needs to be taken. People were asking for solutions. I've provided plenty of them in the past. I'll provide plenty more as time goes on. And again, my solutions are geopolitical because I think geopolitically. But again, I'll continue to articulate my solutions as time goes on. Right now, we'll give you some historical context for the problems. So we'll talk a bit about Caesar's death day, into the British Empire, into the Silicon Valley Bank, and after that into the ongoing situation of the war for the world. All of this is interconnected, as always, as only Douglas Dietrich can present it to you. With that, checking into our numbers, going back up again as I begin monologue. Okay, the month of August, which Caesarion, the young Ptolemy Caesar, was ritualistically murdered in, was, of course, it got its name from the ancient Romans, who named the month after Augustus Caesar. So he died in a month named after his father for ritualistic reasons. Augustus made adjustments to the calendar, since the extra day that was supposed to be every 4 years was actually every 3 years. He also named August after himself, since Julius Caesar named July after himself. So it's actually July that was named after Ptolemy Caesar's biological father. That is what I meant to say. And August was named after Augustus Caesar, the successor. So that would be why the son was killed in that month. That then was named after the man responsible for his murder, more than likely. Now, everybody remembers that the Ides of March was the day Julius Caesar was assassinated. And the line, "Beware the Ides of March," in William Shakespeare's play titled Julius Caesar, has immortalized the date as one of the most famous in history. For while the titular statesman and the most powerful man in the Roman Republic did not heed the soothsayer's prophetic warning or the pleas of his wife not to go to the Senate, we know the reason why Caesar had to beware of 15th of March in 44 BC. Of course, you might still ask, what does it mean anyway, and why that day? So let me reiterate. Yesterday, at this point, yesterday in 44 BC, I use a different acronym, of course, for the before Christian era, but we don't need to go into that right now. Instead, we can tell you about the fact that our man Brandon Young has a romance about Brutus, thinking that Brutus was on the side of democracy, that Brutus was on the side of the Republic. Okay, this is not a blow for democracy at all, because there was no democracy. Democracy was something that existed in Greece, where it was a democracy of the slave owners and the masters of the state, or Greek citizens who were defined by race. Not that, of course, had nothing to do with Rome, which was a republic and not a democracy. And so Brandon Young is very naive in thinking of this as a blow for anything. But regardless of that, yesterday in 44, the years 44 years before Christ was born into this world, the dictator for life, Gaius Julius Caesar, was assassinated by members of the Roman Senate, stabbed 23 times in what the conspirators believed was an act that would save the Republic and stop Caesar's advancement toward becoming the king of Rome. This day on the Roman calendar of the time was the Ides of March. And what does the Ides mean? Why that day? What was the Julian calendar, named after Julius Caesar, all about anyway? Well, up until the year before Caesar's death, and remember the correct Latin pronunciation is Caesar, from which we get the word Kaiser. The Roman calendar was a bit of a disaster, at least if you were trying to use it for things like, what season is it? And when do I plant my wheat? Or when should pigs be suckled? These examples may seem simplistic, but it's important to remember that the Roman Republic was at its heart an agrarian society. When soldiers retired, they were given farmland to work. Cincinnatus, a legendary elder statesman and hero of the Republic, would serve as needed in times of military warfare and plebeian uprisings, but would always return to his farm, inspiring George Washington and other Revolutionary War figures to idealize an agrarian United States, what we would call the American pastoral, the romance of the farm culture. Now, the origins and underlying logic of the early Roman calendar are a bit murky. Legend is that Romulus, the founder of Rome, created a lunar calendar based on observation of the moon's phases. Later innovation imposed a 9-day week, 9 days, where the last day of the week was also the first day of the next week, because Romans loved counting things inclusively. And 10 months of 30 or 31 days each. It appears that the winter was just ignored, which may seem baffling to us, but for a culture whose primary functions were farming and later military campaigns, it may well have made sense. This later calendar was also retroactively attributed to Romulus, from whence, of course, we derive the term Romulans. That's because Gene Roddenberry was always a person who hearkened back to the fact that he understood ahead of everybody else that someday China would be the fourth Rome, or claim itself such, as Russia now declares Moscow to be the third Rome. Now, by the time Julius Caesar began his political career, the calendar had undergone enough changes that it begins to resemble our own. 12 months of either 31 or 29 days on a 4-year cycle, with a month added in years 2 and 4, and February being either 28, 23, or 24 days. It was this calendar that controlled the economic, religious, and civic life of the Republic, and each day had a status attached to it, whether it was permissible or prohibited to bring cases to court or conduct government business. On one consistency in the calendars was how days were counted. God damn this microphone. There were 3 landmark days that were present in each month. These are known as the calends. That's a word that begins with a K, as in end of a calendar. Kalends. Get it? Calend. The first, that because, the last day of one week was the first of the next. The last day of one month was the first of the next as well. So calends was actually the first day. The nuns, Nones, the 9th day of the month, inclusive, which was really the 5th or 7th day, depending on whether you had 29 or 31 days in that month. And the Ides, which would be the 15th or the 13th day of the month, inclusive, the mid-month, mid-menses. These were believed to have been based on the original lunar calendar. If anyone was truly familiar with the messiness of the Roman calendar, it was Julius Caesar. As the high priest, the Pontifex Maximus of Roma, since 63 years before Christ was delivered into this world, he was well acquainted with the hodgepodge of a calendar based on the sun and the moon, and requiring the intercalation of days and months to get it back in line every few years. He also knew well that the religious life of the Republic required that any major reforms not disrupt the schedules of festivals and sacrifices. Because religion and state were in design and practice the same entity, interfering with rituals and/or displeasing the gods would bring nothing but disfavor to the people of Roma. Having won the recent civil war against Pompey and seemingly unchallenged, Caesar made the needed changes. To avoid the wrath of the gods and get the new calendar to synchronize up with the seasons, he extended the year 46 BC to 445 days, which became known as the last year of confusion. On January 1st, 45 years before Christ laid eyes upon the earth, the Julian calendar became the standard for the Republic, the Empire, and much of the West until Pope Gregory's tweaking of leap years circa 1562. While it's commonly believed that the date of Caesar's assassination was one chosen based on expediency and proximity, because he would be leaving 3 days later for a potentially long military campaign against Persia, and the Senate would meet on the Ides, thus putting Caesar within reach of the conspirators, there has been quite compellingly presented the scholarly argument that the date was also one that held symbolic meaning for Brutus, Cassius, and the other assassins, and that the calendar reform was the last straw for them, what broke the conspirators' back, symbolizing the rejection of the sacred traditions of Roma, the mors maiorum, not unlike if a U.S. president were to sit down during the national anthem or sit through it. I mean, far worse than that, of course, because this involves people you actually respect, and which are the gods, actually, deities that are part of your everyday life who look down upon you with favor or disfavor. The first day of civil year in the old Roman calendar was, yes, the Ides of March. Now, the Julian reform of the calendar didn't just make Roman officials' lives difficult in 46 years before Christ. Just consider that 445-day year there, but also curtailed the power of the Rex Sacrorum. That's a lifetime official who was responsible for keeping track of festivals, making sacrifices, and announcing when the next month would begin. It was more ceremonial than anything, but held prestige among the patricians who were eligible to hold it. However, with the dates of months and festivals now fixed, the role of this office would be much reduced. The evidence that is thus provided points to, there's a coin that was minted for Brutus, one of the main conspirators, that commemorated the assassination, with 2 daggers, a cap of liberty, and the words Ide Mar, Ides of March. Now, Ide, E-I-D, of course, spelled backwards, is die, which adds a bit of, shall we say, etymological resonance there for our man Peter Moon. And the one thing we can say is that no other Roman coin before or after this issue actually celebrated the date of the murder. The legend Ide Mar stood not merely as a memorial of the bloody deed, but also by referring to the erstwhile beginning of the Roman civil year, the conspirators hoped for restoration of the former republican ways. Brutus's role in the conspiracy against an authoritarian dictator, perhaps reaching for monarchy, feels almost predestined. His ancestor, at least in legend, Lucius Junius Brutus, had expelled the last king of Roma, Tarquinius Superbus, after the rape of Lucretia, and went on to found the Roman Republic. Another ancestor, Gaius Servilius Alhala, killed Spurius Maelius, who was thought to be plotting an uprising in order to become king in 439 BC. But when Cicero wrote to him about the conspiracy in its aftermath, Brutus seems to have learned the hard way. Murder makes trouble. It does not cure it. Now, Julius Caesar's assassination, of course, was no justice. It triggered the fall of the Roman Republic. Now, Julius Caesar's killers attempted to thwart a dictator. They inadvertently created an emperor. By the time Julius Caesar stepped in front of the Roman Senate on the Ides of March in 44 BC, the nearly 500-year-old Roman Republic had been ailing for years. Wealth inequality, political gridlock, and civil wars had all weakened the Republic in the century prior to Caesar's ascension to power. Caesar's increasingly autocratic reign further threatened the Republic. He bypassed the Senate on important matters, controlled the treasury, and earned the personal loyalty of the Republic's army by pledging to give retiring soldiers property from public land or use his personal fortune to buy it himself. He emblazoned his image on coins and reserved the right to accept or reject election results for lower offices. As Caesar transacted public business from a gold and ivory throne, rumors swirled that he would declare himself king. In the first weeks of 44 BC, Caesar was proclaimed dictator for life. His life, though, wouldn't last much longer. And fearful that the concentration of absolute power in a single man threatened the Republic's democratic institutions, if we could call them that at all, dozens of senators who called themselves the Liberators plotted to kill the dictator. On March 15th in 44 BC, Caesar was stabbed 23 times by conspirators who believed themselves to be saviors of liberty and democracy. However perverse the application of the term in this case. Instead, the daggers they thrust into Caesar dealt a fatal blow to the already grievously ailing Roman Republic. So, Caesar's assassination unleashed a brutal fight for power. One of the assassination's leading planners, Marcus Junius Brutus, had prepared to deliver a speech celebrating the Roman Republic's restoration right after Caesar's murder. He was shocked to find that outrage, rather than praise, greeted news of the dictator's killing. If Caesar had been an autocrat, the lower and middle classes didn't seem to mind, as they benefited from his radical reforms, such as the cancellation of debts and adjustment of the tax code. Instead of stabilizing the Roman Republic, the assassination plunged it into another civil war, as Caesar's supporters battled the assassins and then each other. Although former deputy Mark Antony positioned himself as Caesar's rightful successor by delivering a powerful funeral oration, the slain ruler had preempted that outcome. In his will, Caesar had named his sickly 18-year-old great-nephew Octavian as his primary heir and provided for his adoption. Octavian quickly amassed a private army and outbid Antony for the support of several legions. The forces of the twain competing leaders clashed until Octavian and Antony called a truce and agreed to share power with another of Caesar's former deputies, Lepidus, in the second triumvirate of Octavian. It is said that he was a cunning, ruthless politician who knew how to play sides. Now, there's a lady named Mary Beard, who's the authoress of a book titled SPQR, which is the Latin term for Caesar. And, of course, she subtitles it A History of Ancient Rome. And she writes that the triumvirate's main achievement was a new round of mass murder. Octavian and Antony brutally purged the Republic's leadership by killing their enemies and potential rivals. After speaking ill of Antony, Cicero was killed by soldiers loyal to Caesar's deputy, and his head and right hand were placed on display in the Roman Forum. Avenging Caesar's murder, Octavian and Antony collaborated to defeat the forces of assassination plot leaders Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus in 42 BC at Philippi in northern Greece. Tens of thousands died in that bloody battle, and the defeated Brutus and Cassius each committed suicide. The triumvirate eventually turned on each other. Octavian forced Lepidus into exile and took up arms against Antony, whose affair with the Egyptian ruler Cleopatra, the 7th, I believe, or 8th, damaged his reputation in Rome and humiliated his wife, who was Octavian's sister. Octavian positioned himself as the sole defender of Rome from the eastern influence of Egypt, and his navy defeated the combined fleet of Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium in northern Greece in 31 BC, after which Antony and Cleopatra each took their own lives. A tragedy, of course, that should never have happened. They should have won that battle, and history, well, we would have had a much better world. Now, instead, Augustus established the Roman Empire. Having eliminated his rivals and seen the support given to Caesar by the masses, Octavian established absolute rule over the former republic and surpassed the power of his great uncle. He approved all candidates standing for election, while the powerless Senate rubber-stamped his decisions. By providing for soldiers' retirements, he ensured their personal loyalty to himself. Citizens in towns across Italy and the western Mediterranean were compelled to swear their personal loyalty to Octavian. Throughout the Roman territories, coins, statues, and even silverware bore his image. Now, let me just check live streaming for a minute, see that we're still broadcasting. And of course, that's always an issue, considering our microphone problems. All of that being said, what we have was that the Senate in 27 BC bestowed the title Augustus upon Octavian, which, according to the Roman historian Cassius Dio, signified that he was more than human. Augustus ruled as Rome's first emperor, though he never took that title for himself. He was a very shrewd politician. He had a lot of tricks, and one of them was to pretend that what was happening wasn't really happening. He said that he restored the republic and never used the terms dictator or king, instead calling himself Rome's first citizen. When a crisis of flooding, famine, and plague besieged Rome in 22 BC, citizens did not agitate for a restoration of the republic, but instead locked up a group of senators and threatened to burn them alive if Augustus was not named dictator. They believed that Augustus alone could save them. The freedom they sought was one from war, hunger, and chaos. Reigning for nearly half 100 years, Augustus became the longest-serving ruler in Roman history and ushered in 2 centuries of peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana. By establishing the Roman Empire, Augustus completed the task of his adopted father, well, the one his adopted father had started. The great irony of those who plotted Caesar's murder was that they thought they were liberating Roma, but instead they put the nail in the coffin of the Free Republic. Had the attempt on his life been averted, whatever the means, Caesar would have meted out punitive punishments on the rebellious senators and continued his rule as dictator perpetual, dictator in perpetuity, or dictator for life. He had already implemented a number of populist reforms, including land redistribution from the elite to the poor and the soldiery, and increased citizen enfranchisement, and was likely to have continued a reorganization of the Republic. Caesar's attention would quickly have turned to his planned 3-year military campaign against Dacia, Romania in the Balkans, and Parthia, Persia, in southwest Asia, roughly modern-day Iraq and Iran. He had arranged to depart just a few days after the Ides of March, first for Greece to meet the huge force already in training, with an estimated 16 legions of cavalry, or the 16 legions on foot and cavalry beside that, Caesar had reason to be confident of pacifying Dacia, led by King Burebista, and annexing the land like he did in Gaul. But it must be stressed that it would have been far from an easy victory. In the 2nd century, Emperor Trajan had to fight 2 campaigns to conquer Dacia. Romania, of course, became the Australia of the Roman Empire. The next target was Parthia. The Romans sought revenge for the defeated invasion commanded by Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of Caesar's partners in the first triumvirate, and Caesar sought his own reprisals as the Parthians had sided with his enemy, Pompey, in the civil war that brought himself to power. Conventional historians insist that it's hard to imagine any circumstances in which Roma could have conquered Parthia. These were the equals of Roma itself, Iran being the world's first superpower, so it is commonly presumed that Caesar may have won a battle and perhaps driven them out of a border region, at least temporarily, and that might have been enough for the sake of honor. So it's always been simply assumed by the conventional historians, who are merely propagandists after all, that Dacia and Parthia campaigns could have helped secure Caesar's rule, but only if the news coming back to Roma was of victories. If they went well, it was unlikely that opponents could have achieved much, despite the fact Caesar would still have had enemies even after squashing the assassination attempt. If the campaigns had gone badly, then they might have been able to seize control of the political system while hoping for Caesar's failure. Cicero thought Caesar never would have returned to Roma. He doesn't explain this opinion, but Caesar certainly had health problems that could only have been tempered by Chinese medicinal art. And for that reason, this is how some of the Roman legions became lost into China. Now, all of this is something I've explained in the past, and I'll happily explain again in the future. But we have a situation in which I have every confidence that Julius Caesar would have conquered Persia, Parthia, opened the road to China, and acquired not only the medicines he needed for himself, but also gunpowder, at which point Rome would have industrialized and would still be extant today. This is, of course, something that I know of as a historian with the conviction of someone who has always known more than the propagandists who call themselves historians. And then, of course, we're dealing with the British Empire, which is kind of a global successor in their own minds to the Empire of Roma. Glad to see our numbers holding while I'm still doing my monologue here. Let's take a look around just to make certain everything else is holding up. Okay, every once in a while checking on the microphone. Let me know about the quality of my sound. Let me know if you can hear me. So we've got this former colony of Britain that's now meeting Britain as an equal, where India strikes back against the inglorious empire. Exempli gratiae, the private army. The East India Company had 260,000 soldiers at the start of the 19th century. As I said, Britain needs to make Russia its new Raj and have a West Russia Company that would have its own equal amount of private mercenaries, simply use the Wagner mercenaries that are extant now. Many modern apologists for British colonial rule in India, they no longer contest the basic facts of imperial exploitation and plunder, rapacity and loot, which are too deeply documented to be challengeable. Instead, they offer a counter-argument. Granted, the British took what they could for 200 years, but didn't they also leave behind a great deal of lasting benefit? In particular, political unity and democracy, the rule of law, railways, English education, not to mention tea and cricket. Yeah, indeed, the British like to point out that the very idea of India as a single entity, now three, but one during the British Raj, instead of multiple warring principalities and statelets, is the incontestable contribution of British imperial rule. Unfortunately for that argument, throughout the history of the subcontinent, there has existed an impulsion for unity. The idea of India is as old as the Vedas, the earliest Hindu scriptures, which describe Bharatvarsha as the land between the Himalayas and the seas. If this sacred geography is essentially a Hindu idea, Maulana Azad is one individual who has written of how Indian Muslims, whether Pathans from the northwest or Tamils from the south, were all seen by Arabs as Hindis, hailing from a recognizable civilizational space. Numerous Indian rulers had sought to unite the territory with the Mauryas, that's 3 centuries before Christ, and the Mughals, coming the closest by ruling almost 90% of the subcontinent. Had the British not completed the job, there is little doubt that some Indian ruler, emulating his forerunners, would have done so. The process of colonial rule in India meant economic exploitation and ruin to millions, the destruction of thriving industries, the systematic denial of opportunities to compete, the elimination of indigenous institutions of governance, the transformation of lifestyles and patterns of living that had flourished since time immemorial, and the obliteration of the most precious possessions of the colonized, their identities and their self-respect. Far from crediting India... Oh, fuck, here we go. Let me check, see if the goddamn microphone is still holding. Everybody tell me if you can still fucking hear me. I hate this goddamn thing, and of course, our man Sammy Romero hates it too. We'll see if something could be replaced sometime soon. But for now, I do want people to confirm whether or not you can hear me. And at least it's not as bad as when Michelle Saldana was on. Whatever the fuck she was doing was awful. I mean, it was just untenable. It was maddening. It was just the noise that she was making was horrible. Okay. All right, everybody, respond. Need to know if you can hear me. And anyhow, so as I was saying, when it comes to my own acknowledgement of Britain's quote-unquote accomplishments, Crystal River says, sounds great. Oh, God bless you, honey. I love you. Yes, need to talk with you privately soon. You're an angel. Anyhow, far from my crediting Britain for India's unity and enduring parliamentary democracy, the facts point clearly to policies that undermined it. The dismantling of existing political institutions, the fomenting of communal division, and the systematic political discrimination with a view to maintaining British domination. In the years after 1757, the British astutely fomented cleavages among the Indian princes and steadily consolidated their dominion through a policy of divide and rule. Later, in 1857, 100 years later, the sight of Hindu and Muslim soldiers rebelling together, willing to pledge joint allegiance to the enfeebled Mughal monarch, alarmed the British, who concluded that pitting the two groups against one another was the most effective way to ensure the unchallenged continuity of empire. As early as 1859, the then British governor of Bombay, Lord Elphinstone, advised London that divide et impera was the old Roman maxim, and it should be ours. Since the British camest from an hierarchical society with an entrenched class system, they instinctively looked for a similar one in India. The effort to understand ethnic, religious, sectarian, and caste differences among Britain's subjects inevitably became an exercise in defining, dividing, and perpetuating these differences. Thus, colonial administrators regularly wrote reports and conducted censuses. that classified Indians in ever more bewilderingly narrow terms based upon their language, religion, sect, caste, subcaste, ethnicity, and skin color. Not only were ideas of community reified, but also entire new communities were created by people who had not consciously thought of themselves as particularly different from others around them. Large-scale conflicts between Hindus and Muslims, religiously defined, only began under colonial rule. Many other kinds of social strife were labeled as religious due to the colonists' Orientalist assumption that religion was the fundamental division in Indian society. It is questionable whether a totalizing Hindu or Muslim identity existed in any meaningful sense in India before the 19th century. Yet the creation and perpetuation of Hindu-Muslim antagonism was the most significant accomplishment of British imperial policy. The project of divide et impera would reach its culmination in the collapse of British authority in 1947. Partition left behind 1 million dead, 13 million displaced, billions of rupees of property destroyed, and the flames of communal hatred blazing hotly across the ravaged land of the Asian Indian subcontinent. No greater indictment of the failures of British rule in India can be found than the tragic manner of its ending. Nor did Britain work to promote democratic institutions under imperial rule, as it liked to pretend. Instead of building self-government from the village level up, the East India Company destroyed what existed. The British ran government, tax collection, and administered what passed for justice. Asian Indians were excluded from all of these functions. So, when the crown... how do I describe this? When the crown eventually took charge of the country, it devolved smidgens of government authority from the top, a trickle-down effect, to unelected provincial and central legislative councils, legislative in quotes, whose members represented a tiny educated elite, had no accountability to the masses, passed no meaningful legislation, exercised no real power, and satisfied themselves they had been consulted by the government, even if they took no actual decisions. As late as 1920, but 3 years before my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born, under the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. Indian representatives on the consuls, elected by a franchise so restricted and selective that only 1 in 250 Indians had the right to vote, who would exercise control over subjects the British did not care about, like education and health, while real power, including taxation, law and order, and the authority to nullify any vote by the Indian legislators, would rest with the British governor of the provinces. Democracy, in other words, had to be prized from the reluctant grasp of the British by Indian nationalists. It is a bit rich to oppress, torture, imprison, enslave, deport, and proscribe a people for 200 years, and then take credit for the fact that they are democratic at the end of it all. A corollary of the argument that Britain gave East India political unity and democracy is that it established the rule of law in the country. This was, in many ways, central to the British self-conception of imperial purpose. Kipling, Rudyard Kipling, that flatulent voice of Victorian imperialism, would wax eloquent on the noble duty to bring law to those without it. But British law had to be imposed upon an older and more complex civilization with its own legal culture, and the British used coercion and cruelty to get their way. And in the colonial era, the rule of law was not exactly impartial. In the entire 12 centuries of British misrule, only 3 cases can be found of Englishmen executed for murdering Indians, while the murders of thousands more at British hands went entirely unpunished. The death of an Indian at British hands was always an accident, and that of a Briton because of an Indian's actions, always a capital crime. Crimes committed by whites against Indians attracted minimal punishment. An Englishman who shot dead his Indian servant got 6 months' jail time and a modest fine, then about 100 rupees, while an Indian convicted of attempted rape against an English woman was sentenced to 20 years of rigorous imprisonment. In the entire 12 centuries of British rule, only 3 cases can be found of Englishmen executed for murdering Indians. Well, as I said, the murders of tens, indeed hundreds of thousands more at British hands went not only entirely unpunished, but actually bemedaled. In other words, they were socially rewarded for their crimes, given medals and the like for maintaining order. The death of, let's just put it this way. When a British master kicked an Indian servant in the stomach, a not uncommon form of conduct in those days, the Indian's resultant death from a ruptured spleen would be blamed upon his having an enlarged spleen as a result of malaria. There is a British humor magazine named Punch, after the old British puppet Punch from the Punch and Judy shows, which you should look up because the British, raise their kids on that shit. And it punches this fucker with a baseball bat. The British don't do baseball, of course, they do cricket. So they don't know what to do with a baseball bat, except beat people with it. So punches this dude with a baseball bat who beats up everybody with his baseball bat. And the British love it. They think it's the funniest shit in the world. And so that becomes their way of dealing with everything in life. Act like Punch and beat it to death. So there's this humor magazine named Punch, kind of like what America used to have with Mad Magazine. And it wrote an entire ode to the stout British boot as the favored instrument of keeping the natives in order. Political dissidence was legally repressed through various acts, including a sedition law far more rigorous than its British equivalent. The penal code contained about 49 articles on crimes relating to dissent against the state, and only 11 on crimes involving death. Of course, the British did give India the English language, the benefits of which persist to this day. Or did they? The English language was never a deliberate gift to India, but again an instrument of colonialism, imparted to Indians only to facilitate the tasks of the English. In his notorious 1835 Minute on Education, Lord Macaulay articulated the classic reason for teaching English, but only to a small minority of Indians. We must do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern. A class of persons, Indians in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. The language was taught to a few to serve as intermediaries between the rulers and the ruled. The British had no desire to educate the Indian masses at all, nor were they willing to budget for such an expense, which would have been considerable considering that there's, 1 billion fucking Indians. And I use that word fucking pointedly. They reproduce at a dreadful rate of fecundity. That Indians seized the English language and turned it into an instrument of their own liberation, using it to express nationalist sentiments against the British, was, to their credit, not by British design at all. The construction of the Indian railways is often pointed to by English apologists for empire as one of the ways in which British colonialism benefited the subcontinent, ignoring the obvious fact that many countries also built railways without having to go to the trouble and expense of being colonized to do so. But the facts are even more damning than that. The railways were first conceived of by the British East India Company, like everything else in that firm's calculations, for its own benefit. Governor General Lord Hardinge, I think it's Hardinge, he argued in 1843 that the railways would be beneficial to the commerce, government, and military control of the country. In their very conception and construction, the Asian Indian railways were a colonial scam, kind of like Communist China's Belt and Road Initiative of just putting people into eternal debt. British shareholders made absurd amounts of money by investing in the railways, where the government guaranteed returns double those of government stocks, paid entirely from Asian Indian and not British taxes. It was a splendid racket for the Britons at the expense of the Indian taxpayer. The railways were intended principally to transport extracted resources, coal, iron ore, cotton, and so on, to ports where, well, for the British to ship home for use in their factories. The movement of people was merely incidental, except when it served colonial interests. And the third-class compartments, what with their wooden benches and total absence of amenities, into which the Indians were herded, attracted horrified comment even at the time. And, of course, racism reigned. Though whites-only compartments were soon done away with on grounds of economic viability, Indians found the available affordable space grossly inadequate for their numbers, which is practically countless. There's a marvelous post-independence cartoon capturing the situation perfectly. It shows an overcrowded train with people hanging off it, clinging to the windows, squatting perilously on the roof, and spilling out of their third-class compartments, while two Britons in sola topis sit in an empty first-class compartment saying to each other, "My dear chap, there's nobody on this train!" Nor were Asian Indians even employed in the railways. The prevailing view was that the railways would have to be staffed almost exclusively by Europeans to protect investments. This was especially true of signalmen and those who operated and repaired the steam trains, but the policy was extended to the absurd level that even in the early 20th century, all the key employees, from directors of the railway board to ticket collectors, were white men, whose salaries and benefits were also paid at European, not Indian, levels, and largely repatriated back to England. So racism, combined with British economic interests to undermine efficiency. The railway workshops in Jamalpur in Bengal, and Ajmer in Rajputania. They were established in 1862 to maintain the trains, but their Indian mechanics became so adept that in 1878 they started designing and building their own locomotives. Their success increasingly alarmed the British, since the Indian locomotives were just as good and a great deal cheaper than the British-made ones. In 1912, therefore, the British passed an Act of Parliament explicitly making it impossible for Indian workshops to design and manufacture locomotives. Between 1854 and 1947, India imported around 14,400 locomotives from England and another 3,000 from Canada, the United States, and Germany, but made none in India after 1912. After independence, 35 years later, the old technical knowledge was so completely lost to India that the Indian railways had to go cap in hand to the British to guide them on setting up a locomotive factory in India again. There was, however, a fitting postscript to this saga. The principal technology consultants for Britain's railways, the London-based Rendell, today rely extensively on Asian Indian technical expertise provided to them by Wrights, a subsidiary of the Indian Railways. The process of colonial rule in India meant economic exploitation and ruination to millions. The destruction of all those thriving industries the Asian Indians had indigenously, the systematic denial of opportunities to compete in any meritocratic level, the elimination of the indigenous institutions of governance, the transformation of lifestyles and patterns of living that had flourished since the days of the Vedas, and the obliteration of that most precious possession of anyone before colonization, the sense of identity and self-respect that the culture otherwise would have had or fostered in its people. In 1600, when the British East India Company was established, Britain was producing just 1.8% of the world's GDP, its global domestic product, while Asian India was generating some 23%, 27% by 1700. By 1940, after nearly 2 centuries of the Raj, Great Britain accounted for nearly 10% of world gross domestic product, while Asian India had been reduced to a poor third world country, destitute and starving, a global poster child of poverty and famine. The British left a society with 16% literacy, a life expectancy of 27 years on this earth, practically no domestic industry, and over 90% living below what today we would call the poverty line. The India the British entered was a wealthy, thriving, and commercializing society. That was why the East India Company was interested in it in the first place. Far from being backward or underdeveloped, pre-colonial India exported high-quality manufactured goods much sought after by Britain's fashionable society. The British elite wore Indian linen and silks, decorated their homes with Indian chintz and decorative textiles, and craved Indian spices and seasonings. In the 17th and 18th centuries, British shopkeepers tried to pass off shoddy English-made textiles as Indian in order to charge higher prices for them. The story of India, at different phases of its several thousand-year-old civilizational history, is replete with great educational institutions, magnificent cities ahead of any conurbations of their time anywhere in the world, pioneering inventions, world-class manufacturing and industry, and abundant prosperity. In short, all the markers of successful modernity today. And there is no earthly reason why this could not again have been the case if its resources had not been drained away by the British. If there were any positive byproducts for Asian Indians from the institutions the British established and ran in India in their own interests, they were never intended to benefit Indians. Today, Asian Indians cannot live without the railways. The Asian Indian authorities have reversed British policies, and they are used principally to transport people with freight bearing ever higher charges in order to subsidize the passengers. Exactly the opposite of British practice. This is why Britain's historical amnesia about the rapacity of its rule in India is so deplorable. Recent years have seen the rise of what the scholar Paul Gilroy called post-colonial melancholia, the yearning for the glories of empire, with a 2014 YouGov poll finding 59% of respondents thought the British Empire was something to be proud of, and only 19% were ashamed of its misdeeds. All this doesn't seem to have any bearing on today's Indo-British relationship. That's now between two sovereign and equal nations, not between an imperial overlord and oppressed subjects. Of course, the British Prime Ministress Theresa May, I remember when she visited India to seek investment in her post-Brexit economy. Yes, as I myself have often argued, you don't need to seek revenge upon history. History is its own revenge. Now then you might ask, why would I even propose a British rule over Russia as the new Raj, with a British West Russian company in place of a British East India company? Because there's no place in Russia to go but up. The Russians did everything the British did to the Asian Indians to themselves. They have fucked themselves over so completely that there's no place to go but up where the British would help. The lessons that the British can learn from all the wrong they did in India could be reversed were they to occupy Russia, a nation in need of occupation and guidance and colonization, if ever there was one. And by colonization, I don't mean a populace going there to replace the indigenous population at all. I mean in the British sense of the Raj, where they're there to administer. At that point, you would actually have a detached, administration that would administer far better than the corrupt locals ever have. So this brings us to the concept of the Third British Empire as it is right now, a kind of pre-empire. London is considered the capital of capitalism, allowing foreign billionaires to stash tax-free income offshore, exempli gratiae, or should I say in the correct Latin, exempli gratiae. The Cayman Islands, a British territory in the Caribbean, is a popular tax haven. And in London, as Peter Moon observed, the capital of the United Kingdom, above that of the royalty, where the royalty has to ask permission to enter in Londonium. By the way, Debbie Starborn waves her hand. Love you, Debbie. Okay, Jack Dawson is in the house saying something. And so when it comes to, let's say it this way, start with the historians, who are mostly propagandists. They tell us that there were two quite distinct British empires. The first, an Atlantic empire built on North American colonies and Caribbean possessions, and the second, an Asian empire built on control of India and coercive trade with China, which we've gone into in depth with the Opium Wars. These two empires were deeply criminal projects in the specific sense that they relied heavily on profits from slavery and the sale of narcotics. Empire on the British model was a money-making venture where moral considerations took far behind second place to the lure of super profits. The first British Empire came as to an end when the Americans fought a revolutionary war for independence in the 1770s. The Second British Empire began to fall apart with Asian Indian independence in 1947. Arab and African nationalism progressively undermined British influence in the years that followed. At some point, perhaps with the defeat in Suez in 1956, or when Britain withdrew from its last significant overseas possession, its crown jewel, Hong Kong, in 1997, the game was finally up. Nowadays, if you believe what you're told by so-called respectable historians and broadcasters, Great Britain has turned its back on its imperial past and is trying to, as best as it can, to make its way as an ordinary nation. The reality is somewhat more complicated. One day, perhaps, history will describe this interregnum or interregnal, in-between reign empire, a kind of quasi-British empire, organized around the country's offshore financial infrastructure and its substantial diplomatic, intelligence, and communications resources. Having given up the appearance of empire, the British have sought to reclaim its substance by banking on billionaires. Now, there were several things that come to mind that I think would exemplify what I'm trying to articulate. Give me a moment to catch my breath and see if I can recall exactly when they took place. I remember it was back this month, the Ides of March, which is why I've been thinking about a lot of what I've been talking about tonight, back in 2012. And it was in March of 2012 that the last week of that month, there were 2 news stories that helped to kind of sketch the outlines of this third, well, not third, but interregnal offshore empire. On a Tuesday, dated as March 20th in the 2012 year of our Lord, a Russian banker was shot and seriously wounded outside his flat in Canary Wharf. And on Sunday, dated the 25th of March in the 2012 year of the Christian calendar, the co-treasurer of the Conservative Party resigned after the Sunday Times claimed that he had been soliciting donations to his party from what he thought was a wealth fund based in Liechtenstein. These 2 apparently unrelated events together told us then quite a lot about contemporary Britain. The United Kingdom allows foreign residents to hold their funds offshore and only taxes them on money that they bring into the country. This approach, a relic from the days of openly declared empire, makes the country a popular place of residence for billionaires from all over the world, from Africa, mainland Europe, and Asian India. You see, once in London, a sophisticated legal and financial apparatus arranges for foreign funds to be deposited in a network of offshore jurisdictions. There was a groundbreaking book that was titled Treasure Islands, in the plural, by Nicholas Shaxson, S-H-A-X, Shax, S-O-N, son, she's on, who described London as the center of a spider web that links to the Channel Islands, the Isle of Man, and the Caribbean. And with impressive frugality, the British have reinvented the scattered remnants of formal empire as instruments for serving the needs of global capital. When the Soviet Union broke up, those who secured control of the privatized Russian economy flocked to London. They had little in the way of a social base in their own country, and their position was chronically insecure. They needed a way to channel profits overseas, and London offered them access to a world-class financial center and favorable tax rates. The city also gave some of them a public profile outside Russia itself. In buying Chelsea Football Club and the Evening Standard, Roman Abramovich, a person who was related, of course, to the Satanist witch that we were discussing just last episode, and Alexander Lebedev, respectively, have made themselves international figures. Moves against them by opponents back home were thereby made that much more difficult. By making Russia the new Raj, these fuckers would be compelled to stay at home and not come to pollute the shores of the Atlantic, leaving us all easier to breathe, or breathing easier. Our man Nathan Brooks says, "Greetings, beloved." Greetings, dear man. He's raising wonderful children and teaches the martial arts. Altogether, a great guy. And with that, getting back to examples here, the British state does more than provide a hospitable, low-tax jurisdiction and the means to acquire a higher profile abroad, of course. It also puts its diplomatic resources at the disposal of favored foreign residents. Exempli gratiae. In July of 2001, Tony Blair wrote a letter to the Romanian Prime Minister Adrian Nastase to support Lakshmi Mittal's efforts to buy up the state-owned steel company Sidex. Though Mittal had offices in London, the company making the bid was registered offshore in the Dutch Antilles. But while Mittal did not employ many people in Great Britain or pay much tax there, he did make a significant contribution to the Labour Party. In May of 2001, 12 months before Blair wrote his letter, the Indian magnate had given them £125,000 sterling. That'd be about 199,750 United States dollars worth back then. It is hardly surprising that Peter Cruddas was happy to talk with financiers from Liechtenstein about donations to the Conservative Party. Donations from foreigners are illegal, but it is a relatively simple matter to set up a company registered in the United Kingdom to handle the transaction. Offshore blurs the distinction between domestic and foreign. Now, before I go on and speak further of this kind of chicanery, I do want to credit Crystal River, who I love dearly, for spirit cooking. She brings up spirit cooking, which is, of course, this artwork that was made by the Abramovich bitch that Peter Moon and I were discussing in our latest episode. So for people who are not familiar with this individual, there is a infamously nebulous Marina Abramovich, who was born in the same year as Michael Aquino and has his same initials. Michael Aquino, M.A., Marina Abramovich, M.A., both of them born in 1946. She is related to the Roman Abramovich, and he was the individual who brought up the Evening Standard newspaper in Great Britain, as well as the Chelsea Football Club. So this is like the Russians colonizing Britain. Karma demands that this be reversed, honestly, because the Russians colonizing Britain led to Brexit. Time to return the favor and have Brexit instigate the Third British Empire, which would include a Russian Raj. So now Crystal River says I need to go back and listen to that one. Thank you, honey. Yes. And now all of this is part of a much larger imperial project whose full scale and significance is difficult to appreciate. This is not an empire that advertises itself widely. Indeed, it tries to hide the very fact of its existence. But there is no doubting the ambition. For decades, by now, Britain's rulers have sought to make London the capital of global capitalism. And the state reorganized itself to this end. Privatization was tested in the United Kingdom and then exported around the world. Deregulation brought foreign banks to London. The financial sector, the intelligence establishment, and the political parties were committed to a project that the major media could scarcely bring themselves to discuss. Elections became ever more hallucinatory experiences, or exercises in mass delusion, in which shallow differences in tone and detail obscured a far deeper complicity. Occasionally, the dynamics of the offshore empire became as visible as scandals or sensational crimes. Power struggles caused ripples that could never be missed. A foreign businessman is shot in the street. The sheer strangeness jolted us for a moment out of our obliviousness. A politician is caught soliciting donations and resigns. Now, Rupert Murdoch, a significant figure in Great Britain's revived imperialism, one of the exploiters of Christine Joanna Hart, later one of her persecutors, owns the Sunday Times, the paper that broke the Peter Crotus story. One faction in the empire was sending a message to another. For a moment, what could not be discussed was mentioned obliquely, as is the way of empire. So this interregnal British Empire is not an industrial or military superpower. Indeed, it is intensely vulnerable. The United States and the great powers of Europe could do a great deal to hamper it if they chose to do so. The empire is a standing temptation to betray the local or the national for the sake of membership of a far more exclusive and elusive entity. An entity whose allure is intimately linked to its tact, its capacity to avoid straightforward description. Empire prospers to the extent that it can exploit, and where possible, foster corruption elsewhere. Much of the old bombast is gone. There are fewer flags and trumpets. But in other respects, this interregnal empire I'm describing closely resembles its predecessors. Like them, it must do all it can to prevent effective democracy from breaking out at home, as it profits from tyranny abroad. The dedication to the needs of global capitalism benefits only a tiny minority of the population. The rest face a future of steepening inequality and shrinking prospects. Besides, as in previous centuries, the people at home must pay up when adventures abroad turn expensive. And like the first 12 British empires, the current interregnal one is a criminal enterprise. But having specialized in chattel slavery and drug trafficking, perhaps the interregnal empire's current signature crime is tax evasion. So wake up, Britannia. Should the empire really be a source of pride, as it so shakily stands right now? The fact that so many people say yes reveals your collective amnesia about the man-made famines, slave trading, and daily violence of your imperial past. You're insulted when Chinese like myself bring up Britain's century of state-sponsored, military-backed drug pushing. And I am a Chinese national, though I'm a United States citizen. Just to clarify, because ethnically I'm a quarter Japanese. Because I know all this confuses people and they don't know what to think. Now, in 1899, Alfred Russel Wallace, the naturalist and co-discoverer of the theory of evolution through natural selection, wrote a book titled The Wonderful Century, which, as its title suggests, was a broadly upbeat summary of what Great Britain had achieved during the preceding 100 years. In his conclusion, however, Wallace reflected on how the British Empire had behaved in its dealings with the subject races. They, he admitted, had been treated with a strange mixture of good and evil, a word that perhaps no modern commentator outside the former colonies would dare use to describe any aspect of British imperialism. In the century since then, the empire has crumbled and Britain's power has largely evaporated. But in their national memory of Britain's centuries in the sun, the balance between the good and evil that Wallace recognized has been tipped decidedly towards the former. So it is perhaps unsurprising that comparatively recent YouGov poll revealed that 44% of respondents, when asked, claimed to feel pride rather than regret in the long-lost empire. The problem today is not that British national feelings about the British Empire are too positive or too negative, but that they know too fucking little of the actual history to make a sound judgment. How can anyone ask people to take pride in, or feel regret about, a history that is hardly ever taught in schools and little explored elsewhere? The empire has become reduced to the abolition of slavery, the building of the Indian railways, and some vague talk about the rule of law, British values, and the spread of the English language. Most debates sooner or later degenerate into the banal, "Did it do more good than bad?" formula. And once it has been agreed, as it always is, that the empire was on the whole a good thing, the bad aspects of imperial history are banished from further discussion. This is, of course, monumentally absurd and ultimately insane. Now, that being said, people might ask, why then, Douglas Dietrich, do you promote a third British empire? It would be among other empires. A German, Japanese, and American empire predominantly. After those four, essentially quartering the world to a degree, the reemergence of the Roman Catholic Church, particularly over much of Africa, the reemergence of a new China, reformed from its communism, the reemergence of other empires, one of the black diaspora, centered on black Amazonia, in Portuguese-speaking Brazil, the northern half, where the blacks predominate, that would unite the blacks of Dravidia in southern Asian India, what the British would call Elder India, because that was the first India they encountered. These are all going to be impacted by the reemergence of, the emergence of La Troisième Pégaudier, the Third French Empire as well, allied to the Americans, as it was the French who helped the Americans gain their independence. This is my vision of a octagonalist world, the 8 empires balancing the prosperity of man, or should I say humanity, to make it less patriarchal. Now, when I speak of the British Empire, it is then one amongst an oligarchy of empires that I seek to reestablish upon the earth, that I feel is the only advisable sense of competitiveness that will help man emerge from the cradle of humanity on planet Earth itself and extend to the 8 planets of the solar system, each claimed by one of these empires, and thenceforth to the stars themselves. Now, when it comes to the misperception the British have of their empire, they can't move forward unless they are forced to confront the past. Instead, the cumulative effect of all this amnesia of their atrocities has been that the man-made famines, slave trading, ethnic cleansing, and day-to-day violence of empire has been rendered completely invisible. The long list of what the Victorians like to call small wars has likewise been forgotten, reduced to minor details as the Brits focus almost exclusively on the achievements of empire and the gifts it gave to the world. British politicians of all parties have spent the last half-century traveling the world asking nations that were invaded by British armies to celebrate their shared history, culture, and language as if they were the consolation prizes in some great historical raffle. They then collectively recoil in hurt outrage when the Asian Indians point out that their share of the global economy slipped from 23% to a mere 4% under British rule. They're similarly insulted when we Chinese bring up Britain's century of state-sponsored military-backed drug pushing. That image of the empire, the real image, as a list of nations to whom they bequeathed various precious gifts, ignores the fact that imperial conquest and centuries of economic and military domination are not the only mechanisms through which nations can acquire railways, education systems, the rule of law, or world languages. If that were true, the Empire of Japan, the Kingdom of Thailand, and the other handful of other nations that avoided being absorbed into one or other of Europe's empires would be trapped in a Hobbesian mire of lawless feudalism, their dirt roads clogged up with ox carts driven by illiterate farmers. Yet somehow, without being colonized, the Japanese managed to construct a national railway that carries some of the fastest, most punctual, and comfortable trains in the world. My own guess is that Asian India would have managed something similar without the goddamn Brits. The Chinese, too, have managed to become the second largest economy in the world without any British assistance whatsoever. To attempt to attach any simple label, good or bad, to an imperial project that was launched by Elizabeth I and of which the final fragments were decommissioned under Elizabeth II, is an impossible task. The empire was not a singular phenomenon, and indigenous people on the ground did not encounter the empire, they encountered individuals. There were the brutal soldiers and traders motivated by personal greed, careerism, and racial theory. There's your real racial theory, not anything posited by the Nazis. Many more of these individual encounters than the British would ever acknowledge. But there were also thousands of men and women who were unquestionably decent. The empire found places and uses for both. Many of the good were missionaries and abolitionists, the 18th and 19th century equivalents of aid workers. They traveled to distant lands and risked their lives with good intentions, though their humanitarianism was almost always fused with racial paternalism and the urge to spread their faith. And the empire did bring economic developments and peace to some parts of the world, though many of those developments were fleeting and arranged primarily to suit British interests. And it delivered war and devastation to other regions of the earth. British missionaries and colonial administrators did confront or end terrible practices, such as the ritual burning of widows in India and the superstitious killing of newborn twins in Nigeria. But the same empire, whenever it encountered indigenous resistance, acted with incredible brutality that would put the Nazis of the Third Reich to shame. Let us not forget that, within living memory, tens of thousands of black Africans were murdered, tortured, and mutilated in British concentration camps in Kenya, a nation they had stolen from the Germans in World War I. This is not any revisionist theory or a left-wing interpretation of the past. It is simply a historical fact, an acknowledged crime for which the British government has paid compensation to surviving victims. None of it can measure it, but rather an official admission of guilt. The British Empire, like every empire in history, was created to enrich the imperial mother country, not to realize some vague civilizing mission. It would have been the greatest aberration in world history had it been otherwise. Yet they, the Britons, still somehow convince themselves and expect others to believe that this nation set aside its own financial interests, ignored the desperate plight of the British poor, and dispatched great fleets of ships and vast armies of soldiers and administrators across the oceans to attend to the material welfare, educational aspirations, and future mass transport requirements of the indigenous peoples of Asia and Africa. Britain's future relationships with the former colonies, which are now critical trading partners, demand that they wake up from this fantasy. For Great Britain to solve its economic problems, it needs to stop lying to itself about its past. But as I've said, tonight being British themed to a degree, Britain needs a third empire. And this time it can do much more good than it's ever done before. It squandered its oil reserves in the North Sea, but it can recoup all of that by an alliance in union with Norway, which is never part of European Union, and its oil power, uniting the Arab nations, whose sheikhs are all trained at Sandhurst anyway, in a North African and Southwest Asian empire, coronating a king from the dynasty of Rothschilds, who are all British nobility, over the rogue state of Israel, bringing that into line with the Arabs and Israelis under a British peace process that would be administered by an adult, and reoccupying Russia as the new British Raj with a greater British West Russian company in place of the old British East India Company with its own mercenary army, comprised of the Wagner Group or some successor organization. This would help to navigate the rivers of the Ob and the Yenisei in the back ass end of Russia, turn them into great trade routes into the Russian heartland, a form of colonization where British can resettle and help repopulate a now emptied subcontinent, because Russia is essentially a continent all its own. But first, they have to do away with the nonsense of politicians still active today in British government like Liam Fox, who is a member of Parliament, an MP of the United Kingdom. By the way, I'm getting a notification of an incoming message. Okay, been tagged. That's nice. And let's take a look at what else is out there, making certain everything's still working. Checking around as I am forced to do with the quality of sound, which everyone seems, I think it's okay. Not getting any particular complaints. And, okay, aside from that, checking in on who else out here. Oh, yes, live stream. Okay, no one spoke after Nathan Brooks. Numbers are up. Great. Okay. There's, Lamb Fox is nonsense in what he says. There's some truth, however, when it comes to trade and Empire 2.0, which is a stupidity right there. His ignorance that this would be a third British Empire. But that requires me to provide some history, doesn't it? In May of 1840, William Gladstone said that he lived in dread of the judgments of God upon England for our national iniquity towards China, and that he couldn't think of a war more unjust in its origin, a war more calculated in its progress to cover this country with permanent disgrace. He was talking, of course, about the Opium Wars. Oh, shit. Well, we just lost our call. Brandon Young hung up. I hope everyone can still hear me. Do tell me about my quality of sound. And important for me to know before I go on. And let's get some response there. Okay. How am I sounding? Am I sounding okay? Quality of sound changed any? I usually become unintelligible, or rather it becomes very hard to hear me once somebody hangs up their call. Are we holding up? Quality of sound, people. Give me feedback. And let's see now. This idiot in the chat room, D. Jack Dawson, has got nothing to say, so I'll hide him. Nothing to say in terms of anything coherent. Oh, Troy Bellamy says, great sound. Thank you, sir. God bless you. All right, on then. When it came to the Opium Wars, if you need a reminder, they're the ones in which the United Kingdom used its superior naval power to mass murder Chinese people until they finally allowed British drug pushers to flood our country with the then equivalent of heroin. One of those industrial-scale drug dealers, a Scotsman called Thomas Sutherland, understood that every big trade needs finance. And so, in 1865, he and a few others founded the Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation. HSBC is now the United Kingdom's third biggest company, and still bogged down in drug money scandals. Britain's second biggest company, BP, British Petroleum, you know, the people who brought us death on a massive scale for animal life in the Gulf of Mexico, with a leak that wouldn't stop because they couldn't stop it, because there were no safeguards ever put in place. That was founded as Anglo-Persian Oil, so that the United Kingdom could plunder newly found fossil fuels from Iranian soil, which the Romans should have had right to. They're the biggest company in the Greater British Empire, their interregnal empire, between the second and the third, that I've been discussing as an offshore assets empire, is named Shell, because it's a shell company. Get it? Changing their name so nobody could sue them is similarly a long-term beneficiary of imperial might. Now, again, this brings me to memory lane. What is it that I can dredge out of my mind about what was it Liam Fox once said that so pissed me off, some of the crap that he was spewing, that just got me to the point where I had to retain it in memory at all. And that was probably around the year 2017 in the month of March. Now, everything seems to come to March, the first month of the Roman year, when it comes to my British themed history for you tonight. And it was in this month, in March of 2017, which is how many years ago by now? Obviously, you know, that dear young lady who was with us the other day, that lovely young lesbian, Sarah Sheldon, she was saying how good I was at math at one point in my life. And yeah, she was right. There was a time when I could really rattle off numbers in my head. Now, it was this month, 6 years ago in March of 2017, in the wake of Philip Hammond's budget, that Great Britain's multiply disgraced Trade Secretary, Liam Fox, still in government beyond any commonsensical belief, was meeting with more than 30 Commonwealth ministers in London in an attempt to discuss multilateral trade links. Well, this is exactly the sort of strategy that many Brexit supporters had long advocated. The London Times reporting that the plan was derided by some civil servants as Empire 2.0, which seemed fair enough because Fox has a history of colonial yearning. When the likes of Fox get all weak-kneed about the old days of the empire, we should perhaps give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that their nostalgia doesn't extend to the genocide, forced famine, concentration camps, castration with pliers, or rape with broken bottles. Though the willingness to ignore all of these does tell us something important about the British psyche. What people are interested in returning to, really, is that other key element of imperialism: plunder. The Trade Secretary's strategy, tied to the Tory outrider of the time, Melanie Phillips's vainglorious ultranationalism, well, that was up for grabs in the London Times that week in March, over half a decade ago. There's a top tip to be taken here. Never challenge the Irish to an argument about the history of these islands. It's merely an official attempt to execute an economic strategy based on a growing cultural trend. You see, in recent years, the Brits have documented on Open Democracy the expanding fashion for what they've called British Empire kitsch. From the ever flashier bling of November of that year, 2017's annual Poppy Fest, which I remember somebody sent me footage of and I just couldn't stop laughing over, which took place, as it happens, on the anniversary of the date that, well, I think it might have been John Warrington's great-grandfather was declared missing, presumed dead at Ypres, and commemorates his death, and millions more with flashy light displays and poppies on the sides of bombers. Well, to keep calm and carry on mugs. Those are the type of kitsch that a lot of British buy so they can pour their alcohol-lubricated coffee in to get started in the morning. And then there's the Jubilee street parties, bedecked with bunting in the design of the same Union flags which flew over some of the first concentration camps, to that same blood-stained icon becoming a fashion symbol. Well, the years of the long recession have brought with them a nostalgia for a time when life was easier and Britain could simply get rich by killing people of color and stealing all their stuff. That's the Liam Fox that got me going back in 2017. There's a quoted message here from, Our Lady. What is she saying? Crystal? She sent me something that looked like it said quoted message. It's, let me see here now. Just trying to find it. I know I saw the notification. Where is, somebody sent me something. Okay, well, I'll get back to bitching. And so all of this has been made possible, not the empire, but the romantic memory thereof, by lies. The lies all too many of us were told all over the world, but especially the British, what they were told about what their great-grandparents were up to in India, the lies they told themselves when they decided not to look too closely, the lies they told the peoples that they subjugated. Great Britain is a country built so firmly on deceit, dishonesty, and backstabbing that the symbol on their national flag is not just a double cross, but a triple. Maha! But it's not just about the traditional opium smoke of nostalgia and untruth. The yearning for the days of empire is the result of more than the old-fashioned desire to return to some imagined glory days. At the core of what Liam Fox said, that I still don't remember consciously, but is nagging at the frontal cortex of my brain to the point where it's driving me to express all that I'm articulating now, there is, in a way, an important honesty. For the 6 years that George Osborne was Chancellor of Great Britain, the government spent its time trying to persuade people that their country's biggest economic problem was their fiscal deficit. There's an interesting debate to be had about whether he really believed that and failed, or was using it as an excuse to flog off public services and drive down wages, and thereby succeeded. But that's another question. In reality, the deficit which the United Kingdom really should have been worrying about and debating solutions to has long been that in trade, the United Kingdom's balance of trade. And is there, the stats really are serious. Now, when I'm hearkening back to half a decade ago, Britain's balance of trade averaged minus 1,458.28 pounds sterling million from 1955 through to 2016. Their trade deficit had already become chronic. As Des Cohen, who was in the Treasury's economics team at the time, wrote for the press back in November of that 2017 year, the 2016th year on the Christian calendar. November of 2016. It was the realization that the Commonwealth wasn't a big enough market for exports that lured Britain into joining the European Union in the first place. But while leaving the common market certainly hasn't helped, joining it didn't solve the problem either. Great Britain's long-term trade figures are a disaster. What Fox's meeting back in 2017, this month, 6 years ago, highlighted was that the government was being forced by Brexit then to reveal its thinking in this area and expose that it really didn't have any better ideas for falling back on what the Financial Times' James Blitz called delusions, and wishing that the last century hadn't happened. There's another way to look at this problem, of course. As the New Economics Foundation's Laurie McFarlane said around that time, much of the increase in paper wealth that's happened in the United Kingdom since World War II has actually been not a result of producing more stuff. It's basically the result of increases in house prices, asset price inflation. In other words, since the end of World War II, by that I mean the cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities because the war is still ongoing, which marked the beginning of the end of the British Empire, the United Kingdom hasn't really figured out how on earth to pay their way in the world. Even during the days of imperialism, their trade successes came at the barrel of a gun, and with the advantage of being at the center of a vast sterling zone, their pound sterling being what the United States dollar is today. It's not because of a nose for the market that BP, British Petroleum, and HSBC, that Hong Kong company that became the third largest in the British world, had their early success, but because of the gunships. All the gunships sat in the port behind them. As, over the decades, country after country has secured independence and left the pound sterling zone, they've resorted to inflating the prices of the assets they've built up over a couple of centuries and more of empire, and rapidly flogged them off. Of course, much of this strategy still relies on their imperial remnants. Their overseas territory secrecy areas put London at the center of the world's money laundering nexus. As Donald Toon, yeah, that's his name, Toon. It's like Moon, except Toon, like the cartoon Toon World, head of the National Crime Agency of England, described to the Financial Times. The London property market has been skewed by laundered money. Prices are being artificially driven up by overseas criminals who want to sequester their assets here in the United Kingdom. Yeah, the Russian radicalized right loves to talk about how Great Britain is a trading nation, but that, of course, is just another lie. The truth is that they are terrible at trade. They buy much more than they sell and produce little that anyone wants. They're so bad at selling things to the rest of the world that the government had started producing patronizing adverts trying to coax British businesses into the international market. Even in the days when people did pay for their stuff, it was always under duress. The process of Brexit, well, that turned into a series of humiliating meetings in which the empire was forced to accept a procession of ruinous trade deal terms. Ruinous, at least, for the majority of their population. As it did so, we could always look to Dr. Liam Fox, or whoever finally succeeds him once he's caught in another scandal, to return home, waving the Union flag ever more vigorously, and insisting in ever more pompous terms that this is another great victory for the mothership Britannia. People might even believe it. The Brits are good at accepting lies. Now, all that being said, that's my fun with a punching bag. But like I said, Britain's problems are the easiest to work with. There's no place to go but up. They're out of European Union. They were always too prideful to integrate their pound sterling with the euro. They have an opportunity now, as I said, with Norway, the sheikhs who train at Sandhurst, the coronation of a potential king for Israel, driving these oil powers together, along with Russia as a Raj, just defeat it in Ukraine. You have the potential for a third empire far more stable than any of the others have ever been, and far more capable, finally and for once, of doing more good in the world than damage. But that brings us to the bank collapse this side of the Atlantic. Bank collapse specifically in the Pacific coast of the United States. Silicon Valley Bank has collapsed in the biggest bank failure since the Great Recession. Now, just to wake myself up, our online broadcasting software crashed. Once again, I need everyone to confirm that you can hear me. This is not the microphone. Repeat, this is not the microphone issue. The online broadcasting software crashed. It apparently reasserted itself within a matter of moments. If it doesn't do that, we drop the stream. Not that I want to. It drops the stream automatically. So, Amorfati says, hello, guys. I'm back. Yes, I can hear. Thank you, Crystal. Love you. And, oh, my God. Love all of you out there. Nathan Brooks, Troy Bellamy, Crystal River, Amorfati, everyone else who joins us and supports us, and there's quite a few out there considering. All of you doing great. Where's Crystal's messages going? Yes, there we are. Yes, I can hear, she says. Excellent. Okay, let me give her a check to that. And this is, okay, into the, here we are. Got another message here. Nathan Brooks added to his story. All right, the question that Peter Moon brought up at the beginning. What happened with SVB? The Republicans blame its collapse on diversity. Huh? In fact, the Silicon Valley Bank collapse puts the new spotlight on a Trump-era banking law. The United States Justice Department and Securities and Exchange Commission are opening investigations into the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank according to sources familiar with the matter. The federal investigations are in their preliminary stages and are looking into both the bank's failure and the actions by senior executives in the lead up to the collapse. This comes after the Biden administration took an extraordinary action on Sunday during my last broadcast before tonight's to guarantee that customers of the failed bank will have access to all their money starting Monday, opening this work week. Now, separately, the newly appointed CEO of Silicon Valley Bridge Bank, created to handle customers' transferred deposits and banking services, is asking customers to return some of their funds into the bank while trying to assure customers their deposits are protected. And after Silicon Valley Bank's failure, the tech industry in its totality is bracing for blowback. The tech industry got what it wanted when the federal government announced it would ensure Silicon Valley Bank depositors get all their funds back following a run that crippled the institution. Now, people in tech are finding out the price the sector will have to pay in return, including a damaged reputation, political anger, and wounded pride. You see, Silicon Valley is losing its luster. Last Friday, California regulators shut down Silicon Valley Bank, a prominent lender for startups and venture capital firms, just so people understand its purpose, marking the largest American bank failure since the 2008 financial crisis and collapse. But 48 hours would be 2 days later, the cryptocurrency-focused, New York-based Signature Bank was also seized by regulators. What happens next for the United States economy remains to be seen. But what is becoming apparent is that the promise of Silicon Valley is beginning to lose its luster. So, we all remember the television series House of Cards, or Netflix, or whatever the fuck it was. Think that when you think Silicon Valley. The story of Silicon Valley Bank coincides with the rise of the startup, and possibly with its fall, at least insofar as the startup has existed in the 21st century public imagination. Now, founded as it was in 1983, back when I was graduating early via a GED from John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology, the bank targeted a particular cohort of borrowers, startups, technology firms, and wealthy individuals, as Annie Lowry of the Atlantic magazine so puts it. By lending to a number of startups whose ventures found success, SVB became one of the 20 largest banks in this country. But in the longer term, the bank became as vulnerable to its own lack of diversification, which is ironic because the Republicans claim that diversity is its downfall. They mean that, of course, in terms of people instead of investments. But on its monofocality, Annie Lowry of the Atlantic magazine has written thusly. I read an extraction from her column here. SVB's clientele is heavily concentrated in the tech industry, which boomed during the pandemic. That led to a dramatic increase in SVB's books. Normally, banks take such deposits and lend them out, charging borrowers different interest rates depending on their credit worthiness. But relatively few firms and individuals were seeking such bank loans in the Bay Area at the time because the whole ecosystem was so flush with cash. What happened next? Well, as Crystal River says, startups are now. That's right, honey. And she says they're now Airbnb, DoorDash, Stripe, apps. There you go. Thank you, honey. Appreciate that. As always, appreciate your input. Honestly, you should just come on with me, which you're welcome to do. And let me know if you want me to call. Here's how Annie Lowry of the Atlantic magazine explains it. SVB parked the money in perfectly safe government-issued or government-backed long-term securities and failed to hedge against the risk that those bonds might lose value as interest rates went up. And thanks to the Federal Reserve interest hikes aimed at curbing inflation, this is exactly what happened. When a sizable share of account holders wanted to withdraw their funds from the bank, SVB was forced to sell its bonds at a loss to come up with the cash. The scheme did not pan out. So Sunday evening, amid my own transmission, the Treasury Department announced that the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the FDIC, will tap its deposit insurance fund to repay account holders at both SVB and Signature Bank in New York. Account holders will not, in other words, be left in the lurch, nor will taxpayers have to foot the bill for their banking misfortunes. But, as the writer Will WkEND points out in the Atlantic magazine as well, even if tech has probably averted a mass startup wipeout, the fiasco has revealed the cracks in the industry, or perhaps made those liabilities all the more difficult to ignore. To quote us from WkEND's own writ, "It wasn't so long ago that a job in big tech was among the most secure, lucrative, perk-filled options for ambitious young strivers. The past year has revealed instability as tech giants have shed more than 100,000 jobs. But the bank collapse is applying pressure across all corners of the industry, suggesting that tech is far from being an indomitable force. Very little about it feels as certain as it did even a few years ago. Silicon Valley may still see itself as the ultimate expression of American business, a factory of world-changing innovation, but in 2023, it just looks like a house of cards." Now, Silicon Valley is not over, but the collapse of SVB has dampened the frisson of possibility that lured untold aspiring tech entrepreneurs and investors into the fray. 'Tis in such context that I read again from the writ of Bill WkEND. The panic from venture capitalists around the bank's fall reveals that there's little recourse when these sorts of failures occur. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, proposed that investors just start sending out money, no questions asked. "Today is a good day to offer emergency cash to your startups that need it for payroll or whatever. No docs, no terms, just send money," reads a tweet from Midday Friday. Here was the head of the industry's hottest company, rumored to have a $29 billion United States dollar valuation, soberly proposing handouts as a way of preventing further contagion. Silicon Valley's overlords were once so certain of their superiority and independence that some actually rallied behind a proposal to secede from the continental United States. Is the message now that we're all in this together? Well, whatever the fucking message, SVB's woes lay bare a tech industry as fragile as any other. Ideas, innovation, and even hefty sums of VC cash aren't fail-safe. The mirage, it seems, has dissolved. The failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank are putting new scrutiny on a 2018 law signed by then-President Donald Trump that rolled back banking regulations. Democrats and prominent progressives are now calling to restore those rules as the federal government steps in to protect SVB depositors. In a statement, Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent representative from Vermont, said, "Let's be clear. The failure of Silicon Valley Bank is a direct result of an absurd 2018 bank deregulation bill signed by Donald Trump that I strongly opposed." Well, there you go. Some degree of common sense from an old communist. But let's just say that this is an harbinger, portending much that we may choose to ignore at our peril. We will maybe speculate a little bit about that in, first, let's try and address what is far more important. Far more immediate is the insanity of the Republican response. You see, Republicans are blaming the bank collapse on wokeness. A financial panic, like the one that struck several U.S. banks over the past few days, presents a dilemma for the committed partisan. You don't want to side with the failed Silicon Valley Bank and other collapsing institutions and come across as coddling the rich, but you also don't want to root for the bank to fail and end up being a cheerleader for broader economic collapse. This is especially tricky for Republicans, who spent the weekend looking for a way to criticize President Joe Biden's handling of this crisis, even as they waited to see what his handling of the crisis would even be. But a few prominent Republicans found a third way. Blame it all on wokeness. Florida governor and presumptive presidential candidate Ron DeSantis said, this bank, they're so concerned with DEI and politics of all kinds of stuff. I think that really diverted from them focusing on their core mission. You know, DEI is diversity, equity, interconnectedness, or something. I'll remember it soon enough. As a matter of fact, just for the sake of remembering it, I'd better look it up because a lot of this stuff is like right-wing acronyms I don't even use. Diversity, equity and inclusion. Thank you. Couldn't have gotten that out without you. That was a suggestion from one of you, I'm sure, psychically. Now, presumably in contrast to the common sense business practices that have led Trump family businesses to declare bankruptcy multiple times, Donald Trump Jr. tweeted, "SVB is what happens when you push a leftist/woke ideology and have that take precedent over common sense business practices. This won't be the last failure of this nature so long as people are rewarded for pushing this bullshit." And Representative James Comer of Kentucky, chair of the House Oversight Committee no less, said, "We see now coming out they were one of the most woke banks in their quest for the environmental, social, and governance type policy in investing." And Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene offered a nonsensical statement, even by her standards, saying that the fools running the bank were woke and almost became broke. This is a clever maneuver, sidestepping messy questions about whether and how to rescue the failing banks by instead attaching the panic to an existing narrative about wokeness in the Democratic Party. It also avoids the risk of appearing to be against entrepreneurs who might lose their shirts in bank collapses, or against the financial system that has historically backed Republicans. The only flaw is that the line of attack makes no goddamn fucking sense. In reality, Silicon Valley Bank failed because it made some really, really bad business bets. It invested deposits in long-term assets such as treasury bonds. As the Federal Reserve raised interest rates, those investments lost value while simultaneously squeezing many of the depositors. The result was a bank run, complete with lines outside branches. That's unfortunate for SVB and for its customers, though the Treasury Department says it has a plan to make sure depositors don't lose any funds at no cost to taxpayers. But there isn't an obvious role in this story for wokeness or DEI programs, diversity, equity, inclusivity. And to the extent that there might be one, DeSantis, Trump, and Comer are not explaining it. None of this is to say that SVB didn't adopt some trappings of liberal identity politics for the sake of social and community outreach. Trump Jr., for example, focused on a screenshot for an executive at SVB who touted her work on LGBTQIA+ issues. The reason that SVB would want to advertise its programs on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, are ESG, which is another goddamn acronym that I'm just becoming familiar with through this. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance, which is, of course, investors are increasingly applying these non-financial factors as part of their analysis process to identify material risks and growth opportunities. All of this is because we just can't keep working on the old model because the old model is literally killing us. It's what's led to crisis catastrophe climate catastrophe and massive crises in terms of pollution, etc., etc. I mean, I could go on for hours. But basically, environmental, social, and corporate governance, which I think is also known as the ESG, the environmental, social governance, which is an easier acronym. It's a framework designed to be embedded into an organization's strategy that considers the needs and ways in which to generate value for all organizational stakeholders. And that means, like, people who haven't even directly invested, but still hold stakes in the environment, which we all suffer if it's polluted. Well, the reason that SVB would want to advertise its programs on DEI, ESG, and other matters is not because it was in thrall to woke ideology. It's because that was a good business decision. Just look at the bank's name. It caters to startups in a very liberal, highly diverse marketplace. My golden state of California. Positioning itself as a socially conservative bank would have been a truly unwise business decision. But SVB was, at heart, still a bank, and its goal was to make money. The bank did not fail because it was obsessed with diversity. It failed because it had done a poor job hedging its risks, and macroeconomic conditions turned perilous. A classical liberal would say this is a good thing. Sometimes businesses fail. And in a truly capitalist democracy, and I think we're supposed to be democratically capitalist, you have the freedom to fail. If this were a Soviet system, they would bail you out because, the state. Oh, wait, that's what they did with all the other banks during the 2008 collapse. I guess we went Soviet at that point. That's when they brought up Bank of America, and it became the bank which issued our EBT, our benefits transfer cards, electronic benefits transfer cards for food stamps. Those were Bank of America cards. Bank of America became the Bank of America. Literally owned by the government, supplying food stamps to keep everybody employed. They had to bail that bank out because it was too big to fail, which meant at that point we became a Soviet state. But, hey, I guess we're back to capitalism because they might let these fuckers fail. Because, well, DeSantis explains it. However, he's no classical liberal. He's demonstrated that he's not only willing but eager to meddle in private companies' businesses in order to enforce social policies, most prominently in his showdown with Disney. Although DeSantis is the most prominent example of this big government tendency by people who claim they're fighting big government, he's not alone. As the Dispatch has noted, Republican politicians have been on a crusade against ESG for months now, proposing some remarkably intrusive measures to force private companies to stop operating in ways that they think are good for business. Those companies might be wrong about the business effects, but traditionally, conservatives have left those decisions to businesses for reasons of both ideology and political expediency. Not to mention that if they were truly the capitalists they claim to be, they would let the market handle who decides who lives and dies as a business. Right? I want to hear a chorus of yes out there. Yes. Yes, Douglas. That's right. Thank you. Oh my God. What crime did I commit to be reincarnated at this time? Now, the wokeness offensive fits comfortably into the new populist strain in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. Despite the historical alliance between Republicans and the financial sector, forged out of a shared opposition to the stricter regulation Democrats traditionally favored, certain factions of American conservatism have long been suspicious of banks and big business, seeing them as leeching off virtuous Americans. The history stretches from Andrew Jackson's assault on the Bank of the United States to William Jennings Bryan's famous Cross of Gold speech, in which he said, "We must take America off the gold standard. We shall not be crucified upon a cross of gold." And on to the present day. And that makes it a ready line of attack for today's new populists, and means that whether the SVB panic proves to be a passing episode, or the start of a broader economic problem, the nation is likely to hear much more of the same for a long time to come. But blaming Silicon Valley bank collapse on diversity or wokeness gives away the Republican game. They've nonsensically pinned the blame on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, or inclusion, to make it more simple. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a less than subtle suggestion that white guys should rule. Many Republicans have developed a Pavlovian response to bad news. They hear something has gone wrong, like the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, and emit a yelp. Wokeness! It's a conditioned buzzword response, meaningful only to those who speak fluent Fox News. But when it came as to the California bank's recent failure, a number of anti-woke warriors let slip the truth. Yeah, and as Crystal Rivers says, the truth is in there. I almost just called her now by mistake. You see, they strayed from the vague safety of wokeness and nonsensically pinned the blame on DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, a trio of words companies large and small have made part of their corporate culture. Silicon Valley Bank, ruined by diversity? Nice try. Discussing the Silicon Valley Bank collapse on Fox News, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said, I mean, this bank, they're so concerned with DEI and politics and all kinds of stuff. I think that really diverted from them focusing on their core mission. Well, that, in a single word, is nonsense. There's zero evidence the bank's desire to be a diverse and welcoming workplace had anything to do with its collapse. Rather, SVB was heavily invested in normally secure bonds, but rising interest rates lowered the value of the bank's bonds. Then clients got spooked about the bank's liquidity and started withdrawing money. It was a classic bank run. Anti-woke warriors should just come out and say what they're thinking. The facts didn't stop deep-pocketed Republican donor and Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus from going on Fox News and saying, these banks are really badly run because everybody is focused on diversity and all of the woke issues. Stephen Miller, a senior advisor to former President Donald Trump, tweeted that House Republicans should subpoena bank officials to find out how many hours and dollars were spent on equity, DEI, ESG, climate scams. Or he said equity / DEI / ESG / climate scams. All that led me to think, good grief, fellas. Why don't you just come out and suggest the bank would have been okay if it were run by a bunch of white guys? Look, I'm not saying diversity is to blame for everything, but... And then, like magic, a Wall Street Journal columnist did just that. Andy Kessler wrote of My State's Bank. In its proxy statement, SVB notes that, besides 91% of their board being independent and 45% woman, they also have one black, one LGBTQIA+, and 2 veterans. I'm not saying 12 white men would have avoided this mess, but the company may have been distracted by diversity demands. Yeah, I'm not saying 12 white men would have avoided this mess, but never have the words, I'm not saying, more clearly meant that that's exactly what I'm saying. And indeed, that's exactly what all these folks, and pretty much anyone who spouts the words wokeness or diversity as if they're diseases are saying. Any effort to tint a workplace's whiter shade of male is inherently bad. How did words like diversity, equity, and inclusion become as bad things? So let's pause a moment and reflect on the absurdity, perhaps even the fragility, of fearing diversity, equity, and inclusion. Logic dictates that a diverse workforce is preferable as it brings a multitude of ideas and life experiences into one place. But if logic isn't your thing, studies have repeatedly shown that diverse workplaces are both more profitable and more innovative. Equity? Why would anyone think treating people equitably is bad for business? The same holds for inclusion. If you view inclusivity as a negative, you're letting your insecurity show and clinging to something you don't want to share. Which is really what this is all about. Not wanting to share. White guys, like, the guys who have been complaining about all this wokeness, have been in control of pretty much everything since when? Somebody give me a date here. Since the invention of white guys. Thank you, Crystal. Maybe if you shout, woke, louder, they'll let you keep running everything. Now, the world has, thankfully, shifted, and things like diversity, equity, and inclusion are not just desirable, but necessary for any reputable business or corporation to be competitive. Some white guys don't like it. So they've glommed onto the word woke and decided that if they holler and stomp their feet loud enough, they can convince people that transparently good things, such as diversity, equity, and inclusion, are the cause of all the world's ills. It ain't gonna work, crackers. Few reasonable Americans are going to say, well, what a shame that Silicon Valley Bank failed because it had one black person and an LGBTQIA plus person on its board. I'm sure people like DeSantis and the Home Depot son of a bitch and others will keep trying. I fully expect one of them, any day now, to say, I put on a couple of pounds and I fought the woke ice cream companies. The woke ice cream companies and their preoccupation with diversity, because they gave me 72 flavors and I had to boil them all. It's not DEI that's the problem, buddy. It's your preoccupation with vanilla. Silicon Valley Bank's failure is now everyone's problem. Whispers about insolvency, a bank run, a desperate attempt to raise funds, a bank failure, market gyrations, concerns about financial contagion. Bruce Dallas III says, still in. Welcome aboard. Even though you were always here, glad to have you aboard. History is repeating itself. Now, within the past 48 hours, I believe, 24 hours, yesterday at the latest, California regulators shut down Silicon Valley Bank. A leading bank in lending, a lender aimed at startups, technology firms, and wealthy individuals. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the FDIC, stepped in as the bank's receiver. Account holders with less than 250,000 United States dollars in savings will have full access to their funds as of Monday, and that was the opening of this work week, so the FDIC said. Account holders with more than that, the overwhelming majority of entities banking with SVB, according to the bank itself, will just have to wait and see. This is a debacle, one that will reverberate throughout the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region and the entire tech ecosystem. In the near term, the biggest risk is that startups doing bread and butter banking with SVB might not be able to make payroll in the coming days and weeks, forcing them to miss paychecks or even announce furloughs or layoffs. In the medium term, the risk is that companies holding cash in other smaller banks might worry about their stability, withdraw funds, and spread financial contagion. In the long term, the danger is that the government might end up bailing SVB out, proving that all banks are too big to fail in the American system, at which point we truly have Sovietized. In the past few days, SVB came to experience a classic "it's a wonderful life" type bank run. On Wednesday of Yester Septimania, midweek last, the bank's publicly traded parent company announced that it had sold some securities at a loss and was trying to raise cash by selling its own shares. This stoked fears that the bank did not have enough cash to cover withdrawals, leading depositor companies to pull their funds, which then led to a solvency crisis. The underlying problem was a straightforward lack of diversification, if anything. Not too much diversity, but too little. As Bloomberg's Matt Levine has so noted, albeit he was speaking not in terms of humanity, but in terms of investment, SVB's clientele is heavily concentrated in the tech industry, which boomed during the pandemic. That led to a dramatic increase in SVB's books. The bank went from having 60 billion United States dollars in deposits in 2020 to more than 200 billion in 2022. Now, normally, banks take such deposits and lend them out, charging borrowers different interest rates depending on their creditworthiness. But relatively few firms and individuals were seeking such bank loans in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region at the time because the entire ecosystem was so flush with cash. SVB parked the money in perfectly safe government-issued or government-backed long-term securities, as Teles Demos of the Wall Street Journal explained within the last 24 to 48 hours. So safe, it seems, that the firm failed to hedge against the risk that those bonds might lose value as interest rates went up, which is exactly what happened. This meant that if SVB had to sell the bonds to use the cash to cover deposit outflows, it would have to sell them at a loss, which is exactly what happened. That would not be a problem unless a large share of SVB's account holders decided to withdraw their funds at once, simultaneously in a classic bank run, where they were lining up outside the doors along the streets, which is exactly what happened. To be clear, this was mismanagement on SVB's part. What happens if interest rates go up is not an arcane question for a bank to have to answer, nor is, are we adequately diversified? But the Federal Reserve's sharp and decisive interest rate hikes played a role in a few ways. They reduced the value of the bonds on SVB's books and spurred depositors to withdraw money from the institution as the tech industry cooled. The venture capitalists who made SVB such a big deal in the first place also played a role by egging startups to pull their funds from the institution. In a statement, Dennis Kelleher, the CEO of the nonprofit Better Markets, said, SVB's condition deteriorated so quickly that it couldn't last just 5 more hours today so that the FDIC could take it over on the weekend for an orderly resolution. Its depositors were withdrawing their money so fast that the bank was insolvent, and an intraday closure was unavoidable. Now, this bank failure is proving to be a spectacular mess. In many cases, a large share of banks' account holders are fully covered by FDIC deposit insurance because relatively few people keep more than 250,000 United States dollars in their accounts. But most of SVB's account holders had more than 250,000 US dollars on hand, given that the bank caters to startups, venture capitalists, and Silicon Valley elites. Thus, thousands of people have their money frozen while the government figures out whether and how to merge the bank with another institution, sell off SVB's assets to get people their money back, or grant protection to deposits of more than 250,000 United States dollars. Okay. A question is sent here by email. Why not just let the capitalists eat the losses? What is this, Bernie Sanders? This must be Bernie Sanders sending me an email. Fuck you, commie. Because a lot of account holders are companies that are trying to keep the lights on and ensure that their employees get paid, and because of the risk of financial contagion. Now on Twitter, Representative Eric Swalwell, whose district covers much of the East Bay, wrote, I'm working with my California colleagues to address the Silicon Valley bank crisis. We must make sure all deposits exceeding the FDIC 250K, meaning 250,000 United States dollar limit, are honored. Banking is about confidence. If depositors lose confidence in the safety of their deposits over $250K, then we are in trouble. That might be the right call in this case. But it might also be the decision that the government ends up making in all cases where a bank needs a bailout and cannot find a buyer. The taxpayer will forever be called upon to make losses public while profits stay private. The financial system is much better capitalized than it was in 2007, the year of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich's murder. Yet the collapse of a bank such as SVB still seems like too much chaos for the financial system to handle and for the real economy to bear. This is Silicon Valley Bank's fault, and now it's everybody's problem. So the question then becomes, is Silicon Valley Bank's failure an omen for California, the great Golden Bear Republic? Let me breathe on that and try to figure out a way to analyze this. In summary, the failure of Silicon Valley Bank struck California's economically important high-tech industry, while it was already facing difficult headwinds. The question is whether the bank's failure is an harbinger of Silicon Valley's decline. So, having summarized that, let me rehydrate. It would be difficult to overstate Silicon Valley's financial importance to my golden state of California. The San Jose-centered high-technology industry exploded 4 decades ago as California's manufacturing sector, which had boomed during and after World War II, was shrinking. It became our state's single most powerful economic engine, creating products and services that transformed my golden California and had immense global impact. A few days ago, Governor Gavin Newsom described it the tent pole for our economy. And for once, he was not exaggerating. As other economic sectors and other regions stagnated, Silicon Valley boomed. Without it, my golden state of California could not have become the 5th, and very possibly the 4th, most powerful economy in the world. Understand this much, if you understand anything at all, despite all the critics. My deeply politically blue California could soon rise to the world's 4th largest economy. California has long faced criticism for driving away businesses and workers due to high taxes and prices and tough regulations. A few high-profile business titans have loudly departed, most notably Tesla and SpaceX chief executive Elon Musk, who moved Tesla's headquarters and himself to Texas during the pandemic, though SpaceX remains headquartered in Southern California. To that we say, good riddance, asshole. Nonetheless, there are mounting predictions from economists that the Golden State, formerly for a period of time an independent republic like Texas itself, could soon surpass Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, to become the world's 4th largest economy. Moving from the world's 5th, larger than the economy of the Greater British Empire, to 4th largest economy would be another step up for California, which would trail only, at that point, the American communist Chinese and Japanese empires. But some economic experts attest the expected bump may have more to do with the United Germany's struggling economy and the falling value of the euro than California's growth. The United States as, well, let me quote David Zeek, a USC assistant professor of economics at the University of Southern California, who said that the United States as a whole over the past decade grew a bit faster than United Germany, and California grew faster than the United States on average. So you have that growth trend there. But the reason why it might happen next year is because of this 15% depreciation of the euro. California would probably topple United Germany because of its relatively resilient economy, even during the pandemic and amid high inflation. The analysis, well, let me pursue it. Just remember this. California is the engine of everything you've got. If you're an American, without California, deep blue in politics, California, you ain't shit. Contrary to popular belief, my Golden State has proven resilient, outperforming its American and global peers. Now, Gavin Newsom is as familiar as anyone with the media narrative of earthquakes, persistent wildfires, droughts, homelessness, and companies fleeing California to Texas for a tax and regulation-free lifestyle. This is nothing new. California's governor recalls a 1994 Time magazine cover story citing, "A string of disasters rocks the state to the core, forcing Californians to ponder their fate and the fading luster of its golden dream." And yet our state's 40th governor, in a Zoom interview conducted a month before his probable re-election, at the time in which he succeeded, and remains our governor of our fair and golden state, proclaimed the California dream is still alive and well. He's not wrong. California's economy has proven relatively resilient, first through the pandemic and now through the current period of elevated inflation. So much so that the Golden State's gross domestic product is poised to overtake the United Germany's as the fourth largest in the world after the American, Communist Chinese, and Japanese empires. It had already leapfrogged Brazil at number 7 and France at number 6 in 2015 and supplanted the Greater British Empire at number 5 in 2017. Although many of California's current figures will not be published until later this year, this 2023 year in our Lord, estimates suggest the state may have already caught Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, with at least one forecast implying California is ahead by 72 billion United States dollars when considering our state's recent growth rate. So we're talking about new number 4. California's economy is poised to overtake United Germany after showing steady growth. California's trajectory is most transparent in the growing divergence between our 379 companies with a market value of at least 1 billion United States dollars and the 155 publicly traded firms based in United Germany meeting a similar benchmark. Whereas corporate California revenues and market capitalization rose 147% and 117% during the past 3 years, The United Germany mustered inferior gains of 41% and 34%, according to the data that was compiled by Bloomberg. The margin of United Germany's nominal gross domestic product of 4.22 trillion United States dollars over California's 3.357 trillion. 3.357 trillion United States dollars yesteryear was the smallest on record and is about to disappear, with Europe's largest economy barely growing in 2022 and forecast to shrink in this 2023 year of our Christian calendrical system. So we have California rising. Companies based in our Golden State have outperformed our German counterparts in the stock market. The German index is, of course, the DAX, the DAX. But we have a state index of California that, well, rises above them. All this data continues to, well, let's quote our governor here, Gavin Newsom, a shameless and unmollified metro man, a metrosexual, meaning he's a man who enjoys salons, pedicures, manicures, being treated like a male model without any sense of insecurity. He says all this data continues to belie the dominant narrative and illusion of California's best days being behind us. As somebody who's grown up in California, I feel pride in California's resilience, leadership, its entrepreneurs, its formula for success that goes back over half a century. And in this, he was highlighting our state's, to use his term, conveyor belt for talent. How was it that he put it? Well, the truth, as I would put it, is that California outperforms the entire United States and the rest of the world across many industries. That's especially relevant with renewable energy, the fastest growing business in both California and Das Vaterland, the fatherland of United Germany. The market capitalization of California companies in this business increased 731% the past 3 years, or 1.74 times more than our United German counterparts. Notable examples include the Fremont-based Enphase Energy Incorporated, a solar and storage solutions provider, up 916%, or more than twice the 410% returned by wind farm maker PNE AG in Cuxhaven along Germany's North Sea coast. The dichotomy between corporate California and corporate Germania is most pronounced in our top 3 industries. California technology hardware, media, and software saw sales increase 63%, 95%, and 115% the past 3 years, boosting market valuations by 184%, 54%, and 58% respectively. In Die Neue Verhin Deutschland, the new United Germany, healthcare, consumer discretionary, and industrial products were erratic, with a 43% increase and declines of 2% and 7% during the same periods. Market values rose a paltry 40%, 8%, and 10% respectively. California's 3-to-1 growth advantage is similarly reflected in a comparison of our top 10 companies. Firms led by Google Parent, Alphabet Incorporated, Apple Incorporated, and Visa Incorporated saw revenues rise 8% following the year before yesteryear's 34% increase as they turned 100 United States dollars of sales into 49 double the dollars of profit. They increased their employment by 10%. United Germany led by SAP SE, Deutsche Telekom AG, and Siemens AG, sold 4% more of their products in 2023 thus far, down from a 10% increase in 2021, while generating 44 United States dollars of profit from every 100 United States dollars of sales. The German workforce declined 2% on average. The United Germany, of course, has been severely impacted by the war in Ukraine. Still, with just 40 million people, the California economy is punching well above our weight on the world stage. Job creation is a particularly strong area, with unemployment falling to 3.9% in July of yesteryear, the lowest since data was compiled in 1976, before rising to 4.1% in August. The gap separating our state from the United States national rate of 3.5% is the narrowest since August of 2021, and for the first time since 2006, California's joblessness dipped below Texas, the largest trois states for non-farm payrolls. Our state's jobless rate similarly outperformed United Germany by almost a percentage point, the most since February of 2020. Contrary to the prevailing perception of business dysfunction and exodus of people since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region accounts for 78% of the market capitalization of all publicly traded companies in California, up from 70% 5 years ago. My own Golden Gated San Francisco's 42 listed companies, which forecasts suggest we'll see sales growth of 14% in 2023 and 2024, are 62% more numerous today than at the end of 2018, when our first Black African American female mayoress, London Breed, became the first Black woman and 45th mayoress of our city. Oakland, which is, of course, the old joke was, what's the longest bridge in the world? The Oakland Bay Bridge, because it leads from Africa to Fairyland, meaning from all Black Oakland, in the demographic sense, to all fag San Francisco, is home to the third largest port in our state and the eighth largest in the United States. Well, that's grown at a faster monthly rate, 9.9%, than number one Los Angeles at 0.3% and number two Long Beach at 8.7% since 2015, when Libby Schaaf became that city's 50th mayor. So, our mayoress, London Breed, conducted a City Hall interview with Bloomberg News late last year, in which she said, "There's a reason why people continue to do business here. It's because of the talent." Mayoress Breed also said that she's hearing of people who are moving back to the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. She said a lot of the same people who decided to leave don't want to stay in areas where they don't feel there's a community, a culture. That's what San Francisco brings to the table. Now, Schaaf, the mayor of Oakland, who grew up in Oakland and completes her second term in January, well, she did complete her second term. I didn't keep up on whether she was reelected, to my embarrassment, but she did concur at the time that I knew her to be mayoress of Oakland across the bay. She said, "We value innovation, but we also value diversity and equity." Oh, just what the Republicans say destroyed our bank. She had an interview with Bloomberg News in her City Hall office late last year, in which she said it's nice to see those values are economically rewarded because California was very much lambasted during the Trump administration. Well, there you go. This is something that we have to bear in mind as I talk about whether or not Silicon Valley Bank is some kind of harbinger of ill omen. So let me try and digest a bit more. Since I'm bringing this to you, I definitely want to parse my words, make certain that I'm, saying the right thing that will do justice to the subject. After all, there's no one who provides analysis as I myself do, but you all know that. That's why you're here. Let me see if I can, again, get my thoughts together on this subject because, of course, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one because we've had difficult things happening in California that are things to be sad about. We had a levee that was not attended. And what happened was it flooded a Latino community in California. This neglected levee failed the community, flooded. It was Friday night into this last weekend when just another in a months-long parade of atmospheric rivers pummeled northern and central California that a levee meant to contain rising waters from the Pajaro River broke and flooded the small town of Pajaro, and hundreds of residents were forced to leave their homes. A second levee breach was reported Monday opening this work week. Work is still underway to plug the gaps as another storm system is bearing down on us, with even more rain expected next week. That river is the dividing line between the Santa Cruz County to the north and Monterey County to the south, and the town of Pajaro sits on the southern side of the river. The vast majority of Pajaro's residents identify as Hispanic or Latino. That's at least according to the most recent United States Census data, which I sourced, which also shows nearly a fifth of the people there live in poverty. How, for decades, that levee was ignored by the federal government, never rising to the status of a fix-worthy project, despite all the repeated pleas, the breaches, the floods, and even 2 deaths. Those deaths occurred in 1995 in a flood that caused an estimated $95 million in damage to that community. It was an abandonment of California's Latinos. Now, back to the task at hand about California, just why we're so important, of course. It's, let's put it this way. What I've just done is I've analyzed California's and United Germany's past and projected gross domestic product, which in 2021 measured 3.4 trillion United States dollars and 4.2 trillion US dollars respectively. And according to Bloomberg analysis, it's forecast that this year and into next, California's gross domestic product will continue to grow slightly, while Die Neue Vereinigten Deutschlands, the new United Germany's, will shrink, allowing California to take the lead. This puts us as a world power. We could legitimately secede from the Union and prosper and let the rest of the North American continent go to hell in a handbasket. I want you all to understand how much you need us. Once that's established, well then, we go on from there. Basically, Eugene Cornelius, Senior Director at the Center for Regional Economics at the Santa Monica-based Milken Institute, has said he found Bloomberg's prediction on target, and he expects Golden California to surpass United Germany in economic size soon, if it has not already. Cornelius said, I think this was the best kept secret. Everybody was focusing on the California exoduses, the wildfires, the earthquakes, and everything that was negative going on, but I don't think anybody was paying attention to the growth. Now, although Governor Gavin Newsom quickly touted this prediction as a sign of California's prosperity, some experts note the metric is just one measure of California's economy. It fails to take into consideration important factors such as housing affordability, income inequality, cost of living, and wealth distribution, all areas in which California has continued to struggle, making it difficult for the middle and low-income families to thrive in many parts of our state. Now, because of this, the aforecited economic expert, if I remember, David Zeke, the USC assistant professor of economics from the University of Southern California, he said California GDP, gross domestic product, being pretty big, doesn't mean that your median or person in California is necessarily any better off. It just means the aggregate economy is more important, is larger compared to other economies. So, of course, I'm getting questions already in my emails here. So, what is GDP? Okay, I shouldn't say it in that tone. I mean, obviously, not everybody's into this sort of thing, and I don't expect everybody to get it automatically. GDP stands for gross domestic product. It's an economic data point that is, according to the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, widely used as a reference point for the health of national and global economies. According to the IMF, in a certain, it counts all of the output generated in a certain geopolitical region, such as a country or state. Now, GDP, ergo, gross domestic product, measures the monetary half or the monetary value of all final goods and services produced in one jurisdiction during a specific period, often quarterly or annually, yearly. GDP can be measured by taking into account inflation, called real GDP, or population, called GDP per capita, but most basically is measured in nominal GDP, simply the value of a region's outputs at current prices. This is the measurement used in world rankings in which my golden and deeply politically blue state of California is compared with other countries. So that same University of Southern Cal professor that I've personally had communications with, Zeke, says this is just a statement about the aggregate scale of the California economy. Now, he notes the nominal GDP doesn't look at inequality, or wages. To quote his T, that's not a statement about the welfare of the average Californian. That's a completely different measure. But then the next question I'm seeing coming through my email is, why is California even in a position to surpass United Germany? Well, you see, California businesses in the last year have outpaced German companies, especially in 3 of our state's top industries: technology, hardware, media, and software. As a matter of fact, the editor-in-chief at Bloomberg, the emeritus, what they call the editor-in-chief emeritus, he practically runs that editorial at Bloomberg, Matthew Winkler, has noted that our state strides in renewable energy. That's the sector that has been the fastest growing in recent years for both California and Germany. Winkler has written that the margin of Germany's nominal GDP, nominal gross domestic product, of 4.22 trillion United States dollars over California's 3.357 trillion United States dollars last year, was the smallest on record and is about to disappear. And other economic analysts have pointed to California's low unemployment rate, strong entrepreneurial spirit, sustained tourism and development, as well as government spending that has helped mitigate potential economic stressors. Irina Asmundsson, a research scholar at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research, has gone on record to say that California has a really innovative economy. We have strengths in a lot of different sectors. It's not just technology, and we continually try to invent the things that are going to make a difference in the future. She's pointed out that California is home to our nation's largest manufacturing hub, as well as a huge agricultural sector, though we account for only a fraction of, the agricultural sector, and that, our country's largest manufacturing hub together account for only a fraction of our state's overall GDP. All points which Irina Asmundsson has pointed out makes California's advance in rankings a very real possibility. She's noted that when California's economy surpassed the Greater British Empires in 2017, it required a strong and resilient California, but challenges in Great Britain played a more prominent role. So referring to Great Britain's exit from the European Union in 2020, Asmundsson said, the UK was a very similar situation, and the exchange rate moved a lot after Brexit. It's not as though this is all California innovation. It's also partially those external factors. In other words, there's a lot of stressors acting against Britain, against Germany, that are acting in our favor for overtaking them in our place in the sun, our place under the sun. Now, although the aforecited Winkler has mentioned in his analysis that Germany, of course, has been severely impacted by the war in Ukraine, many experts say that aspect of the equation was heavily downplayed in the probability that California will surpass United Germany. With the researcher Zeke saying it's true that California's GDP has grown slightly faster annually than United Germany's over the past decade, but what's really dramatic recently is the deterioration of the euro versus the dollar. So, someone's asking me the question now, when could California move to number 4? Well, before I return towards that, checking in, of course, with everything quality of sound. Looks like everybody's still here. Okay. Let's put it this way. When that question is asked, now, basically, some estimates already suggest that my state may have already caught Germany, with at least one forecast implying California is ahead by 72 billion United States dollars when considering our state's recent growth rate. Figures on GDP won't be published until the spring to confirm any of these projections. But most experts concur that it's likely to occur, if not this year, by the end of 2023. If not, in fact, we probably overtook Germany already in 2022, and by the end of 2023, we'll be firmly ahead. Mark Schneip, director of the California Economic Forecast, which is an economic consulting firm, has said that It's likely to occur now because United Germany is going to be growing a lot slower, it appears, than California will over the next year or two. But leaders at the California Business Roundtable, a nonprofit that often criticizes the regulations imposed on state businesses, were not convinced that our Golden State would usurp United Germany in the rankings. In that group's fact check of Bloomberg's data, its analysts showed more conservative projections for 2023, in which the gap between California and United Germany would further shrink, but not flip. Now, another question I'm getting in the email is, what does being the fourth largest economy mean for California? Well, Robert Lapsley, president of the California Business Roundtable, said a higher ranking for California is an indicator of the health of the state as a whole, though he doubted it would become a factor in most businesses' decisions about moving or growing in California. He's quoted as saying, "It is an important point to be able to understand where our economy fits in from a global perspective, and to be able to try to understand what are the strengths of our different sectors, and then how we can continue to help them grow." Now, in terms of this other individual that I was speaking to a few years back, I think their name was Cornelius, that I think I've cited already, if I remember in terms of the Eugene Cornelius, the senior director at the Center for Regional Economics at the Santa Monica-based Milken Institute. When Eugene Cornelius was talking about this, I think that, what was it that he said? He said something like, basically he said, I think it means that we will have access to even more talent. This will make California even more marketable. As for continuing to drive manufacturing or green standards, moving up in the world rankings increases California's power to do so. That's why Zeke of USC was saying, the bigger California is, the more likely companies will try to create a product that meets the California requirements. I think for being a center of trade, for being a place that attracts business, being big can be helpful. And that Schneep guy that I was talking about, oh God, what was he involved with again? Mark Schneep, the director of the California Economic Forecast. He said a new ranking for California most basically puts things in perspective about the size of California's economy. In his mind, it's just a ranking. He calls GDP, gross domestic product, an elusive, ethereal concept that simply isn't relevant to the average Californian. So, now someone's asking me, what's missing in the GDP rankings? Well, the GDP ranking doesn't take into consideration issues such as cost of living, high taxes, poverty, and unemployment, which some experts say are still big problems for California. In fact, I'd be one of them. I'd be preeminent among them. Looking just at nominal GDP ignores the very real concerns that average Californians and business owners face. That aforecited Lapsley said, we would like to catch Germany. We are ideally making progress on Germany, but the bottom line is that we have some major issues. Now, the California Business Roundtable did a separate analysis taking into consideration parity in pacing. Well, parity in pricing was the term they used, or cost of living, which showed Golden California well behind Das Vaterland, the fatherland of United Germany, at number 11 on the world stage. And I have to agree that such a massive data point as GDP doesn't take into consideration factors such as poverty, unemployment, inequality, and population changes, which are also important to consider. But all that being tabulated, all that being brought to bear, as all of the other economic sectors and other regions stagnated, in California or without, Silicon Valley boomed. And without it, California could never have overwhelmed the greatest British Empire, the Greater British Empire, as in its interregnal phase, admittedly, prior its third imperial status that I see it assuming in the near future. For now, we're way ahead of them and will possibly overtake the fatherland of Germany to be potentially, at some point conceivably, the most powerful economy in the world. Silicon Valley's megacorporations, such as Apple, Google, and Twitter, sucked in immense amounts of money from every corner of the globe, not only making investors very rich, but creating countless jobs and pumping hundreds of billions of United States dollars into our state treasury as high income tax rates tapped into this new wealth. However, there is reason now to wonder whether Silicon Valley has reached its peak. In recent months, Silicon Valley's corporations have been laying off workers and venture capital activity has slowed. A few weeks ago, a local industry organization, Joint Venture Silicon Valley, issued its annual report on our region's economy, stressing a transition from a cauldron of startup companies to dominance by a few giants. Russell Hancock, president of that organization, said, "Tech is going through a painful period," even while he added hopefully that there is no way to construe what is happening as a crisis for the tech sector. That was happening before Silicon Valley Bank, which was founded in 1983, at the time that I was just coming into a real sense of personal maturity as this region began to boom and rode the wave into becoming one of our nation's largest financial houses, suddenly collapsing yester septimania midweek last. That bank experienced a run from depositors and could not raise enough cash to meet demand. State and federal financial regulators quickly stepped in, shuttered the bank, and began seeking a buyer. Its failure sent shockwaves through Silicon Valley because of the bank's prominent role in financing startup companies and providing cash for payrolls and other expenses. Relatively small depositors were covered by insurance, but hundreds of corporate customers had deposits over the $250,000 United States dollar insurance limit and suddenly were unable to make withdrawals. The immediate crisis was averted on Sunday, even while I hosted transmission, when federal authorities arranged for Federal Reserve loans that would allow depositors to make full withdrawals. They also made money available to shore up other specialty banks that might be vulnerable to depositor runs. Despite the emergency action, however, Silicon Valley Bank's failure is a serious blow to the tech industry because of its pivotal role in financing innovation as a direct lender, as a financial service provider, and as a midwife for attracting VC, venture capital. Federal authorities are looking for a buyer to absorb Silicon Valley Bank, quite possibly one of our nation's larger banks. Even if a buyer emerges, however, the new owner would not have an intimate relationship to our region's yeasty culture of aggressive innovation. The bank's owners prospered thus far by deeply immersing themselves into that culture, but that narrow focus made it vulnerable to outside economic factors. When the Federal Reserve System began raising interest rates to battle inflation, the bank's portfolio of bonds lost value. When the bank was forced to sell those devalued bonds to meet withdrawal demands from depositors, it went into a death spiral. The question now is whether that bank's failure is any harbinger of Silicon Valley's decline. So, all that being articulated, we have to leave that hanging because that remains to be seen. We can go on from there to the Republicans who attacked us, because the Russell collaborationist read Republican insurgency's magic words have simply lost their magic. How do I put this? It seems to me, and it may seem to you too, that the president says and does things no other Democratic president has said and done in our lifetimes. Yes, there's Joe Biden's maddening, tough-on-crime posture. There's the evil of his administration's border policies. But these are exceptions to an emerging pattern of behavior in which the president regularly demonstrates what his party is, not what it is not. It may be hard to see, what with news of the criminal former president still leading a coalition of Republicans whose primary objective is sabotage, insurrection, and tyranny, but it's there. And once you see it, you can't stop seeing it. Once you can't stop seeing it, it should become apparent that we're living in a time of political upheaval. In the near future, we will marvel at a transformation of the political order from one in which the United States government prioritized the interests of the very obscenely rich to one in which the United States government prioritizes the interests of normal people, like you, because I can never count as normal myself. But that brings us back to the magic words. Once upon a time, meaning the last quarter of the last century, the Republicans regularly accused the Democrats of favoring tax and spend policies. They said it because of the effect of saying it on respectable white people. Tax and spend were like magic words. They were spracketh whenever the Russell collaborationist read Republican insurgency wanted respectable white people to stand against some liberal goal, like universal health care. We can't have something taken for granted by all the world's rich countries, they'd say, because that would be fiscally irresponsible. For all my adult life, that was enough for respectable white people to nod in agreement. A practical consequence of this effect was a Democratic Party that tied itself into knots to prevent respectable white people from seeing them as the tax and spend party. You may have noticed Joe Biden is not he's not tying himself into knots. His 182-page budgets submitted to the Congress earlier this month weighs in at nearly 7 trillion United States dollars. Heather Cox Richardson, a historianus of the Republican Party, has written that the plan is to advance, and here I read from her own writ, a vision of the United States based on the idea that the government should invest in workers, families, and infrastructure to increase the purchasing power of those on the demand side of the economy. It offers a stark contrast to the theory of the Republicans since the 1980s that the government should cut taxes and slash government spending to free up capital for those at the top of the economy on the supply side, with the idea they will use that money to invest in new business that will then hire more workers. As Professoress Richardson said elsewhere in her letter, this theory never really worked as advertised, meaning for all Americans, but it did work for a few, especially the very obscenely rich, who now constitute, as a consequence of the moving of the political order from the demand side to the supply side, a de facto aristocracy in this country that's truly above democratic politics and indeed the rule of law itself. This theory also worked for respectable white people, as they were already relatively affluent by the time the Reagan administration finished shifting the political order, and anyway, respectable white people are always susceptible to the whims of the very obscenely rich, because the very obscenely rich are their idea of success. But it took more than emulating their betters for respectable white people to take their side against normal people. The turning of the political order arose from the previous turn of the political order. I'm talking about the triumphs of the civil rights movement, among other movements, after which black people were secured equal rights. In theory. Perhaps in theory alone. Respectable white people, on account of caring about the opinions of other respectable white people, were unsure, to say the least, about the prudence of empowered black people. In time, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency exploited this to deepen an ideology in which the government, was no longer of, for, and by the people, but instead of, for, and by those people. In time, respectable white people convinced themselves government took more than it gave back. In time, this understanding congealed such that all the Republicans had to do was speak the magic words. So we can but marvel at the times we live in. I'm trying to imagine what it felt like for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. I'm trying to imagine his anticipation after seeing Joe Biden's colossal $7 trillion United States dollar budget calling for tax hikes on households earning more than $400,000 US and thinking, I gotcha. This budget, he said, is, his words, unserious. He proposes trillions in new taxes that you and your family will pay directly or through higher costs. Mr. President, Washington has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I mean, that's crickets. That's the sound of crickets. I don't do that well because I'm not a cricket. I'm trying to imagine McCarthy asking himself why the magic words aren't working. They worked for 40 years. They worked for his entire career. But now they're not, because the political order in which they used to work has shifted. Thanks to the COVID pandemic, it's crystal clear supply means nothing without demand. The government, by floating entire sectors of the economy through COVID, proved that. All of a sudden, for those respectable white people who believed it was of, by, and for those people, government of, by, and for the people, wasn't so bad. The magic words, instead of invoking real political consequences, invoke only themselves. Empty, barren, useless. That leaves our president, our legally elected, legitimate president, room to define and redefine himself, and ergo his party. For 4 decades, the Democrats struggled for the support of respectable white people. For 4 decades, we denied who and what we are. With Joe Biden sounding and acting like no Democratic president in our lifetimes, however, the time of denial seems over. And the more the Russo collaborationist Republicans scramble to reclaim the magic of the past, the more the rest of us can marvel at the times we live in now. But this brings us to the red alert. Now, there's this wonderful lady, Tricia Whitmar, lives in Australia, half Asian, who I didn't get a chance to say happy birthday to, and I regret that. I want to make up for it in this last hour by talking about Australia in particular, because in the Second World War, the overwhelming majority of Allied combat in the Pacific was not resting on the efforts of the Americans. It rested on the backs of Australians. Australians mobilized their entire male population in one way or another in the war effort. They were the only Allied nation that didn't need a draft. Every Australian male volunteered. And without the Australians, there would have been no American war effort in the Pacific. World War II rested on Australia, and yet they're dumb enough to think the Americans rescued them. They rescued America's ass in the Pacific, not the other way around. This has nothing to do with the ultimate loss of the war. We're talking about the war effort. So, we have a red alert. Is Australia prepared for a full-scale conflict? Their panel of national security experts says no. Now, I've already given you the Japanese report that says 90% of retired Taiwanese officers spy for China. Japan is ditching its attack helicopters in another sign that one of the most important modern military weapons is losing its luster. The United States is sharing a once highly guarded missile system that will make British and Australian nuclear submarines far more deadly. Japan's army is planning to replace its attack and observation helicopters with drone aircraft. Helicopters are valuable, but they also have vulnerabilities. Dozens have been downed in Ukraine. Those losses and the Empire of Japan's decision may lead other militaries to rethink the role of their helicopters. These United States, well, we're sharing submarine missile launch tech with our allies to counter the Communist Chinese Empire. These subs would be equipped to fire hypersonic missiles capable of evading aero defense. This announcement cometh amid heightened tensions between the Communist Chinese and American empires. Australia's government has not told the people about the seriousness of the threat their country faces. So in a report entitled Red Alert, a panel of national security experts explored Australia's readiness for the threat of conflict with China, and Australia has been found wanting. This amid a recent incident that highlights the gravity of the situation. A Russian jet has downed an American drone over international waters. Now, you might ask, what does that mean? Now, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pose your average American or anyone as, say, silly or stupid. Most people just don't know about this sort of thing. International waters, maritime law, it's not your world. So it's my job to bring it to you. So in terms of international waters, this might take a little review. This will be ongoing. We might be pushed into talking about these subjects, not on Sunday because I won't be here, but next Wednesday, that I can return to Australia and the next war. We're going to go into those waters, to use a pun, tonight as far as we can. But who rules the high seas? because that's what most people are thinking of when they think international waters. Well, it's outlaws and unknown sea creatures. There's about almost half a dozen things to know about international waters if you've never been a sailor, like the man who raised and guided me was all his life. You got a stretch of ungoverned ocean, teeming with undiscovered life, underwater volcanoes, and modern-day pirates. I'm happy to say that a new United Nations treaty allows countries to create internationally managed protected areas to protect species that live outside an individual country's jurisdiction. But otherwise, the high seas are a vast no man's land of ungoverned ocean. You see, every country has jurisdiction over the waters extending 200 nautical miles from the shore. Their EEZ, their exclusive economic zone. Beyond those EEZs, exclusive economic zones, where they fish or mine for resources, rare metals and the like, lie international waters and more than 2/3 of the world's ocean. Those uninhabited waters are rarely seen by any people, but they're teeming with life. More than 10 million species are found in the high seas, and millions of mysterious creatures unknown to science at all lie within its depths. That's why this new United Nations treaty from this month of this year, March of this 2023 year, Anno Domini, in our Lord, aims to govern the ungovernable, outlining how the world's countries could collectively protect a swath of ocean covering half the Earth's surface. Now filled with underwater volcanoes and hidden species, traversed by pirates and outlaws, the high seas are unlike anywhere else on Earth. First off, for those of you who are totally ignorant of this, do not know about the fact, modern-day pirates roam the high seas. Piracy is not a crime of the past. Today, it looks more like armed robbery or kidnapping for ransom, according to Interpol, an international police organization once headed by Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Sicherheitsdienst, the SD, the intelligence branch of Hitler's SS. That looks more like, in other words, carjacking, but with a boat, than it does Hollywood-style swashbuckling. Every year, modern-day pirates collect millions in ransoms. Less commonly, modern-day pirates hijack entire ships. Over 90% of the things we make and sell are transported by sea, and piracy occurs both close to shore and on the high seas. In 2020, there were 195 incidents of maritime piracy reported to the International Maritime Bureau. The actual events were probably much higher, orders of magnitude more, than the numbers that were reported. And pirates are not the only criminals seen on the high seas. Drugs and people are trafficked in these waters. Chemicals and other types of waste are illegally dumped there, and fish are illegally taken out of the water. Some evading laws on the high seas have more altruistic aims. Basically, there is, say, for instance, those that crews that follow the laws of the country their ship flies under, which is how the Dutch nonprofit Woman on Waves provides abortion care to women living in countries where the procedure is outlawed. And, of course, there's the fact that the undiscovered depths offer mysteries for the imagination. Lost ships, undiscovered species lie hidden in the high seas. Underwater mountain ranges, Deep trenches, canyons, hydrothermal vents are all found in the deep sea that are home to fish, whales, turtles, corals, and while there be many species that scientists know live or migrate through the high seas, life there is largely a mystery. As many as 500,000 to 10 million species are thought to live entirely unknown to people in the ocean. Only a tiny fraction of the high seas has ever been studied by scientists, and the greatest mysteries lie in the hardest to reach habitats. Exempli Gratiae, deep sea corals are common there. The oldest known living organism in the world, an 8,500-year-old coral, can be found in international waters only. And some of these undiscovered species have medicinal value. Compounds found in deep-sea sponges are being tested for their ability to fight cancer and chronic health conditions. Currently, less than 1% of the high seas is protected, but the United Nations new treaty allows countries to collectively create MPAs, marine protected areas, that can protect portions of the high seas from overfishing and shipping lanes. Now, fishing there is a source of passionate controversy. Fishing has been described as one of the world's most dangerous jobs, and whether it should even be allowed on the high seas at all is hotly debated. A study from 2018 showed fishing on the high seas was simply unprofitable, just over half of it propped up by government subsidies. About 3,600 vessels are estimated to fish on the high seas, just 6% of all fishing activity. But fishing there has a disproportionate impact on sustainability and human rights. Fishing vessels often use a method called deep sea bottom trawling, where enormous nets scoop up everything in their path. Commercially sold fish, but also coral reefs and rare or threatened marine animals. Some countries, the Communist Chinese Empire, for example, exploit the high seas to compensate for the lack of fish in their own depleted waters, which they fished out long time ago. Scientists estimate that about 70% of fish in countries' waters spend some of their life in the high seas, and one study published in 2015 found that if the high seas were closed to fishing, nearby fish stocks in the EEZs, the economic zones, might benefit from large fish populations spilling over into their territory. The effect could potentially increase commercial fish in territorial waters by 18%. But understand that these high seas are the site of serious crimes. Thousands of miles from land, the high seas provide cover for crimes like forced labor, slavery, and murder. A New York Times investigation published in 2015 recounted stories of violence, enslavement, harsh punishments, and worse for laborers often tricked into working aboard fishing vessels and detained for years. Fishing boats on the high seas use ships called long-haul vessels. They park over open ocean for months, actually years, and are resupplied by ships that deliver supplies and pick up caught fish, allowing the parked vessel to hide from oversight, conceivably forever. There are children that are born on these ships, work as slaves all their lives, knowing no other life, and are worked to death on these ships. These are the products of abducted women who are raped repeatedly to bring more slaves aboard. Another investigation published in 2019 by the Associated Press found many of these fish caught by slave labor end up eaten in the United States. Go figure. what else comes to my mind? Now, labor activists and law enforcement have finally begun using satellites to monitor ships on the high seas for suspicious behavior consistent with forced labor practices. But I think that the most important thing for us in a time of climate catastrophe is the fact that international waters provide valuable carbon sequestration. How do I describe this? We've got this big sargassum weed wave that's overwhelming Florida beaches. Large algae like that naturally pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. That's an essential role played in mitigating climate change. See, marine life like plankton and algae are responsible for storing vast amounts of carbon dioxide emissions in the high seas. Now I'm getting a note here from our man George A. saying, "Hello, D. Okay, at this point we will require your bank details in order to make a transfer. When we paid Peter for his interview, they also wanted a registration address, but he owns a company. Don't know if it will be different in your case. America's transfer system will remain an eternal enigma to me. We'll be waiting for your response. It will also be appropriate to set a preliminary talk date somewhere next week to discuss some technical stuff." Okay, gladly. I'll give him my response as soon as I'm finished transmission, which will be any minute. Well, within an hour. Don't want to answer him right now because, I'm hosting transmission. Okay, numbers have gone up again. Good. Let me get my voice back here. So, for what I was saying is important. When I'm talking about the fact that, marine life like plankton and algae are responsible for storing vast amounts of carbon dioxide emissions in the high seas, and that every year they draw 1.5 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. By the way, I'm sourcing a report that was published in 2014 about this. That same report suggests that the high seas pull so much carbon out of the air, it's worth an estimated 148 billion United States dollars. Since that carbon is absorbed by plants and animals that store carbon in their bodies or transfer it to the seafloor, some scientists think all fishing on the high seas should be banned. Period. Now, what else does that bring to my mind? Well, when we talk about the algae bloom, that huge wave of algae, twice the width of the United States, that was overwhelming Florida. We might need more and more of that. Now, in this case, it's toxic and is choking out the ecosystem. But if we could evenly distribute a thin blanket of this kind of algae over the seas and absorb carbon that way, then we can counteract the climate catastrophe and save the world. Except we'll be left with orange seas. So, that being said, moving back to the military aspect of what I was diving into, after all, I am the renegade military historian. Over international waters, the high seas I've just described to you, so you have a better grasp of the battlefield here. A Russian fighter jet forced down an American drone over the Black Sea, but yesterday, Tuesday, creating a potentially dangerous escalation at a critical time in the fighting. This marks the first time Russian and American military aircraft have come into direct physical contact since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine just over a year ago. The White House called Moscow's actions unsafe, unprofessional, and reckless, while Russia's defense ministry denied its aircraft came into contact with the drone at all. That was busted wide open later On the ground, Russian forces are escalating their attacks across Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region as fierce fighting continues in Bakhmut. A Ukrainian soldier called the fight around the area hell on earth. The Russian leadership approved that aggression that damaged our American drone. The highest levels of the Kremlin approved the aggressive actions of Russian fighter jets against an American military drone over the Black Sea, as American officials familiar with the intelligence said. Okay, just looking at some incoming notifications here. And checking again, quality of sound. Thank you for all the upvotes, everybody. That helps immensely. And, all right, can't monitor with that. That's the reason I try to maintain. By the way, you can all hear me, right? Let me know. It must be. Your numbers are going up. Okay, so back to what I'm talking about. The Russian jets dropped fuel on the Reaper, an unprecedented action. And an official said it was Russian leadership's intention to be aggressive in the intercept. One official said he had not gotten indications that the sign-off went all the way up to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, but they may as well have. Attack helicopters, on the other hand, they've earned a reputation as one of the deadliest weapons on the battlefield, but the Empire of Japan's military thinks it can do without them. The Empire of Japan's army is now planning to replace its attack helicopters and observation helicopters with drones that will take over the roles of utility and attack, surveillance and reconnaissance. All this is according to the Japanese military's Defense Build-Up Program, published in December of yesteryear. Japan's fleet of attack helicopters currently comprises 12 AH-64 Apaches and half a hundred AH-1 Cobras, as well as an observation helicopter fleet of 37 Kawasaki OH-1s. This document, which I finally got a copy of, did not specify which unmanned aerial vehicles would replace the helicopters, but according to Defense News, a Japanese language summary showed graphical representations of what appears to be loitering munitions and medium-altitude, long-endurance drones as replacements. But the Empire of Japan isn't giving up on helicopters altogether. The Defense Build-Up Program calls for acquiring additional CH-47J JA transport and UH-2 utility helicopters. Nonetheless, the Empire of Japan's decision to do away with its attack helicopters has other nations thinking about what to do with theirs. The Australian Defence Force wants the Apaches to replace aging Airbus Tiger attack helicopters as part of a modernization plan that includes new long-range missiles, nuclear-powered submarines, and drones. Since helicopters first appeared on the battlefield in, well, World War II, really, though they were used almost exclusively for reconnaissance. But by the 1950s troop deployment, they have become a versatile and indispensable tool for missions like hauling troops and supplies and evacuating casualties, what's called medevac, medical evacuation. However, attack helicopters are more problematic. Platforms such as the AH-64 Apache are extremely lethal systems, especially when it comes to hunting tanks. Because they are often operated by armies, they provide ground troops with their own air support rather than having to rely on the Air Force. But helicopters are also vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire. The United States lost 5,600 helicopters. In Vietnam, many due to ground fire. Russia has lost almost 60 attack helicopters in Ukraine, according to the open source defense site I'm looking at right now called Oryx. In January, Ukraine claims to have shot down 3 Ka-52s in 30 minutes. In a November 2022 report, Britain's Royal United Services Institute, RUSI, or RUSI, noted, Russian attack helicopters have been used extremely cautiously, with a heavy reliance on standoff rocket attacks rendering them little more than flying rocket artillery assets. Despite this cautious approach, they continue to be shot down regularly by Ukrainian frontline units, using portable anti-aircraft missiles and even anti-tank missiles, such as the US-made Javelin. Just as helicopters replaced many of the functions once performed by aircraft, drones may now replace helicopters for attack and scouting missions. With AH-64s costing up to $140 million United States dollars apiece, using a $100,000 loitering munition to destroy a $10 million United States dollar tank is an attractive proposition, believe me. As with drones replacing fighter pilots, a human in the cockpit of a helicopter offers flexibility that can never be matched by a drone operator operating a console thousands of miles away. Rather than attack helicopters being replaced by drones, it seems more likely they will team up with drones. For The Strategist, a commentary and analysis site attached to the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, the journalist Bradley Parrott wrote that, and here I read his writ, the Empire of Japan's move, in his words, calls into question Australia's 2021 decision to renew the Australian Army's attack helicopter force by buying 29 Apaches of the AH-64E version. As the risk of a maritime and air war involving Red China has become Australia's overwhelming security concern, the Army's costly equipment plans have looked ever less relevant. Now we have the judgment of Japan, a close friend, that attack helicopters are not worthwhile even for its capability requirements, which include land fighting to defend territory. All this doesn't mean that the attack helicopter is useless or that drones can replace it in every mission, but each of the trends discussed here is undermining its competitiveness in terms of value for money. Now, this while the United States is sharing once secret submarine missile launch technology with Australia and the United Kingdom as part of a pact to counter growing communist Chinese military power in the Pacific region. See, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia on Monday, opening this work week, announced plans for Australia to obtain a new fleet of nuclear-powered submarines. Under the AUKUS Pact, AUKUS is an acronym for Australia, United Kingdom, United States, which was first unveiled in 2021, the U.S. will sell Australia 3 of its nuclear-powered submarines, while the United Kingdom and Australia will collaborate to build new vessels, a model that is being called SSN AUKUS, after the Australia, United Kingdom, United States alliance, to contain Red China. The deal will involve building at least 8 nuclear-powered submarines for the Australian naval fleet, using United Kingdom designs and underpinned by a United States-made vertical launch system, meaning a missile launching system that could launch ICBMs. A vertical launch system, of course, doesn't necessarily have to launch ICBMs, but this makes them capable of doing so, which makes Australia a nuclear power on par with the superpowers. Siddharth Kaushal, an analyst at London's Royal United Services Institute, RUSI, the RUSI, has confirmed that technology gives the submarines the capacity to fire hypersonic missiles, which can evade defense systems. To quote his T, hypersonic missiles are important as they have the speed and range to penetrate defended aerospace and hit hardened targets, meaning bunkered or fortressed facilities. He goes on, for nations which do not have stealth bombers, which is everyone excluding the United States, they may represent the only way of striking targets at reach within well-defended enemy airspace. According to reports, the new Australian submarines will also have the capacity to fire cruise missiles through the vertical launch system. The fact that they are nuclear-powered means the submarines can operate at far greater distances and stay submerged for longer. Until the AUKUS Pact, the United Kingdom was the only country with which the United States had shared its nuclear submarine technology. The new Australian submarines will begin operation in the 2040s. They may not be on scene soon enough to make a difference. And the new United Kingdom subs will begin a decade earlier in the 2030s. In the interim, the United States and United Kingdom will berth nuclear submarines in Perth, Western Australia. So they'll have our nuclear submarines to provide an umbrella for their defense until they have their own. But Australia faces the threat of war with China within 3 years. And they're not ready. America faces the threat of war with Red China in 2 years, according to analyses. But we're all in a race to the bottom here. The fact that Australia is not ready any more than America, well, that's the verdict of a group of 5 experts brought together by the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age, which is another circular for a review of Australia's national security, who blew away the fog of war to give Australians some critical points of honest insight. And their consensus? The overwhelming source of danger to Australia is from the Communist Chinese Empire. The nature of the threat extends to the prospect of a full-scale war, and Australia would have to be involved. Now, as I said, Australia's pivotal importance in World War II, the backbone of the Allied efforts in the Pacific, renders it inescapable that they'll emerge as a major power in World War III, despite how small their population is. In fact, that's to their benefit in many ways that they have a small population, but that's for another discussion. While the official Canberra, that's the capital of Australia, it would be like my saying Washington when I'm referring to American situations. While the official Canberra guidance on timing is that Australia will have less than 10 years' warning of war, the 5 experts conclude that this timeline is misleading. They found Australia needs to be ready to fight in just 3 years, and their review is titled accordingly, Red Alert. Now, the president or prime minister of Australia is Albanese. That's the guy's name, not his nationality. The Albanese government's official defense review is due for release soon. It will have consulted many experts, including some of the same specialists brought together for Red Alert, whose expertise spans military strategy, defense policy, cyber, geopolitics, and technology. But the official report is not independent of the government. It is being written by twa men, former Labour Defense Minister Stephen Smith and former head of the Defense Force Angus Houston, in close consultation with the government. It's been conducted in secret. Even when it's published, it will have been sanitized, with much withheld from public view. Red Alert, being published in the masthead that I mentioned, The Age, the Sydney Morning Herald, over a period of 72 hours, 3 days, 3 parts, doesn't pretend to be definitive, but it is independent of the government and fully on the record. And what they say is that Australia's holiday from history is over. Is Australia prepared for its near future? Well, the emphatic answer from the experts is no. In a joint statement, they say, the need to dramatically strengthen our military and national security capabilities is urgent, but Australia is unprepared. Currently, the group emphasizes that this is a responsibility for the entire nation, not for the military alone, as was the case in World War II, when you had 14-year-old boys working in the munitions industry and in all the war industries. Most important of all is a psychological shift. Urgency must replace complacency. The recent decades of tranquility were not the norm in human affairs, but an aberration. Australia's holiday from history is over. Now, the title of this series, Red Alert, reflects their unanimous view that Australia's biggest trading partner is also its dominant national security threat. They say this is the tipping point. At the outset of their discussion, when the panelists were asked to to outline the threats Australia faced over the next 10 to 20 years, there came a bracing riposte. The Morrison government felt no such inhibition. Peter Dutton, then Defense Minister, was widely criticized yesteryear for saying Australia needed to prepare for war. At last May's election, Liberal seats containing the largest proportions of Sino-Australian voters, that's Australian voters of Chinese ethnicity, recorded outsized swings against Morrison's regime. Many Chinese Australians felt exposed by the government rhetoric. The expert panel agrees that Chinese Australians must be protected and valued in Australia. But was Dutton right? Does the threat from Red China really mean the threat of old-fashioned war, kinetic combat, with missiles fired and many killed? Or will Beijing limit the fight to the gray zone warfare it has used so effectively? Economic coercion, cyber attack, swaying governments with big infrastructure investments, territorial claims pressed by intimidating weaker states with fake fishing fleets. Well, this is what brings us to their growing capability and sense of entitlement. The expert panel concludes Australia should take Red China's dictator seriously when he routinely pulls on combat fatigues and exhorts his own troops to prepare to fight and win wars, themselves so writing in their joint communique the following: our assessment of the risk of war is based on President Xi Jinping's aggressive stance and rapid military buildup. China has a growing they say Red China has growing capability and sense of entitlement. The balance of military power is moving in Red China's favor. The war Xi is preparing for, they conclude, is one fought over my Taiwan, my own prosperous and self-governing island China of 24 million people, 32 million when you count our migrant laborers, that sits about 160 kilometers east of mainland China. My Taiwan operates as a democracy and has never been controlled by the Communist Chinese Party, but Beijing considers it an indivisible part of their territory. Bullshit! But they buy people into believing it. Dictator Xi has repeatedly said he sees the complete reunification of the motherland as a central objective for his regime, and that Red China will never renounce the option of using force to seize control of my Taiwan. CIA Director William Burns said yesteryear he knew, as a matter of intelligence, that Xi had ordered the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, that's the Red Chinese Army, to be ready to capture Taiwan by 2027, which is practically tomorrow. Admiral Michael Gilday, Chief of U.S. Naval Operations, has said an attack could come as early as this year. Now, Taiwan's leaders have vowed to fiercely resist any invasion from Beijing, with the sovereign territory's foreign minister, Joseph Wu, saying that Taiwan would fight to the end in any conflict. Yesteryear, Wu said, The defense of Taiwan is in our own hands, and we are absolutely committed to that. Xi gave the world a preview of what a war could look like last August when he launched an unprecedented series of live fire rocket and missile launches across the Taiwan Strait, or rather the Black Strait that separates Taiwan from the mainland. The aim? To demonstrate Red China's military might and express his fury at a high-profile visit to my island China by then United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Long-range rockets and ballistic missiles fired from the Red Chinese mainland fell dangerously close to my Taiwan's capital and all our key cities. Red China has also become the world leader in advanced defense technologies such as hypersonic weapons and drones, putting it in a strong position to fight a war. Alan Finkel, Australia's former chief scientist, says Australia should not overlook the dangers posed by other autocratic nations, such as a nuclear-armed North Korea, but he warns, and here I quote his T, "At the 99% level, I agree it's all about Red China. Don't underestimate the technological capacity of Red China. 20 years shouldn't even come into the discussion. You might think if the Chinese were going to attack this region, you'd see the troop buildup, the missile buildup, but what if it was a bioattack, a virus? You'd see nothing. We have to invest in our biosecurity, our cybersecurity, our military hardware, as if it might happen tomorrow." This is all because a weak China is much more dangerous, and that's what we have in front of us. Some people would ask, but would Xi really want to strike Taiwan within 3 years? Red China is only just emerging from its era of COVID-19 isolation, and its economy is struggling to rebound. Its population is declining for the first time in 60 years, raising the possibility its days of double-digit economic growth may be over for good. But then again, that's what makes them desperate. Debbie Starborn, love you, honey. Russia's botched invasion of Ukraine has reminded Xi that wars rarely go to plan and invasions can meet surprisingly fierce resistance. Concurring that Australia should definitely be more worried about a weakening China, Leslie Seaback, chairwoman of the National Institute of Strategic Resilience, believes that nation's leaders should trust the public enough to include them in what can be a confronting discussion. To quote Xi, "I despair at the level of timidity we see, and not just in defense. In the Hawke-Keating era, they would actually go out and say, oh, the Australian people might be smart enough to talk about economics. We should think they're also smart enough to talk about defense and national security. We've just seen what happens in Ukraine, where authoritarian leaders want to establish their legacy. This is the tipping point that we're looking at, and this is what really concerns me about the urgency over the next 3 to 5 years. There's a closing window of opportunity. They will be taking lessons from Ukraine. They'll be watching what's happening there and saying, we can improve on that." This brings us to the defense of defending Taiwan. Under the long-standing policy known as strategic ambiguity, the United States has cultivated a deliberate sense of mystery about whether it would even intervene in a war with the Communist Chinese Empire over my Taiwan. Today, however, there be little mystery. U.S. President Joe Biden has said on 4 occasions that the American empire would comest to my Taiwan's aid if there is a communist Chinese invasion. When asked by 60 Minutes if he meant that, unlike in Ukraine, U.S. forces would participate in the war, Biden replied, yes. So America will almost certainly defend Taiwan. What does that mean for Australia? Fighting alongside the Americans, as they have done in every major conflict since World War II, would not have unanimous support. Former Prime Minister Paul Keating, for example, has said Taiwan is not a vital Australian interest in his profound, benighted ignorance, and described our status as a civil matter for China because he's a goddamn communist. The expectation in the American capital is that Australia will participate. In a report released earlier this year, the CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a leading Washington think tank, ran a series of wargaming exercises. In a war over Taiwan, the center hypothesized that Asian India, Singapore, and Thailand would sit out the conflict because of fear of antagonizing China. Australia, by contrast, would play an important part by giving the American empire access, basing, and overflight rights, as well as participating in battles in the South China Sea. In the communique, red alert, experts concur. To quote us therefrom, any attack on Taiwan is neither a marginal matter nor a local one. If successful, it would strike at the heart of global norms that have underpinned international security and prosperity. Peter Jennings, who served as Australia's chief strategist as Deputy Secretary of the Defense Department before heading the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, has pointed out that Western nations are now largely ammunition-free because of the extensive military aid they have given to Ukraine. To quote his T, it really is all about China, China, China. There's no question about that. Your time frame is wrong. This is not about 10 to 20 years. It's really 3 years. The bulk of that 10 to 20 years will be a post-war environment where a new international order will prevail. We are now dealing with a weak China, and my view is that a weak China is much more dangerous from a national security perspective than a strong China. A weak China thinks, I might have one shot at this. This is what drives the idea of a Chinese approach of, let's do it now, because it'll be worse in 5 years' time. We always had a choice not to be involved in wars in the Middle East, but we don't have an exit strategy from the Indo-Pacific, because this is where we live. Qualifying that there be no doubt about which way Australia would go, Nick Ryan, retired Australian Army Major General and the only member of the panel to have worn uniform, applies the classic test of threat by assessing Beijing's capability and intent. To quote his T, they are very clear about their intentions for their region, in particular with Taiwan. They've engaged in the greatest peacetime military buildup in recorded history. And they've also done things in places like Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and with the diplomatic and economic coercion that can only lead you to a conclusion that this campaign of aggression and coercion will only continue towards its logical conclusion, which is the reincorporation of Taiwan. I have always found the idea of our China choice a strange one. We have made our choice. If the United States goes to war with Taiwan, we are going to support them one way or the other. We have a deep interest in the preservation of Taiwan's democracy, but also a preservation of the broader order. Large authoritarians cannot be predators on smaller democratic nations. Values matter, but so do vital resources. The United States has admitted it is heavily dependent on a single company, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, for producing the semiconductor chips it needs for most modern appliances and smart weaponry. All this while Red China has issued stark warning to the United Kingdom, these United States, and Australia over our latest maneuver. The UK, US, and Australia have revealed details of the AUKUS partnership plan, which will provide nuclear-powered submarines to Australia as it attempts to counter Red Chinese activities in the Pacific Ocean. US President Joe Biden, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced the plan at a ceremony at the US Naval Base in San Diego on Monday, as dated the 13th of this month. Now, for people who are going to inevitably ask me, what is the AUKUS agreement? AUKUS. As I've explained, but will reiterate, Debbie Starpoint says, love you too. Good, you don't know how much I appreciate that. Not just your love, but the fact that you can hear me. The AUKUS project, or pact, was first announced in 2021. Under the deal, Australia will purchase 3 U.S. Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines in the very early 2030s, with the possibility of buying an additional 3 if required, according to a joint statement. The plan has multiple stages, but will culminate in the late 2030s with the British and Australian production and operation of a new class of submarines built with British designs and American technology. The project will also involve deploying a force of U.S. and British submarines in Western Australia to assist in training Australian crews and increasing deterrence. Biden emphasized that the submarines will not be nuclear armed, only nuclear powered, saying these boats will not have nuclear weapons of any kind on them. Nevertheless, the Communist Chinese Empire has issued warning to the United Kingdom, these United States, and Australia. It comes amid increasing tensions between the Communist Chinese and American empires over Red China's growing militarization of the South China Sea, which Beijing claims a majority of despite international maritime law designating territory to Vietnam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and other countries. And Red China certainly isn't happy about the latest development. At a daily briefing Monday, opening this work week, as dated the 13th of March, Red China's foreign ministry spokesperson, Wang Wenbing, said the AUKUS partners had completely ignored the concerns of the international community and gone further down a wrong and dangerous road, himself going on to say that the deal would stimulate an arms race, undermine the international nuclear non-proliferation system, and damage regional peace and security. I mean, this is all stuff China's already been doing forever, so fuck them. So, in that context, Australia faces war with Red China in 3 years. However, there are fears that the submarines won't come in time. Soon enough, a panel of national security experts, ergo warning that Australia faces the threat of war with China within 3 years. These experts telling Australian publications, the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age, in a joint statement, they need to dramatically strengthen their military and national security capabilities. Well, their need is urgent, but Australia is unprepared. Most importantly, the group stressed that this is a responsibility for the entire country, not just for the military. That means a mobilization of the people similar to World War II. The facts that they're emphasizing is that most important of all is a psychological shift. Urgency must replace complacency. The recent decades of tranquility were not the norm in human affairs, but an aberration. And finally, Australia's holiday from history is over. Now, speaking during the 1.5-day group discussion held in the 9 boardroom in Sydney, Lavina Lee, a foreign policy expertess from Machiavelli University, has gone on record to concur that the economic coercion Beijing has inflicted over recent years has given Australians a taste of what life would be like under a China-dominated regional order, and it's not a taste that they enjoyed. The Communist Chinese Empire, which accounts for about 40% of Australian exports, has imposed a raft of trade measures since 2020, blocking billions of dollars of trade after placing curbs on Australian imports such as beef, barley, coal, wine, and timber. To quote she, "I have to say, the critical threats stem from one source, Red China. I think Red China presents the most comprehensive challenge to the regional order that we have faced for the last 70 years after World War II. Neither the Australian military nor the public are presently truly prepared for the outbreak of war and Australia's inevitable participation. This means there is an absence of urgency about what needs to be done now. This gives us an indication of what an order that's not based on the current liberal rules might look like. That it's an order based on power, not on rules that apply equally to the big and the small countries. So we must do everything we can to deter that from happening, because once war breaks out, the pillars of our prosperity are all under threat. The world will just never be the same." And the others concurred, so stating, "Our assessment of the risk of war is based on President Xi Jinping's aggressive stance and rapid military buildup. Red China has growing capability and sense of entitlement. The balance of military power is moving in China's favor." So the United States and Australia could go to war with the Communist Chinese Empire over my Taiwan. They believe that the war Xi is preparing for is over my Taiwan. Mick Ryan, a retired Australian Army Major General, said, "They are very clear about their intentions for their region, in particular with Taiwan. This campaign of aggression and coercion will only continue towards its logical conclusion, which is the reincorporation of Taiwan." And United States President Joseph Biden was asked by 60 Minutes whether, unlike in Ukraine, the American empire would participate in war if mainland China were to invade Taiwan, and he replied, "Yes." And Washington expects Australia would participate as well. Oh, Debbie Starboard. Love your angelic halo, honey. But all that being said, a retired United States naval officer has warned that the age of American naval dominance is over. Ahead of the transformative AUKUS announcement, retired U.S. Navy officer Jerry Hendricks has issued a concerning warning for the United States and our global allies that the United States has ceded the oceans to its enemies. We can no longer take freedom of the seas for granted. Naval power has always played a critical role in the way great powers interact. The decades leading up to the outbreak of the First World War saw an unprecedented competition between the Greater British and German empires, with much of the emphasis placed on dreadnought battleships echoing a similar, albeit smaller, naval arms race continuing to gather steam between the United States and China. At the beginning of the 20th century, the British Royal Navy was unrivaled in its ability to rule the waves. Maintaining this capability was the Trois Power Standard, which sought to ensure that the Royal Navy was at least the size of the next trois largest competing navies. This naval might guaranteed the British economy's access to vital raw resources and helped ensure that the sun never set on the British Empire. In the distance, as France struggled to rebuild itself as a true competitor, the newly formed German Empire emerged as an economic, political, and naval competitor to Great Britain. Driven by voracious consumer and economic demand, combined with a new sense of national purpose, Bismarck's Germany rapidly became a European and global powerhouse in the decades following its formation in 1871. Recognizing the mounting challenge posed by the rising German power, the British Royal Navy launched His Majesty's ship, the HMS Dreadnought, in 1906, effectively resetting the game and laying down the challenge to Großdeutschland, Greater Germany, and any other nation that sought to challenge the industrial, economic, and naval might of the British Empire. Fast forward to the beginning of the 21st century, and these United States, following decades of the Cold War, remained the world's largest and most powerful naval power, commanding the seas through a vast fleet of technologically advanced surface vessels and submarines, with the mighty supercarrier serving as the epicenter of America's global maritime hegemony. However, America's maritime hegemony is now being challenged by a rising power in mainland China that is introducing a suite of maritime capabilities to rival the dominance of the American Navy, as history appears to be repeating itself in the 21st century. While the AUKUS announcement will have a transformational impact on the Royal Australian Navy and its capacity to contribute to the government's ambitions of impactful projection in response to the mounting challenges presented by Beijing across the Indo-Pacific, retired U.S. Navy officer turned academic Jerry Hendricks has highlighted the impact the relative decline of American naval power will have on the post-war world. Hendricks states, "Very few Americans, or for that matter, very few people on the planet, can remember a time when freedom of the seas was in question. But for most of human history, there was no such guarantee. Pirates, predatory states, and the fleets of great powers did as they pleased. The current reality, which dates only to the end of World War II, makes possible the commercial shipping that handles more than 80% of all global trade by volume, oil and natural gas, grain and raw ores, manufactured goods of every kind. Because freedom of the seas in our lifetime has seemed like a default condition, it is easy to think of it, if we think of it at all, as akin to the Earth's rotation or the force of gravity, as just the way things are, rather than as a man-made construct that needs to be maintained and enforced." So what if safety of the seas was no longer assured? As Hendricks highlights, the post-Second World War order, as defined by the unquestioning dominance of the global maritime commons by the United States Navy, is coming to an end. This major shift marks the end of an era that much of the developed and developing world have become increasingly dependent upon for their economic stability and prosperity, Australia included. Hendricks references an important recent example when the flow of maritime goods was hindered and the subsequent flow on global economic impact of the grounding of the Ever Given in the Suez Canal, which compounded the global supply chain shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, where he explains, "In 2021, the grounding of the container ship Ever Given blocked the Suez Canal, forcing vessels shuttling between Asia and Europe to divert around Africa, delaying their passage and driving up costs. A few months later, largely because of disruptions caused by the coronavirus pandemic, More than 100 container ships were stacked up outside the California ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles, snarling supply chains throughout the country. These events were temporary, if expensive. Imagine, though, a more permanent breakdown. A humiliated Russia could declare a large portion of the Arctic Ocean to be its own territorial waters, twisting the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea to support its claim. Russia would then allow its allies access to this route, while denying it to those who dared to oppose its wishes. Neither the U.S. Navy, which has not built an Arctic-rated surface warship since the 1950s, nor any other NATO nation is currently equipped to resist such a gambit. And Hendricks goes further, raising the important question of the impact of a peer competitor interdicting maritime trade. Importantly, for much of the past half-century, the United States-led world has enjoyed a quantitative edge of adversaries across the maritime domain, whether it was through the advent of nuclear-powered submarines with the launch of the USS Nautilus in 1954, the overwhelming power projection capabilities provided by aircraft carriers, and the increasing proliferation of advanced guided weapons resulting in an almost unprecedented period of assured maritime dominance. That is all beginning to change. Where once Australia and its allies enjoyed a qualitative and numerical advantage, the plan, the PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy, is rapidly gaining ground in terms of both their technological proficiency, capability, and overwhelmingly in terms of the numbers capable of being fielded at any given time. This is being further compounded by the increased modernization and capabilities of the Russian Navy, despite the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and the rising capabilities of smaller, but no less consequential powers that will increasingly have a say on the flow of goods and resources through the maritime commons. So we have a message now from Peter Moon, who says, when you've finished, you can say hello if you want, and we can talk about the MUFON show. Well, fuck, let me bring him on so we can kind of conclude this together, give my voice a break. So, let's see. Oh, yes, let me call Pete the Moon Man here. All right, here we are. Pete the Moon Man. Give him a call, bring him on. Hello, dear Peter. We'll close the show together and then we'll stay online for a few minutes. And obviously I'm pretty wiped out after, quite the night. Did a lot of monologue and covered everything that you covered in context. So hopefully you'll find some opportunity to skim through that at some point. I presume, of course, we'll both practice to a degree for the MUFON presentation, so to speak. Of course, you know the subject so well, and God knows I've done so much to bleach so much out of my mind. We'll do our best. I'm sure we'll.
What I was going to suggest, and I was going to say it privately, but it doesn't really matter, is that it's probably best. I don't know. Maybe it's best if you let me lead, and I'll kind of do a summary.
Yeah.
Summary, and then you can, pepper with more details.
Yeah.
The biggest challenge. Okay, we got 3 hours is a long time.
And it may seem like such to you. It's nothing to me, but go on.
No, for any presentation, a 3-hour presentation is a long presentation.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but you get what I'm saying too.
It's an extensive presentation to sit through for anybody to sit there for 3 hours. So what I'm saying is, there's a lot that can be covered in that amount of time. So that's
but we've got something working in our favor. The man's actually read the book, so that's huge.
Yeah. But the other thing is the one biggest, constructive criticism for directed at you is that you can go into so much detail that it can kind of, what is it,
Overwhelm.
waylay
Yeah.
the main subject at hand. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
In other words, it's like, okay, we stay, cover. I mean, you can't cover the whole book. It's impossible. It's too much. But yeah, it's in other words, you can get too detailed, and the detail is important and is good. But then again, versus a presentation, it's just like when you're going to put a book into an hour and a half or 2 hour movie, you inevitably have to leave parts of it out because it's just too damn much. And this is actually one of the great values of the miniseries concept, and that you can just that is a whole new form of drama that we never had. Instead, they do stupid sequels like Batman 1, Batman 2. Of course, Batman is just a comic book, but they beat the property to death.
Yes.
It's so disgusting because
yes,
because they're ruining it. They're like, Batman is ruined. I don't want to see another Batman.
Yes.
They keep doing it. And how much of it is because it's exploitable? How much of it is to make money, and how much of it is just, oh God, we can make this and it works? It's coin. It's coin.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. And it's the same with the ancient aliens. Yeah.
I mean, I never could watch that show. I never had any patience for it. When I had the History Channel. I don't have the History Channel.
Good for you. You ain't missing shit.
Yeah. But it's like, it was such, I just didn't find it watchable.
Well, it's so offensive. It's so offensive to all sensibilities. It's so such being said, in the few minutes we have remaining, I definitely covered what I could of the Silicon Valley Bank. I tried to explain to people the context, and we just don't know whether this is an harbinger of more to come, but certainly pointed out to people that it's everybody's problem. That being said, hopefully later, maybe after the St. Patrick's Day weekend, and after we've done with the MUFON interview, you can review a bit of that. I'll timestamp it, of course.
Maybe I'll review it anyway.
Yeah.
And running while I'm working. I don't know. But the thing is, if Tucker Carlson is saying, the banks are collapsing, which just sounded to me is very alarmist.
Yeah, that's taken.
Because they haven't collapsed. There was a problem with Credit Suisse, and of course the other ones are being bailed out. So, but maybe what he's saying is indeed a harbinger because he's being told this, and in other words, although it's blatantly false as of today, it may not be blatantly false as of next week or tomorrow because he has, he's being fed propaganda to tell him that he wants everybody to think. It's not just him that wants us to think it. Whether he's being reactionary personally, or whether he's voicing a media agenda that is going to rub this in our faces.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, it's definitely. I just think the guy needs to.
So aside from his personal, detriments aside, I mean, It's just he's saying it. He's seeing it either because it's an agenda that is being pushed through him, or it's because he actually is just being alarmist and to himself. But this friend of mine said that the agenda is for them to put they really want to get a centralized coin, they want coins for each country wants their own Bitcoin or their own cryptocurrency rather, and this will not work because they're hackable. Until they can be unhackable, they can't do that.
Yeah.
And so there's this effort to centralize a currency. And as we said for last night, for better or for worse, the dollar is the most central currency we have.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is a competitor because Bitcoin's completely outside of the system. This is the irony, if not the beauty of the sign of Aquarius and Uranus, which rules Aquarius, which is independent, free thinking, and now